One day in the future, armed helicopters hovered over the skies of Shanghai City. Yu Hongdou, fully armed, led the elite squad of the 9th Division of the Great Xia Extraordinary Incident Management Bureau. They completely surrounded a dilapidated 2-story psychology clinic. Gritting her teeth, she raised her gun, staring intensely at the man holding a teacup. "You are no psychologist at all. Who exactly are you?" The man took off his gold-rimmed glasses and sighed helplessly. Who would have thought that a top-tier retired kingpin, feared by the global underworld, would go to such lengths to hide his identity, even pretending to run a clinic? He had finally managed to win a beautiful police officer as his wife and was looking forward to a peaceful life. Only to have his wife, who had just awakened her superpowers, show up with a National Special Forces unit to raid the place. This is absolutely impossible to live with. However, there was still a long time to go before this massive misunderstanding would explode. And this entanglement, which would change both their fates, had only just begun. It all started a month ago. The August sun was exceptionally merciless, especially right at noon. The sunlight poured down from directly overhead, leaving no room for mercy, allowing the scorching heat to roast the skin until it made people dizzy. Yu Hongdou worked in the Criminal Investigation Brigade, currently mainly responsible for internal administrative duties. Although it had been nearly a year since she became a regular employee, she was still considered a junior compared to her other colleagues in the squad. Coupled with the resilient character she developed since childhood, she could not help but be even more serious and hardworking in her job. Take today, for example. Because she had to organize some old files, she was so busy she forgot to eat lunch. By the time she snapped out of it and looked up at the time, she realized it was almost time for the afternoon shift to begin. Yu Hongdou hastily stood up, planning to find a nearby noodle shop to grab a quick bite before hurrying back to continue working. Coming out of the police station, rolling waves of heat hit her in the face. The glass door seemed to separate the inside and outside into two different worlds. From the moment she stepped out the door, Yu Hongdou felt her back start to sweat, and the perspiration quickly soaked the back of her police uniform. The air distorted under the high temperature, refracting the asphalt road in the distance, so it also looked twisted and crooked. Walking on the road, Yu Hongdou suddenly felt her head spinning, and her vision went dark for a moment, almost causing her to fall to the ground. She had just come out of an air-conditioned office and was now exposed to the scorching sun, plus her stomach was completely empty. These were clearly signs of heat stroke. An auntie passing by Yu Hongdou was quick to react and supported her. Seeing Yu Hongdou's pale face and bluish lips, the auntie hurriedly asked with concern, "Comrade police officer, are you all right?" Her voice carried a heavy Shanghai City dialect accent. Yu Hongdou managed a strained smile and waved her hand, trying to stand steady. "I am fine, auntie. You do not need to." Before she could finish her sentence, Yu Hongdou felt her legs give way, then the world spun around her, and in the next moment, she lost consciousness. The auntie missed her grip and Yu Hongdou slumped straight to the ground. The auntie let out a shriek. "Oh my, comrade police officer, do not scare me like this." Watching the excitement seemed to be a natural instinct, engraved in the genetic makeup of the Great Xia people. In just a few seconds, a crowd quickly gathered around. "What happened?" "I think I saw a police officer faint while talking to an auntie." "What?" A police officer was knocked out by an auntie. Amidst the chatter, the auntie in the middle of the crowd vaguely heard someone slandering her and jumped up to defend herself. "Hey, who is talking nonsense? This has nothing to do with me, all right?" Her voice was drowned out by the crowd, and even more people gathered around. "What is going on? What is going on?" "Do not push." An auntie assaulted a police officer and knocked her out. Assaulting police and resisting arrest. What crime did she commit? How should I know? What kind of crime could someone at her age commit? Could it be fraud? At that moment, someone in the middle of the crowd shouted, "Stop arguing. Stop arguing. It is heat stroke. Hurry up and clear the way." Oh, the crowd parted to make way, their tones collectively revealing a sense of disappointment. "There is a phone booth over there to provide some shade." Someone pointed to a spot not far away. From the crowd, the auntie from earlier and another passerby helped Yu Hongdou up, quickly walked to the nearby phone booth, and helped her sit on the ground. Someone else walked over, pulling a water bottle from their backpack. "I have some water here. Let her drink a little first." Yu Hongdou was completely oblivious to everything happening in the outside world. With her eyes tightly shut, she vaguely heard the chaotic noise in her ears and could feel countless gazes landing on her. These gazes felt almost tangible. Even through her clothes, they still gave her skin a layer of goosebumps, as if countless snakes were surrounding her, flicking their tongues and licking her skin, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. As a refreshing coolness slid down her esophagus and into her stomach, Yu Hongdou slowly regained consciousness. She slowly opened her eyes and saw people crowded all around, blocking out the scorching sunlight for her. Seeing Yu Hongdou wake up, the crowd cheered. She is awake. She is awake. Oh, my little girl, you're finally awake. Otherwise, I would not have been able to explain myself clearly. The happiest person was undoubtedly that auntie. She wiped the sweat off her forehead. Even if you are a police officer, you have to take care of your health. The siren of an ambulance drew closer from a distance, and medical staff quickly ran over carrying a stretcher. Yu Hongdou did not stubbornly refuse to be sent to the hospital. She just felt that she had caused trouble and inconvenience for others, so she kept thanking the people around her. Lying in the ambulance, Yu Hongdou freed one arm for the medical staff to take her blood pressure, while taking out her phone with the other hand to call her squad captain, Su Sheng. The call connected and Su Sheng's voice came through. "Little Yu, what is up?" Yu Hongdou's tone was apologetic. "Captain Su, I would like to ask for a half-day off." Over the phone, Yu Hongdou explained what had happened, and Su Sheng said the squad would send a representative to visit her in the afternoon. Not long after Yu Hongdou was sent to the ward, the door was pushed open. Another female police officer from the squad, Chen Jai, walked in holding a bouquet of flowers. Yu Hongdou felt a bit embarrassed. "Sister Chen, this is not a work-related injury. Is there really a need for such a grand gesture?" Chen Jai was nearly 10 years older than Yu Hongdou, and since they were both women, she took good care of her in every aspect during their daily lives. Chen Jai glared at Yu Hongdou. "It counts. Of course it counts as a work-related injury. Why should not getting sick from working too hard count as a work-related injury? Captain Su already gave the word. The squad will reimburse your medical expenses for this hospitalization." Two chatted for a while. Since Chen Jai had to go back to continue working in the afternoon, she soon took her leave. Before leaving, she told Yu Hongdou to get a good rest. Yu Hongdou could not help but laugh and cry. "I am just getting in 4 drips symbolically. Once this bottle is finished, I will be following right behind you." After Chen Jai left, Yu Hongdou was finally the only one left in the ward. She let out a long sigh of relief and closed her eyes to take a nap. But just moments after closing her eyes, that uncomfortable feeling of being watched suddenly appeared again. Yu Hongdou alertly opened her eyes. The ward was completely empty. Yu Hongdou started murmuring in her heart. She had never had this strange feeling before, nor had she ever thought that gazes could actually bring about a physical sensation. Could it be a hallucination? Yu Hongdou shook her head and lay down again with her eyes closed. This time, nothing happened, and that feeling of being watched did not appear for several minutes. Just as Yu Hongdou was about to put her mind at ease, that damn feeling of being watched appeared again. This time, Yu Hongdou immediately opened her eyes, but the room was still completely empty besides her. Even the 4 bottle had not swayed a bit. Yu Hongdou did not want to believe it. She got out of bed holding the 4 pole, first walked to the bathroom door inside the ward, gently kicked the door open with her foot, and inspected the inside while leaning against the bathroom wall. No one was there. Then she went to the ward door and looked outside through the glass window on the door. Besides patients and medical staff in the corridor, she did not spot any suspicious person. Feeling paranoid, Yu Hongdou returned to her hospital bed and lay down. This time she deliberately pretended to sleep, but actually kept her eyes open a slit, constantly scanning the ward. However, nothing happened for over 10 minutes. Yu Hongdou tried really closing her eyes, but shortly after she did, she once again felt the prying gaze. Yu Hongdou practically jumped out of the bed. She frantically pulled out the 4 needle, with only one thought in her mind: getting discharged. She could not stay here. Speeding all the way back to the station, her colleagues in the office were quite surprised by Yu Hongdou's early return. Sister Chen walked over and teased, "You really followed right behind me. You must have flown back." Yu Hongdou just waved her hand, picked up the cup on the desk, and took a huge gulp of water. Sister Su only then noticed Yu Hongdou's somewhat pale face, and she suddenly became worried again. "Why is your face even paler than when I went to see you just now? Are you really okay?" Yu Hongdou still did not answer. She leaned her head back against the chair. Only now that she was back at the station did she feel a sense of security in her heart. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, but before she could even inhale halfway, that torturous feeling of being watched actually crept up her spine again. Yu Hongdou suddenly propped herself up, her eyes wide as she scanned the office. Sister Su was scared by her appearance and took a step back. "Little Yu, do not scare me. What on earth is going on?" Right at that moment, Captain Su Sheng's voice reached Yu Hongdou's ears. "Little Yu, you are back so soon." As if finding her savior, Yu Hongdou quickly walked to Captain Su's side, grabbed his arm, and spoke in a low and rapid voice. "Captain Su, I suspect someone is following me." Captain Su frowned slightly. "Tell me in detail." Yu Hongdou recounted everything she had experienced today. In the end, fearing Captain Su would not believe her, she held up 3 fingers. "I swear, I felt it again just now." Captain Su was silent for a moment before lighting a cigarette. "According to what you said, the person following you followed you from the street to the hospital, and then from the hospital to here. Tusk, but little Yu, this is the police station. Who would have that kind of ability? Even if there really is someone capable, how sick in the head would they have to be to choose to follow someone all the way into the police station?" Yu Hongdou was momentarily speechless, but Captain Su raised his hand to interrupt. "Maybe you just have not fully recovered yet. How about I approve another day off for you? Go back and get some good rest. Who knows, maybe everything will be fine after a good sleep. Just like that, Yu Hongdou was semi-forcibly sent back home. But to her surprise, when she lay on her bed and half-doubtingly closed her eyes, the feeling of being watched really did not appear again. Was it really because I was just too tired? Harboring this thought, Yu Hongdou had a good night's sleep and returned to work the next day feeling refreshed. But before her sense of joy could pass, while she was leaning on her desk for a quick nap at noon, it appeared again. Yu Hongdou was completely panicked. She even started to wonder if something was wrong with her brain. However, she also discovered the pattern behind the prying gaze's appearance. This eerie feeling only appeared when she closed her eyes. Ultimately, it was Captain Su who provided a solution. He handed Yu Hongdou a business card and said, "An old superior of mine once had a mental illness, and I accompanied him to this clinic before. According to him, this doctor is highly accomplished in treating psychological disorders. Many rich people and even celebrities go to him for treatment." Yu Hongdou took the business card and examined it in her hand. The card only had a few simple words: Wenshu Psychological Clinic, Liu Xuedong. "This place," Yu Hongdou said hesitantly. "The fees probably are not cheap, right?" Captain Su waved his large hand. "I will write a note for the station and have them reimburse it." Yu Hongdou nodded with difficulty. "All right, then I will go give it a try." Next day, following the address on the back of the business card, Yu Hongdou asked for directions along the way and finally found the two-story detached building in an old residential area. The side of the building facing the sun was covered in ivy. The leaves at the very top had turned red from long hours of sunlight, adding a unique splash of color to the structure. "This does not look like a place where rich people would come," Yu Hongdou muttered to herself as she walked up and rang the doorbell. The bell rang 3 times and footsteps echoed from inside. Moments later, the door opened, and a middle-aged woman stood there. She smiled, looked Yu Hongdou over, and asked, "Are you Ms. Yu?" Yu Hongdou nodded. "It is me. I made an appointment earlier." "Please come in." The middle-aged woman stepped aside and said politely, "No need to change your shoes. Dr. Liu is already waiting for you on the 2nd floor." After entering and walking through the corridor, she climbed the stairs at the end to the 2nd floor. The first things that came into Yu Hongdou's view were a simple, clean living room and a floor-to-ceiling window spanning the entire wall. Sunlight streamed in at an angle, spilling onto the tea table by the window, and the man sitting in a chair reading a book. A cup of black tea sat quietly in front of him, the rising steam looking exceptionally cozy in the sunlight. Perhaps hearing her footsteps, the man looked up, his gaze eventually resting on Yu Hongdou's face. Yu Hongdou had known since childhood that she was exceptionally beautiful, so she did not mind. However, due to her profession, she rarely wore makeup, and today was no exception. "Please sit down, Ms. Yu." The man gestured with his hand toward another chair opposite the tea table. After Yu Hongdou sat down, the man put down his book, took off the gold-rimmed round glasses on the bridge of his nose, and gently rubbed the corners of his eyes. "Nice to meet you, Ms. Yu. You should already know who I am. My name is Liu Xuedong." Although he said nice to meet you, he did not seem to have any intention of shaking hands. Just then, the middle-aged woman from before came up, leaned over, and asked softly, "Ms. Yu, would you like something to drink?" Yu Hongdou was about to speak, but Liu Xuedong opposite her spoke first. "Sister Liu, get her a cup of lotus seed tea." After saying that, without giving Yu Hongdou a chance to ask why, he continued, "Lotus seed tea helps with sleep and has a calming effect. Your sleep condition does not seem very good." Only after saying this did Liu Xuedong lower his hand and turn his gaze toward Yu Hongdou. Yu Hongdou was silent for a moment. "My sleep condition is quite good." Liu Xuedong was stunned for a moment. "There are bloodshot streaks in your eyes, and the center of your forehead is reddish. Do you often have nightmares recently and wake up startled from them?" Yu Hongdou could not help but frown. She scrutinized Liu Xuedong in return. "You are not a fraud, are you?" Liu Xuedong blinked, stood up, and invited her, "Come on, let us go to the room and talk in detail." "Name?" "Yu Hongdou." "Yu Hongdou. Is it the Yu from beauty and the red bean from red beans grow in the south?" "That is correct." "Gender?" "Yu Hongdou." "Just kidding, do not be angry." Liu Xuedong looked up with a smile. "This is a recurring scene in movies when police interrogate criminals. I just thought it was interesting. Your profession?" "Police officer." "Liu Xuedong." Liu Xuedong silently averted his gaze. "Age?" 23. "Well, 3 years younger than me." "Marital status?" "Unmarried." "Family background?" Yu Hongdou was silent for a while this time. "I grew up in an orphanage." "My apologies." Liu Xuedong raised his eyebrows. "But now we at least have one thing in common. I am an orphan too." Yu Hongdou subconsciously looked at Liu Xuedong, but found he was not looking at her at all. "From what I can see, your behavior and cognition are both perfectly normal. Liu Xuedong put down his pen and crossed his hands beneath his nose. So, let us talk about what exactly has been happening to you. Lying on the treatment chair, Yu Hongdou took a deep breath, looked at the ceiling and spoke slowly. Recently, After their conversation, the sun gradually dipped toward the west. In other words, Liu Xuedong looked down at the medical records. That sense of being watched has become so strong that it causes you physical discomfort. Yu Hongdou thought about it and then nodded firmly. That is correct. After receiving her reply, Liu Xuedong scribbled on the medical file. Yu Hongdou pressed, Dr. Liu, do you have an answer in mind? Liu Xuedong nodded, then shook his head. Preliminary diagnosis is mild persecutory delusion, but this result is still questionable. For the sake of responsibility, I do not recommend medication for now. I will provide some psychological counseling and a head massage later, which should temporarily alleviate your mental pressure. Also, given that this sense of being watched occurs quite frequently, I suggest you come here for a follow-up every 3 to 5 days. A few minutes later, Liu Xuedong filed away the medical records, washed his hands in the restroom, and returned. He dried his hands with a towel, walked to the treatment chair, slowly laid it flat, and moved behind Yu Hongdou. Yu Hongdou heard Liu Xuedong's calm and soothing voice from behind. Relax, do not be nervous. Then she felt a slight coolness at her temples as Liu Xuedong's fingers touched her skin. His fingertips pressed on the acupoints, rubbing gently. Liu Xuedong's voice continued, you can try closing your eyes. If you feel that sensation of being watched, do not fear it. It cannot cause you any real harm. Try to ignore it. Yu Hongdou closed her eyes slowly, and her brow furrowed immediately. The familiar sense of being watched descended once again. Perhaps seeing Yu Hongdou frown, the pressure from his fingertips increased slightly. Yu Hongdou's brow smoothed out slightly, and she gave a self-deprecating smile. Maybe if it continues like this for a while, I will get used to it. The massage lasted over 20 minutes. Just as it was about to end, Yu Hongdou suddenly said, it is gone. Very good, Liu Xuedong's voice came from behind. Pressure from his fingertips gradually lightened until they pulled away from her skin. The sound of footsteps moved away behind her. Yu Hongdou opened her eyes and looked at Liu Xuedong, who was walking toward his desk, finished. Liu Xuedong opened the medical file again and began to record notes. As he wrote, he spoke, Ms. Yu, are you aware that you only feel that sense of being watched when someone is looking at you? Or more precisely, you only feel it when someone focuses their gaze on you as their target. I mean, anyone's gaze. Yu Hongdou was a bit puzzled. Is there something wrong with that? If I feel like I am being watched, does not that mean someone is looking at me? Liu Xuedong put down his pen. It sounds quite reasonable, but Ms. Yu, humans cannot actually feel a gaze. Yu Hongdou's pupils constricted. You are right. How could a person feel something like a gaze? So I really am sick, and it seems like it is not a mild case. Liu Xuedong said noncommittally and continued. Just now while I was massaging you, from the moment I set my gaze upon you, you indicated that you felt that sensation. And when I finally tried to avert my gaze and look at the wall, you said the sensation disappeared. This leads to a very interesting result. If it is not a coincidence and you have not been lying to me, then your feelings are real. And if your feelings are real, then the diagnosis of delusional disorder does not hold. Of course, I do not rule out that this is a rare form of psychological illness. Liu Xuedong looked at Yu Hongdou with interest. Therefore, I would not mind spending more effort on you in conducting a research-based treatment, of course, provided you do not mind. Let us talk about it next time. Liu Xuedong's latest conclusion made Yu Hongdou feel quite panicked. At this moment, she only wanted to hide back home, where at least she would not have any discomfort. Leaving those words behind, Yu Hongdou hurried away. Just as she was walking out of the residential area, Yu Hongdou subconsciously looked back and vaguely saw Liu Xuedong's figure standing by the second-floor window, seemingly looking this way as well. Some therapist, just a fraud. A whole day of this and I am even more unsettled than before. I am never coming back. Yu Hongdou made up her mind. The elders have long said, do not eat too much, and do not make promises you cannot keep. 3 days later, Yu Hongdou appeared at the clinic entrance exactly on time. Compared to 3 days ago, her expression seemed even more distraught. The doorbell rang 3 times as usual. Sister Liu opened the door and panicked when she saw Yu Hongdou's face. Oh my, Miss Yu, has your condition gotten worse? Yu Hongdou just shook her head without saying a word and walked silently into the house. Going up to the second floor, Liu Xuedong was still sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window. He was also surprised to see Yu Hongdou. It should not be that bad. Even if there is no improvement after treatment, your condition should have stabilized. Yu Hongdou plopped down opposite Liu Xuedong and said gloomily, I need psychological counseling, not about the feeling of being watched. Liu Xuedong took off his glasses. What happened? Yu Hongdou sniffled, as if overcome by grief. I got fired from the police force. Liu Xuedong thought for a moment and asked, is it because of your illness? Yu Hongdou nodded heavily, her eyes turning red. The captain submitted a request to the bureau, hoping they would reimburse me for this consultation fee. They approved it, but because of that, they found out about my condition. And then the bureau said that given my current physical state, I am no longer suitable for criminal investigation work, and they are going to transfer me to another department at the same level. As she spoke, Yu Hongdou started sobbing softly. Perhaps because she was used to being strong, even her crying was very restrained. Liu Xuedong handed her a tissue and comforted her. I thought you actually lost your job. It is just a lateral transfer. That is not too bad. Yu Hongdou took the tissue. She looked up at Liu Xuedong, her big, beautiful eyes looking even more expressive with tears in them. How is that not too bad? Being a police officer has been my dream since I was a child. With the support of the orphanage, I worked so hard to get into the police academy, then became a cadet, and it has not even been a year since I became a full-fledged officer. I work hard every day and take my duties seriously. What do you think I do all this for? But now, with just a piece of paper, everything I have done over the years has been completely denied. Relax, do not get worked up, Liu Xuedong softly reassured her. Calm down and think about it. The root of all this is still your illness. The top priority is to cure your psychological disorder. Once you recover, you might be able to apply for a transfer back. When Yu Hongdou's emotions gradually stabilized, Liu Xuedong gently patted her on the shoulder. Come into the room. I will give you a head massage, and we can chat while we are at it. Yu Hongdou lay down on the treatment chair. As a familiar coolness spread from the acupressure points on her head, her mood gradually calmed down. This time, Liu Xuedong did not bring up her illness, but started chatting casually, as if making small talk. Why did you want to be a police officer? Liu Xuedong asked. Yu Hongdou stared blankly at the ceiling, seemingly reminiscing. When I was little, it was because of blind idolization, and I did not know any better. Whenever kids at the orphanage fought, the director would deliberately pull a long face and say she would call the police to take all the bad kids away. I was a bit timid when I was a child and was always bullied by the other kids, so back then, I thought police officers must be the most powerful people in the world who could beat up all the bad guys. I figured if I could become a police officer too, no one would ever dare to bully me again. Bullied by your peers when you were a kid, huh? Liu Xuedong hesitated, perhaps recalling something. I have had that kind of experience too. Also in an orphanage, Yu Hongdou asked. Whom you could say that? Yu Hongdou asked again. By the way, the one that took me in was the Huemale orphanage in the south of the city. Which one were you from? I was from an orphanage out of town. Liu Xuedong quickly added. It was demolished a long time ago. Go on with your story. Yeah, as I grew older, I realized that police officers are not invincible, and that uniform is not bulletproof. They make sacrifices too, and taking off the uniform, they are just ordinary people. When I understood this, the feeling of admiration did not fade. It just stopped being blind and instead turned into a genuine respect. So I chose to take the exam for the police academy. I systematically learned professional knowledge at school and gained a new understanding of what it means to be a police officer. Being a police officer is not just a profession, it is a spirit. Liu Xuedong asked at the right moment, what kind of spirit? The gaze with which Yu Hongdou looked at the ceiling suddenly became resolute, and she enunciated clearly. Someone must fight a bloody battle so that there can be freedom in this world. Liu Xuedong was silent for a moment, his gaze lingering on Yu Hongdou's face. He said, well summarized. What about you? Yu Hongdou relaxed and asked in return, do not you have a dream? Me? Liu Xuedong smiled silently. What I am doing right now is realizing my dream. Your dream was to be a psychiatrist. Yu Hongdou did not doubt him. Then you really have achieved it. I envy you. Not completely achieved yet. Liu Xuedong shook his head. I have not settled down yet. I do not have a real family in the true sense of the word. Yu Hongdou opened her eyes and glanced at him with some confusion. With your qualifications, it should not be hard to find a partner. Liu Xuedong still shook his head. You do not understand what I mean. I do not want to date. What I want is a home. Yu Hongdou thought this was because of Liu Xuedong's childhood experience as an orphan, which made him crave the feeling of a home. Thus, she did not plan to explore this topic further. To her surprise, Liu Xuedong asked back, you are not married either. Why is that? Me? Yu Hongdou thought for a moment. Probably because I do not have the time. Not only do I not have time to date, but I do not even have time to think about it. That is also why I cannot accept being transferred. Since I was a child, to achieve my goal of becoming a police officer, I have poured all my time into my studies and career. Now, a simple transfer order is telling me that everything I did before was for nothing. Perhaps because she had cried in front of Liu Xuedong and shown her vulnerable feminine side, Yu Hongdou now felt a special sense of reassurance and trust when facing him. However, she subconsciously did not want to admit this, thinking to herself, it must be because he is a psychiatrist. Psychiatrists are best at winning people's trust like this. While thinking this, Yu Hongdou slowly closed her eyes, but a moment later she felt Liu Xuedong's peeping. With her eyes closed, she said, you are looking at me. After a moment of silence, Liu Xuedong's voice came from behind. It is hard for me not to look at you. Because I am pretty. Although she knew this was a fact, Yu Hongdou still felt a bit embarrassed saying it herself. After a period of silence, Liu Xuedong's calm voice could be heard, "Because you are my patient." Yu Hongdou. The afternoon passed quickly. This time, Liu Xuedong walked Yu Hongdou to the door. "Remember to come for your follow-up." "We will see." Yu Hongdou deliberately avoided looking into Liu Xuedong's eyes. She still felt a bit awkward even now. Yu Hongdou's retreating figure looked a little flustered. By the time Yu Hongdou visited the clinic for the third time, a week had already passed. She was still a bit gloomy, but her complexion was much better. While chatting with Liu Xuedong, Yu Hongdou told him that although the bureau had given her a month off, she had many things to hand over due to the transfer. Thus, she was still swamped with work, which was why she could not come for her follow-up on time. Yu Hongdou also mentioned that she had submitted the diagnosis of her condition as requested by the bureau. As it stood, her condition was well under control, and at the very least, she would not neurotically think someone was stalking her anymore. So maybe she could get the bureau to revoke the transfer order, though the chances were pretty slim. This time, Liu Xuedong acted as a competent listener, not asking much and letting Yu Hongdou say whatever she wanted, only occasionally agreeing or offering a word of comfort. By the end of the session, the gloominess between Yu Hongdou's brows had mostly dissipated, and she relaxed completely. "Thank you, Dr. Liu." Upon leaving, Yu Hongdou said this for the first time. Yu Hongdou's fourth visit to the clinic was at the end of August. September was approaching, which meant Yu Hongdou's vacation was ending, and she would soon be taking up her post at the new department. It seemed the transfer was pretty much set in stone. Compared to her panic during the first visit, her sadness during the second, and her gloominess during the third, she was much calmer this time. Liu Xuedong did not ask much, and Yu Hongdou did not intend to say much either. They walked into the room in a tacit silence. Yu Hongdou lay down, and Liu Xuedong washed his hands, as if both sides were already used to this routine. Halfway through the massage, Yu Hongdou suddenly asked, almost as if possessed, "Dr. Liu, are you like this with all your patients?" "Like what?" Carrying nervous, Yu Hongdou slightly bit her lower lip, or thinking about them. The pressure on her temples paused for a moment, then she heard Liu Xuedong say, "Why do you say that?" "When I came last time, I noticed the tea in front of you had gone cold, and you barely drank any, which meant you were distracted all along." Yu Hongdou kept her eyes closed, afraid to open them, but could clearly feel Liu Xuedong's gaze fixed on her. "And today, before I even entered the neighborhood, I saw you sitting by the window looking at the gate. Were you waiting for me? You know, I am a police officer, so I pay attention to these details." Silence fell in the room. Yu Hongdou originally thought Liu Xuedong would tell her, like last time, that this was his responsibility as a psychiatrist, or something along those lines. After the silence, Liu Xuedong finally spoke. "Because you are pretty." Instinctively, Yu Hongdou's heart rate quickened a bit. Just as the atmosphere was about to turn awkward, the phone in Yu Hongdou's bag rang. Yu Hongdou felt as if the ringtone was her savior. She hurriedly sat up and answered the call. The caller ID showed it was Captain Su. "Captain Su, what is it?" Captain Su's voice on the other end of the phone was a bit serious. "Zio Yu, hurry back to the bureau right now. Someone is looking for you regarding your transfer." "Yes, sir." Hearing Captain Su's tone, it did not seem like a trivial matter. Yu Hongdou quickly agreed, hung up, and walked straight out. She seemed decisive and brisk, but she did not even dare to glance at Liu Xuedong. It was not until she walked out of the neighborhood, and the two-story building was obscured by other structures, that Yu Hongdou completely let out a breath of relief on the street. She patted her somewhat flushed cheeks, gathered her wits, and hurried to the bureau. She returned to the bureau. Captain Su was already waiting for her in the lobby. Without giving Yu Hongdou a chance to ask questions, Captain Su led her directly to the conference room on the third floor, whispering quickly as they walked, "I will give you a heads up. The people looking for you this time are from a rather special department. Even I do not know much about it, only that they have considerable authority. I heard they are looking for you because of your illness. Once you go in, just answer whatever they ask. Do not overthink it, and there is no need to hide anything." Yu Hongdou nodded, and under Captain Su's watchful gaze, pushed open the door to the conference room. The conference room was very spacious. 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, were sitting side by side on one side of the conference table. There was no one else but them. "Comrade Yu Hongdou, please take a seat." The middle-aged man sitting in the center stood up and motioned for Yu Hongdou to sit opposite them. With a somewhat uneasy heart, Yu Hongdou obediently sat down. Seemingly noticing Yu Hongdou's nervousness, the middle-aged man smiled. "Please do not worry, we are not here to interrogate you, and you have not made any mistakes. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Ji Wendong, and these 2 next to me are Jia Tinxi and Tao Kiki. We all belong to the 9th Special Administration Division." The 9th Special Administration Division. Yu Hongdou had never heard of this department. Ji Wendong added, "The full name is the 9th Operations Division of Daxia Special Incident Management." Yu Hongdou opened her mouth slightly, a blank expression on her face. Even with the full name, she still had never heard of it. Ji Wendong opened the folder in front of him, pulled out a document, and handed it over. Sign this non-disclosure agreement first. The content of our conversation today must remain strictly confidential. You are strictly prohibited from revealing it to anyone else. Yu Hongdou was no stranger to non-disclosure agreements, so she did not find the request unreasonable. She took the document, glanced over it briefly, and picked up a pen to sign her name. Ji Wendong turned his head to the woman sitting next to him, who looked to be about the same age as Yu Hongdou. Kiki, you explain it. How Kiki nodded and looked at Yu Hongdou. Comrade Yu Hongdou, the reason we sought you out today is that while I was on official business at your bureau yesterday, I accidentally came across the diagnostic records you submitted. Based on the current situation, it appears you possess a unique talent. Yu Hongdou was about to frown and ask a question, but Tao Kiki raised a hand to interrupt. Please keep any questions to yourself for now. We will give you time to ask them in a moment. Tao Kiki cleared her throat and continued. So-called talents refer to special abilities that humans occasionally acquire under various circumstances. As of now, existing scientific methods have yet to explain this phenomenon. Perhaps you would find it easier to understand if I used another term, superpowers. However, talents are not the same as the superpowers you see in works of fiction. While those might suggest world-shaking power, they are clearly just inventions. Compared to the destructive powers seen in movies, a talent is more like a personal tool you carry with you. How useful it is depends entirely on how you use it. Just like a screwdriver, you can use it to tighten a screw, or you could use it to hurt someone. Current research based on the rules of use, talents can be divided into two main categories: conditional talents and cost-based talents. Cost-based means the user must pay a fixed price after using their talent, such as hair loss or full-body paralysis. Conditional means specific conditions must be met to activate the talent, such as dancing, being in a humid environment, or for example. At this point, Tao Kiki silently glanced at Yu Hongdou, closing your eyes. Yu Hongdou's expression tightened, and she began to understand. Tao Kiki continued, people who possess these talents are what we call awakened. Awakened ones did not just start appearing in modern times. They have existed throughout history, just under different names. Witches, sorcerers, immortals, spirits, and so on, they all refer to such individuals. Early theories suggested this was a form of natural human evolution, but that has been proven wrong. If it were an evolutionary process of survival of the fittest, the number of awakened would necessarily increase or decrease steadily over time. However, in every era, their numbers have remained consistently low, with no large-scale fluctuations, which proves that the emergence of these talents is not related to genetics. The prevailing theory now is that talents are innate. It means that everyone technically has the potential to acquire a talent, but it requires a certain trigger to flip that switch. This trigger is completely random. One might awaken after taking a fall, or one might go to the grave without ever awakening. This is also the origin of the term awakened. Western countries are accustomed to calling such people breakers, meaning those who break through God's forbidden zones. As for the term talent, it is used internationally. Interestingly, early Westerners believed these were gifts from God, hence the name, and it just so happens that the word gift carries both meanings in English. With that, Tao Kiki picked up her cup for a sip of water and turned her gaze toward Jia Tingxi on the other side. Jia Tingxi, who looked to be in his 30s, nodded. Comrade Yu Hongdou, let me introduce the 9th Bureau for Special Management. 9th Bureau, officially known as the 9th Operations Bureau for the Management of Extraordinary Events of Daxia, is an agency specifically established by the state to deal with the community of awakened. Our primary work involves discovering, recruiting, and managing awakened individuals within Daxia, as well as handling any special events related to them. Every awakened person's talent is unique. We have yet to discover two identical ones. This means talents can be incredibly strange and varied. Some possess powerful utility, while others might be completely useless. Therefore, the organization is selective in its recruitment, but regardless of the utility of the talent, we register every awakened individual in our database. Beyond our 9th Bureau, other similar official organizations exist worldwide, such as the White Eagle Environmental Protection Agency of the Freedom Federation or the Blizzard Committee of the Soviet Principality. There are also non-official, civilian organizations like the Ashihara Group of the Eastern Islands, and even criminal organizations, the most notorious of which is the Scavenger Association. These foreign forces are potential enemies we must be wary of. As you have likely guessed, for the sake of social stability, the existence of awakened individuals is kept secret from the general public. We cannot stand in the light to protect the country like soldiers. We must guard it silently from the shadows, and even if we sacrifice our lives one day, the public will never remember us. At this point, Ji Wendong took over. Now that you know about us, let us talk about you. After seeing your diagnostic records, we conducted an investigation into you. We can conclude that you have awakened a typical conditional talent, and you are only struggling because you have not yet learned how to control it. Do not worry, though. We will provide guided training to help you learn how to use your talent as quickly as possible. Furthermore, during our investigation, we found your record to be clean. I mean, you are an orphan, have no familial entanglements, no complex social connections, and you are a police officer. From every perspective, you are very well suited to work at the Ninth Bureau. And by the way, your talent could be highly valuable for investigation and search operations, so. Yu Xuedong stood up, bracing his hands on the table, and said with a serious expression, Comrade Yu Hongdou, as the Deputy Director of the Shanghai City 9th Operations Bureau for the Management of Extraordinary Events, I officially invite you to join us. Yu Hongdou stood up abruptly, stood at attention, and gave a standard military salute. Her eyes were bright and focused, without a hint of hesitation. It is my duty. Separator. Publicly available intelligence. 9th Bureau Archive, top secret. Yu Hongdou, member of Team 2, 9th Bureau, Shanghai City, awakened. Talent effect. When someone focuses their gaze on Yu Hongdou, she can sense the direction from which the gaze originates. Cost none. Condition, close eyes. Notes: experiments show that using eye masks, or helmets to completely block vision can also trigger the condition, but after careful consideration, we still recommend that the subject activate the talent by closing her eyes. By the way, Yu Hongdou is really pretty. Recorder, Lacey. Looking at Yu Hongdou's determined eyes, Yu Xuedong's eyes were full of gratification, but in the next second he still said, "You do not need to give me an answer so quickly. I do not want you to make this decision on an impulse, so I will give you a week to think about it." There is no need to think about it. Even in the future, I will not regret the decision I made today, Yu Hongdou said earnestly. Do not be in a hurry. Let me finish what I have to say first. Yu Xuedong sat down and motioned for Yu Hongdou to sit down as well. From the moment you join Special Management Division 9, it means you will have to start sacrificing a lot of things. Yu Xuedong stared into Yu Hongdou's eyes. Not only will you face more danger, but because of the special nature of our department, many aspects of your life will be restricted in the future. For example, your work needs to be kept strictly confidential. Not even your closest ones can know about it. It will even be very difficult for you to make friends in the future. Yu Hongdou was somewhat puzzled. Even normal socializing will be restricted. Yu Xuedong shook his head. The organization will not restrict your social life, but for security reasons, every new face that appears in your social circle must be investigated by the organization. After all, no one can guarantee that this person is not sent by foreign forces to get close to you. If there are no doubts, it is fine. But as long as there is even the slightest suspicious detail, we will interrogate and cross-examine them. As time goes on, you will only have fewer and fewer friends, and even you yourself will subconsciously stop trying to make new ones. Yu Hongdou fell into deep thought. At this moment, Yu Xuedong pulled out Yu Hongdou's file from a folder. Also, I see on your file that you are currently unmarried, right? Yu Hongdou looked up, looking stunned. Yu Xuedong frowned, so you need to think it through even more carefully. Once you join Special Management Division 9, you might not even be able to date, let alone get married. Yu Hongdou subconsciously looked at Tao Kiki and Jia Tingxi. Jia Tingxi blinked, married. Tao Kiki chimed in, stop looking. Almost everyone in Division 9 is married. If you're thinking of picking someone from the inside, it might be a bit difficult. Yu Xuedong put down the file and looked at Yu Hongdou. Take these next few days to think it over properly. The organization will not force you. You have the right to choose freely. Returning home, Yu Hongdou threw herself onto the bed, staring at the ceiling with a myriad of thoughts. She was very certain that she truly wanted to join Special Management Division 9, but Yu Xuedong's last words did make her hesitate. If she joined Division 9, she might really end up single for the rest of her life. Yu Hongdou thought of that transfer order again. The hard work of the first half of her life had been negated by a single piece of paper. Was she going to choose to sacrifice her future life this time too? Drowsiness washed over her. In a daze, Yu Hongdou seemed to see a swaying scale. On one end was her life, and on the other end was her dream. 3 days later. Lights in the room were not turned on, and the curtains were drawn tight. Yu Hongdou sat quietly on her bed. After a long time, she picked up the phone from the bedside and dialed Yu Xuedong's number. The call connected, and Yu Xuedong's voice came from the receiver. Hello, Comrade Zhao Yu. Yu Hongdou spoke. Hello, Director Ji. I would like to ask you something. Go ahead. Yu Hongdou hesitated for a moment and said with difficulty, can I get married right now? There was a long silence on the other end of the phone, as if it took a moment of thought to grasp the meaning of Yu Hongdou's words. Finally, Yu Xuedong spoke. You are not a member of Division 9 yet, so Division 9 naturally will not interfere with your private life. As the phone hung up, Yu Hongdou let out a long sigh of relief. Time passed, September 3rd, only 2 days left until the deadline Yu Xuedong had given. Last night, Yu Hongdou had purposely gone to bed early so she would look great when she woke up today. She applied a delicate makeup to her face and picked out a long red dress with light-colored floral prints from her wardrobe, which matched her makeup today perfectly. While trying on clothes in front of the mirror, Yu Hongdou thought a lot. She thought that she might be rejected, but being rejected would be normal, right? Even she herself felt that this was a bit too crazy. But he did say that he did not want to date, but he wanted a family. And he also said she was very beautiful. Of course, he was not bad either. Whether it was his appearance, temperament, or personality, he was completely her type. They were both orphans. It was not misery-loving company, but rather that they could happen to rely on each other. It is a great match, is not it? Though she wanted to give it a try, even if she got rejected, she had to try at least once. Thus, Yu Hongdou put her household registration book into her handbag and turned to leave the house. Arriving at the clinic, Yu Hongdou walked up to the second floor. When Liu Xuedong turned to look, he was taken aback for a moment. Then he did not hold back his praise. "You look very beautiful today." Yu Hongdou nodded, pretending to be calm on the surface, but in her heart, she was so shy that she did not even dare to respond, and simply walked straight into the room. Shortly after, Liu Xuedong walked in. He had already washed his hands and put on his white coat. He first cast a puzzled glance at Yu Hongdou, who had taken the initiative to lie down on the bed, and asked, "How did it go?" Yu Hongdou was confused. "What?" "Your job," Liu Xuedong said. "Last time you left, I heard you talking on the phone about a job transfer." "Oh, that?" Yu Hongdou's thoughts were a bit messy, and she answered casually, "It is all sorted out. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be transferred to another department. The new department is also a police unit, so there is no need to worry." Liu Xuedong nodded. "Your wish came true. Congratulations." Yu Hongdou tried hard to maintain her facial expression. "By the way, my illness seems to have completely healed. I have not experienced that kind of situation lately." Liu Xuedong looked slightly stunned, then nodded silently. "That is good. I will give you a massage." No need," Yu Hongdou subconsciously refused, but then immediately realized she had overreacted a bit. She had clearly mentally prepared herself before coming, but now that she was really face-to-face with him, she could not help but feel embarrassed, so much so that she did not dare to have physical contact with him like she usually did. Liu Xuedong's gaze lingered on Yu Hongdou's face for a moment. "If you have something on your mind, you can say it." "It is nothing, I just need to rest for a while," Yu Hongdou said, feigning calmness, and then laid flat on the treatment chair. The room fell silent, with only the rustling sound of Liu Xuedong writing. Yu Hongdou remained motionless, pretending to be asleep, but in fact, every so often, she could feel Liu Xuedong's gaze lingering on her before moving away. After a long time, the sound of writing stopped. Liu Xuedong's gaze once again fell upon her, and did not leave for a long time. "He has been staring at me for way too long." Yu Hongdou screamed in her mind, her left hand unconsciously gripping the thin blanket tightly. She could feel Liu Xuedong's gaze scanning her without any restraint. This almost tangible feeling was as if a large hand was stroking her from head to toe. Yu Hongdou felt her breathing rate begin to change. She realized that if she did not speak now, she might never have the courage to do so again. Therefore, she tried her best to maintain a calm tone and spoke. "Dr. Liu." Liu Xuedong's tone revealed a hint of confusion. Yu Hongdou took a deep breath but did not dare to open her eyes. It almost took all her strength to finally say those words. "Let us get married." Silence, a dead silence. 2 seconds later, finally unable to bear it anymore, Yu Hongdou abruptly sat up. She avoided Liu Xuedong's gaze, wishing she could flee from this place immediately. "No, I am sorry, I am just joking." It was like the babbling of someone at a complete loss. Yu Hongdou had no idea what she should say right at this moment. The next second, she chose to give up. Her shoulders slumped dejectedly, and she let out a long sigh. "I am sorry." After saying this, Yu Hongdou silently got up, planning to leave. But right at this moment, Liu Xuedong's belated voice sounded from behind her. "Okay." Yu Hongdou did not react for a moment. She turned around in a daze and saw Liu Xuedong standing up from his chair, his eyes cert. "I said, okay." It all started a long time ago. From as far back as Liu Xuedong can remember. Oh wait, even the name Liu Xuedong is fake. For a very long time before that, he actually did not have a name at all. The place where his memories begin was a massive warehouse that felt like a prison, filled with 100 children from all over the world. He must have been 5 years old back then, or maybe 6. Besides those 100 children, there were many adults who called themselves instructors. These instructors gave every child a number. Liu Xuedong's number was 6137. Then the instructors would teach the children knowledge, endless amounts of it, from art and history to shooting and combat, from computers and chemistry to tracking and driving. In addition to teaching knowledge and skills, the instructors would take the children to watch performances. These so-called performances were actually just watching beasts tear each other apart at close range, so the children could quickly get used to the sight of blood and death. After watching the show, there was always the essential daily session of centralized brainwashing. At first, the children would always cry and scream, but that did not matter. After the instructors threw a few disobedient children into the beast cages, no one dared to cry or scream anymore. As the children grew older, the performances in the cages changed from humans and beasts to just humans fighting humans. Day after day, always inside that huge warehouse. But that was fine too. As long as no one had ever seen the outside world, no one would think there was anything wrong. This life continued until Liu Xuedong was 14 years old, when he and the remaining 33 children were led out of the warehouse by their instructors. They were taken by helicopter to the edge of a forest, where the instructors handed each of them a rifle and pointed to the distance, saying, "Survive. Come back here in a year and someone will come to pick you up." With that, the helicopter took off and flew away. In the distance, there were intermittent sounds of gunfire and explosions. This was a battlefield. Everyone silently picked up their guns, but no one ran away. In their years of living in such a confined environment, anyone who had even thought about running away had long since died. They had only one thought in their minds: survive and return here in a year. A year later, when Liu Xuedong returned to that spot, only 9 of the original 34 people were left. The helicopter arrived as promised, but in the end, only Liu Xuedong boarded the plane. The plane carried Liu Xuedong toward the headquarters the instructors had spoken of. Upon arriving at the headquarters, an instructor made him draw a card and told him that the name on the card would be his code name and his new name from then on. Liu Xuedong still remembers the complex look in the instructor's eyes at that moment. The instructor said, 6137, the 9 of you could have come back together. Why did you? Never mind. The name Liu Xuedong drew was Raven. A raven. Later, Liu Xuedong learned that the organization he belonged to was called the Scavenger Association. Scavenger Association was in the business of human lives. Employers would pay money and name a target. The association would send a scavenger to take care of it for them. Getting a code name meant Liu Xuedong had officially become a scavenger. The association would send him on missions from time to time, dispatching him all over the world to clear obstacles out of their employers' paths. The association gave scavengers great freedom, yet never worried about them defecting. After all, those who could become scavengers had passed the association's tests. They were perfect tools honed by the association over 10 years, and they lacked personal emotions. The very thought of leaving the association would never even cross their minds. There have only ever been scavengers who died on the job, never scavengers who betrayed the organization. The association periodically conducted comprehensive evaluations of the scavengers, categorizing them into 6 levels from E to S based on mission performance, and then assigning tasks according to their rank. Most of the time, scavengers operated alone, but to handle more difficult missions, the association would select those with planning and organizational talents to serve as executives. Executives could, depending on the mission requirements, temporarily select members from the scavengers to form a tactical team of no more than 4 people. However, most of the time, one had to reach at least B rank to qualify as an executive, which meant the number of executives remained quite small. But among the scavengers, there was another special type of person, even rarer than executives. They were called awakeners. According to what Liu Xuedong had gathered, the association had been studying awakeners for a long time, performing live experiments and the like. Their goal was not to understand the essence of an awakener, but to figure out how to create more of them. Liu Xuedong did not care about that. Even though the special abilities they called talents were unpredictable, it did not change the fact that they were just as vulnerable to bullets as any normal person. That was until one day when he himself awakened a talent. It took Liu Xuedong 3 years to promote from E rank to A rank, and another 2 years to go from A rank to S rank, making the Scavenger Association's S rank roster grow from 5 to 6. It was during a mission shortly after he became an S rank that Liu Xuedong awakened his talent. Liu Xuedong remembers walking down the bustling Broadway in New York, having just shaken off the bald eagle's little eaglets. There were people everywhere, and as Liu Xuedong was blending into the crowd, preparing to leave, a strange sensation suddenly hit him. It felt like a single raindrop had landed on his forehead, and his whole body shivered uncontrollably. Then, he felt as if the world in his eyes had undergone an unknown transformation. Countless, diverse emotions surged into his mind, as if a tsunami were erupting within his own psyche. Liu Xuedong looked around, bewildered, his gaze sweeping across everyone's face. Some were laughing, some were frowning, some looked miserable. The emotions represented by each person flashed through his mind: happiness, tension, sadness, fear, joy. Liu Xuedong could not understand these emotions he had never felt before, yet at that moment he could feel them vividly. His talent was linked to emotions, and it brought about an unexpected change, stirring the personal emotions that should have been dormant. As his personal emotions recovered, Liu Xuedong questioned his life for the first time, so he decided to hide the fact that he had awakened a talent. But he found himself increasingly unable to endure his living environment. Living at the association headquarters, he was surrounded by scavengers who neither felt happiness nor sorrow. And as for the few who did possess emotions, Liu Xuedong only felt a nauseating malice from them. To him, the entire headquarters was like a pool of foul-smelling, stagnant water. And so, Liu Xuedong spent 5 full years planning his escape from the Scavenger Association. Cleaners are neither suicide squads nor terrorists. The training of every cleaner requires a great deal of time and resources. Therefore, a cleaner's primary rule when executing a mission is self-preservation, followed by silently eliminating the target with as little commotion as possible. This is the message instilled in every cleaner while they are still in the training camp. The night was dark, the moon hidden behind the clouds. The calm sea looked like a black sapphire, quiet and profound. In the ocean, a fishing boat slowly approached. It was a common diesel fishing boat, only a dozen meters long. The front of the boat featured a rather cramped deck, while the middle to the back consisted of a narrow cabin. A strong stench of fish permeated the boat. The caught sea fish, covered by fishing nets, were haphazardly piled on the deck. Because they were approaching the territorial waters line, the boat had turned off its lights and engine early on to avoid attracting the Coast Guard, allowing the vessel to drift slowly forward on its own momentum. That is right, it was a smuggling ship, departing from the state of Myanmar and traveling by water to Tianju. Inside the cabin, it was densely packed with stowaways. The smells of sweat, foot odor, and vomit mixed together, making it even more unbearable than the fishy stench on the deck. At this moment, the cabin door opened and the captain walked in. He first glanced around at everyone, then spoke with a gloomy face. "The territorial waters line is just ahead. Remember to keep quiet. Hold in your shit and piss. Everyone paid to get out, but if anyone dares to make a noise, do not blame me for throwing them into the sea to feed the fish." Stowaways nodded one after another. Only then did the captain close the door and leave, locking it tightly from the outside. The cabin quieted down again. The stowaways even breathed very softly. After all, no one wanted to attract the Coast Guard. But right at this moment, an inappropriate laugh suddenly echoed in the cabin. "Hello, he-he's." In the darkness, everyone coincidentally turned their eyes toward the corner where the laughter came from. After a full few seconds, someone asked, "Senior Raven, what are you laughing at?" "I am happy." "Is it because we completed the mission?" In the darkness, Liu Xuedong, sitting in the corner, slowly raised his head. The smile on his face was almost uncontrollable, revealing a row of teeth gleaming with a cold light. "It is because I have finally waited for this day." Someone from another direction asked, "Senior, what do you mean?" From different positions in the crowd, 3 people silently reached into their jackets and gripped the handles of their guns. Since they were conversing in Japanese, the stowaways from Myanmar could not understand a word they were saying. They only worried that their loud voices would ruin the smuggling trip. Liu Xuedong seemed completely oblivious to the small movements of those 3 people, continuing to speak irrelevantly on his own. Well, this mission was way too easy. The target was just a hardworking crop farmer. To think the association would give me such a task. What did the poor old farmer do wrong? Another voice said, "Sorry, Senior, I would like to correct you. That was one of Myanmar's biggest drug lords, not some crop farmer." "Does it make a difference to me?" Liu Xuedong shook his head. "Me in S-rank was not enough, so the Japanese branch sent you guys as well." "Senior Raven, the reason the association headquarters asked you to step in was to guarantee the success rate of the mission. After all, we are just 1 B rank and 2 C ranks." Click. In the darkness, Liu Xuedong lit a cigarette, the flame casting flickering shadows across his face. "You know, if there were a ranking of the world's most annoying nations, you Japanese would definitely be number 1. Respectful on the surface, but full of dirty tricks inside. Hiss. Phew." Exhaling a puff of blue smoke, Liu Xuedong continued. "The association knows perfectly well that I hate the Japanese the most, yet they still sent you. If I were the one making the plan, I would never leave such a flaw. So why did the association do this? Perhaps because they thought I would not recognize you. Or is it because you Japanese fundamentally believe in that inexplicable spirit? What was it called again? Gyokuse." "What do you think?" Liu Xuedong chuckled. "Sato Hisahide, Watanabe Shunsu, Take to Akira, 3 A-rank cleaners. If it were anyone else, it might not be so easy to kill me, but the Japanese are different. You dare to choose Gyokusai. So are you saying you have already prepared to perish together with me?" The cabin fell into silence. There was no answer from the other side, but the sound of 3 guns being cocked could be heard. "Do not be in such a hurry. Firing now will attract the Coast Guard, you know." Liu Xuedong remained very calm. "Otherwise, why do you think I chose this moment to lay my cards on the table? Please do not think I am being long-winded. It is mainly because if I do not say some things now, I might never get the chance to later. So just treat it as satisfying my brief desire to vent." "So, since when did the association start wanting to kill me? Was it the time I secretly injected the association's newly developed Titan type, the 3rd serum? Or the time I bypassed the association's firewall to peek at the cleaner's personnel files?" "Oh, I know, hee hee." His suppressed laughter revealed a hint of madness. It was the time I planted a bomb under Thanatos' desk. Hard to imagine that, as the president of the Cleaners Association, he would be so terrified when facing death. In the darkness, the cigarette tip flickered. From the very beginning, the association thought I had simply become disobedient and hard to control, or even that I had gone mad. But because I am an S rank, they were unwilling and afraid to deal with me at headquarters, so they set up this clumsy trap. But even so, the association never thought I would betray them. It seems they are very confident in their brainwashing methods. Thus, the association was reluctant to even send an S rank over. They thought I would not guess that, as an S rank, I would one day be discarded by the association. Indeed, if it were a surprise attack, the three of you would be enough. But as I just said, I have waited a long time for this day. 5 years. I finally waited for the association to send someone to kill me. If the association did not send someone to kill me, how could I usher in my new life? Just then, the captain's voice came from outside. We have entered international waters. As soon as his voice fell, the three of them pulled their triggers almost simultaneously, shooting at the flickering cigarette tip in the corner. Bang! The 3 gunshots merged into one loud bang. Sparks flew from the cabin wall as the bullets struck with a metallic clatter. The cigarette butt had actually been stuffed into a crack in the wall. He disappeared when? The same question coincidentally arose in the minds of all 3 men. Sudden gunshots startled the stowaways like a disturbed school of fish. They let out terrified screams and surged madly toward the door. The scene instantly fell into utter chaos. The 3 cleaners were also jostled and pushed around by the crowd. Without hesitation, they pulled submachine guns from their backpacks and began firing directly into the crowd. Thwack, thwack, thwack came the sound of bullets striking flesh, accompanied by endless shrieks and wails from the crowd. Amidst the chaos, a dark silhouette silently appeared behind Sato Hisahide. Hisahide Sato fired his gun with an expressionless face, sweeping across the room to ensure the bullets covered every corner. Magazine emptied quickly. Just as he was about to reload, a hand reached from behind his neck and clamped over his mouth. A voice whispered into his ear, "Sato-kun, I have read your file. A 93% mission completion rate, quite an impressive resume. But this is as far as you go." As the words faded, a chilling sensation pierced through the gap in his side ribs, striking his heart with absolute precision. Outside the cabin, the boat captain heard the commotion and immediately rushed to the door. Just as he was about to open it, a bullet pierced through the wooden panel, whizzing past his temple and flying into the sky. It scared the captain so much he nearly wet himself. He scrambled onto the deck, hearing only the dense gunfire echoing from inside the cabin. He hurriedly beckoned the only crewman to bring out the double-barreled shotgun, then ordered him to hide behind a wooden crate and aim at the cabin door. "What kind of devil has boarded my ship?" The captain muttered to himself before instructing the crewmen, "Keep your eyes peeled. No matter who comes out, open fire immediately." In their line of work, few have hands that are not stained with blood. Inside the cabin, the wailing began to subside. In the confined space, the other 2 quickly noticed the absence of one set of gunshots. Shunsuk Watanabe and Akira Takeda silently stepped back, pressing their backs against the wall. Taking advantage of the reload interval, Shunsuk Watanabe spoke up, "Raven, give up. We are in international waters. Even if you choose to jump overboard, you will not be able to swim back." "Oh, is that so?" The moment the voice finished, a spray of bullets was fired toward them, only to spark against the wall. Akira Takeda missed his mark and instinctively looked toward Shunsuk Watanabe. Just then, he caught a glimpse of a cold shimmer in the corner of his eye. A sharp chill hit his wrist, followed by a wave of pain, and his gun clattered to the floor. Takeda lunged forward and shouted, "He is on my side." Rat-tat-tat, bullets were unleashed toward Takeda without hesitation. While prone on the ground, Takeda felt something under his hand. He quickly identified it as a dagger, a thought flashing through his mind. The dagger had been thrown at him. He instinctively glanced toward Shunsuk Watanabe. At that moment, Shunsuk Watanabe had just emptied his magazine, and a voice echoed eerily, "You called me senior before, but now you call me Raven. You people from the East are really quick to turn your backs on someone." A chill shot from his tailbone to his scalp. As Shunsuk Watanabe moved to strike back, a strong hand gripped his throat. Crack, the sound of a broken larynx echoed. On the other side, Akira Takeda, his right hand mangled, gritted his teeth. Knowing there were no other options, he reached into his jacket with his only remaining left hand and pulled out a palm-sized controller. Just as he was about to press the button, a foot stepped onto his palm, kicking the controller aside. Liu Xuedong bent down to pick up the controller, tossing it casually in his hand. I know, honorable death, right? You all planted bombs on the ship ahead of time. Truly, not a shred of originality." Akira Takeda scrambled up from the floor, his lips curling into a smile. "Ha, as expected of Senior Raven, nothing gets past you." A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes as he reached into his jacket, pulled out an object, and bit down on it, pulling off a safety pin. "Then how about this?" Kira roared and lunged at Liu Xuedong, clutching a grenade. Oh, Liu Xuedong raised an eyebrow. Boom! With a loud crash, the cabin door was violently burst open, and a figure was thrown out, crashing heavily onto the bow. The crewman was startled and fired late, but the loud blast hit nothing. Following the figure was a spherical object, which flew through the air and landed in the sea. Boom! A water spout erupted in the distance, drawing the full attention of the captain and the crewman. At this moment, Liu Xuedong walked out of the cabin unhurriedly, taking the double-barreled shotgun from the crewman as he passed by. Kira struggled to get up, only to be pinned down by a foot on his chest. He looked up and glared fiercely at Liu Xuedong, just about to say something, when a gun barrel was violently shoved into his mouth. Kira whimpered instinctively. Liu Xuedong looked down at him and smiled. Take-kun, do you even understand what it means to be an S-rank? Bang! The gunshot echoed across the sea, and the deck was quickly stained red. Liu Xuedong acted as if he had just done something trivial. He casually tossed the shotgun into the sea, turned toward the captain, draped an arm around his shoulder, and sat down on the gunwale with him. Liu Xuedong pulled out a lighter, relit a cigarette, and stared blankly at the distant sea. After a long while he spoke. This line of work must be quite lucrative. The captain hunched his shoulders and waved his hands slightly. No, it is just to make ends meet. Liu Xuedong exhaled a long trail of smoke. Do you have any wishes? Without waiting for the captain to answer, he continued, I do, 2 of them. I have never mentioned this to anyone else, so you are the first to know. The first wish is to leave the association. Well, this one is a bit harder, but it is almost accomplished. The second wish is much simpler. I want to be an ordinary person, one who feels joy and sorrow, living a plain, simple, and happy life. The captain racked his brain for a long time before squeezing out, then, I wish for your dreams to come true. Thank you, I will try my best. Liu Xuedong glanced at his watch. It is about time. What? A bad premonition rose in the captain's heart for no reason. Liu Xuedong stood up, looked at the captain, and said seriously, you know too much. With that, Liu Xuedong leaned backward and tumbled into the water. As he fell, the captain vaguely noticed him holding a square-shaped object in his hand. A moment later, a fireball rose from the sea, and amidst the flames, the wreckage of the fishing boat slowly sank. In the distance, Liu Xuedong surfaced from the water, treading to keep himself afloat. After about an hour, a fishing boat appeared from the direction he had come. Liu Xuedong reached under his collar and pulled out a necklace with a whistle attached. With the help of the boat captain, Liu Xuedong successfully boarded. This captain was thinner and older than the previous one, looking to be in his 50s with shrewd eyes. He looked at the drenched Liu Xuedong, then at the scattered debris floating in the water, and could not help but squint. Brother, I only took this trip because of your high offer, but you seem to be in trouble. The captain reached for his holster at his waist, gripping his concealed pistol. With only the 2 of them on board, he had to take the initiative if things went south. I have been a people's smuggler for many years. What monsters have not I seen? If you have something to say, just say it. If you do not explain yourself, I cannot take this job. Liu Xuedong asked as he poured water out of his pants. Does anyone else know you are on this route? Of course not, we value our reputation in this business, the captain replied instinctively, but immediately realized something was wrong. He drew his gun and pointed it at Liu Xuedong. Young man, trying to double-cross me, you are still too green. Before he could finish, a blur crossed his vision, and the gun in his hand scattered into dozens of parts, clattering onto the deck. Liu Xuedong clapped his hands and continued tidying his clothes. The captain's jaw dropped. Stop talking, time to move on. Before dawn, Liu Xuedong came ashore on a deserted beach. He had sunk the boat in the coastal waters and then swam to land. As for the boat's boss, Liu Xuedong had no idea which fish's belly he had ended up in. He had spent a full 5 years preparing for this day. After entering the city, Liu Xuedong first returned to a hidden safe house to retrieve the fake IDs he had prepared long ago. Then, after transferring between various modes of transportation and making several detours, he finally arrived in Dongying. Inside the safe house in Dongying, Liu Xuedong took a file folder out of the safe. Inside the folder was a complete set of identification documents. Unlike his other fake IDs, this was a completely real set of identification. Opening the folder, Liu Xuedong took out an ID card. The person in the photo looked 60 to 70% similar to him, and the name column next to it read, Liu Xuedong. Judging by the date of birth, he had just turned 25 this year, exactly the same age as Liu Xuedong. This person was the real Liu Xuedong. The current Liu Xuedong had discovered him 3 years ago while carrying out a mission in Dongying. The poor bastard had just turned 22 3 years ago, but died in a Dongying gang shootout simply for walking down the wrong street. He was a citizen of Great Xia who had been admitted to the psychology program at Stanford University in the Free Federation with outstanding grades. After successfully graduating 3 years ago, he came to Dongying to pursue his PhD. However, he had clearly come to the wrong place, and his identity ended up falling right into the lap of the current Liu Xuedong. Looking at the Great Xia ID card in his hand, Liu Xuedong inevitably felt a bit emotional. However, he forced himself to calm down. The last leg of a journey is the hardest. Until he had achieved complete success, he had no right to celebrate. Flipping through the personal dossier, even though Liu Xuedong had long since memorized all the details, he still chose to review it one more time. Looking at that familiar face wearing glasses in the photo, he thought silently to himself, time to get a pair of glasses. A day later, Liu Xuedong bought a ticket and flew to the Free Federation, returning to his alma mater, Stanford University. Although the professor who had originally recommended Liu Xuedong for the program was somewhat confused as to why there had been no news from him for 3 years, he did not suspect much. After obtaining the university's certification, the identity of Liu Xuedong was finally and fully reintegrated into society. Losing no time, Liu Xuedong immediately bought a flight back to Great Xia. Meanwhile, at the Cleaner Association headquarters, in his office, President Thanatos was flipping through an incident investigation report. After a long while, he put down the report and looked up at the Caucasian woman who had been waiting in front of his desk. Is that madman really dead? Woman pushed up the glasses on her nose. Although no body was found, based on the current situation, yes, the 3 cleaners from the branch ultimately chose to perish with him. Even if he somehow survived the explosion by a fluke, that area is in the high seas far away from the mainland. Without preparing any equipment in advance, he would only be lost to the ocean. Thanatos let out a long sigh of relief and waved his hand. I understand, you may leave. 3 days later, Shanghai City International Airport. Traveling light, Liu Xuedong walked out of the airport and headed straight to the bank. Over the years, he would occasionally siphon off a portion of the Cleaner Association's cash flow. The amount was never large each time, though not large was only relative to the association's massive funds. However, the sheer frequency made up for it. The amount he had accumulated over these past few years was enough to keep him well-fed and worry-free for several lifetimes. In the days that followed, Liu Xuedong began preparing for his future life as an ordinary person. He bought a car, a mid-priced sedan. He also bought a house. He picked an older residential community with nice greenery and specifically chose an apartment on the top floor, the 6th. He had it all planned out. He could use the rooftop to grow some scallions, chives, and the like. After buying the apartment, it was time for renovations. When the construction crew came to ask him how he wanted it decorated, Liu Xuedong pointed to the TV. It was broadcasting the recently popular sitcom Home with Kids. Decorate it just like this, Liu Xuedong said. Now that he had a car and a house, Liu Xuedong began to ponder, what should one do after having a car and a house? After spending half a day thinking, a flash of inspiration hit Liu Xuedong, a career. After careful consideration, Liu Xuedong finally decided to make being a psychologist the direction of his future. Liu Xuedong had thought it through very clearly. When it came to the psychology profession, although he only had theoretical knowledge and no practical experience, fortunately, he still had his innate talent as an auxiliary tool. That would completely make up for his initial lack of experience, and furthermore, this profession perfectly suited the identity of Liu Xuedong. Therefore, Liu Xuedong bought the 2-story detached building inside his residential community. This building was originally used as the property management office, but later on, due to some unpleasantness between the homeowners and the management, the homeowners spontaneously formed a committee and drove the property management away. As a result, the building had been left vacant. Renovation crew had barely left before Liu Xuedong called them back, rushing to remodel the small building into a psychological clinic. During the clinic's renovation, Liu Xuedong conveniently hired an employee, a middle-aged woman named Lu Feng. She had previous experience as a care worker, but had recently been laid off due to her educational qualifications. Her home was right there in the community, and she just happened to see the clinic hiring, so she came straight over. Liu Xuedong did not mind her background. After all he needed was a service employee to open and close the doors, clean up, and serve tea and water when clients arrived. Besides, even he himself was a layman who had switched careers midway, so he had no right to look down on anyone else. Thus, the two hit it off instantly, and Liu Xuedong even offered Sister Lu a handsome salary. When the sign for Wenchu's psychological clinic was hung up, it meant that Liu Xuedong officially had a career. Liu Xuedong had not actually expected to make money from the clinic, and at first, the clinic really did have no customers. But one day, after a wealthy businessman who was desperate enough to try any doctor managed to cure a certain unspeakable illness caused by a psychological barrier here, things started to get a bit out of hand. It seemed that in some high-class circle Liu Xuedong had no access to, his clinic was being hyped up as something almost miraculous. From then on, the stream of people coming to see him for treatment never stopped. They were either high-ranking officials or wealthy tycoons, and there were even celebrities who came wrapped up tightly in disguises. Days imperceptibly became busy, and through constant practice, Liu Xuedong's psychological treatment skills gradually grew more proficient. After his busy hours, he would occasionally ponder, now that I have a career, what am I still missing from a perfect life? Oh right, a family. Until a month ago, when Liu Xuedong met that woman. Liu Xuedong had just seen off a patient that day, and was wondering whether to take 2 days off when his phone rang. When he answered, a woman's voice came through. Hello, is this Dr. Liu? The voice sounded cool, with a hint of exhaustion. It is, who is this? Liu Xuedong returned to his desk, sat down, and pulled out paper and a pen to take notes. My name is Yu Hongdou. I would like to book a therapy session. When do you have availability? Liu Xuedong looked up at the calendar on the wall. How does tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon sound to you? That works. After the call ended, Liu Xuedong wrote the name Hongdou on his notepad. He paused for a moment, then added the character Yu before it and put a question mark next to it. The next day, Liu Xuedong sat by the second-floor window, reading a book while waiting for his patient. When he heard footsteps, he looked up. First, he saw a pair of straight, well-proportioned calves, followed by a slender waist, then a bust that fit her frame perfectly, and finally his gaze landed on the woman's face. How beautiful! Her complexion was not good, with an indelible trace of sorrow between her brows and faint, bloodshot eyes. But even so, it did not affect her beauty in the slightest. If anything, it gave her a sickly, delicate charm, like Zishi clutching her heart. Please sit down, Miss Yu. Liu Xuedong gestured for her to take a seat. Once Yu Hongdou sat down, Liu Xuedong took off the non-prescription glasses he wore just for show. Nice to meet you, Miss Yu. You probably already know who I am. I am Liu Xuedong. Just then, Sister Liu walked over and asked Yu Hongdou, Miss Yu, would you like something to drink? Before Yu Hongdou could reply, Liu Xuedong took the initiative. Sister Liu, bring her some lotus seed tea. After that, he explained to Yu Hongdou, lotus seed tea helps with sleep and has a calming effect. Your sleep quality does not seem very good. Unexpectedly, Yu Hongdou replied, my sleep is actually quite fine. Liu Xuedong paused. You have bloodshot eyes and redness in the center of your forehead. Do you often have nightmares and wake up suddenly? Liu Xuedong saw Yu Hongdou frown slightly, staring at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Are you a fraud? Although Liu Xuedong was a bit of an amateur in this field, being called a fraud was something he could not quite accept. He stood up. Come on, let us go into the room and talk about this in detail. Inside the room, Liu Xuedong began the standard questioning process. Name. Yu Hongdou looked at him speechlessly and did not say anything. Liu Xuedong shrugged. Right, Yu Hongdou. Is it the Yu from the Beauty Yu and the red bean from the poem about red beans growing in the south? That is right. Gender. Yu Hongdou watched him silently, her expression saying, Are you kidding me? Just a joke, do not be angry. Liu Xuedong smiled and looked up. It is the kind of thing you see in movies when police interrogate suspects. I just find it interesting. Your profession. I am a police officer. Liu Xuedong. He cursed his luck internally. He had made a joke about interrogation to an actual police officer. After some questioning, Liu Xuedong asked about her family background. Yu Hongdou was silent for a moment. I grew up in an orphanage. Sorry to hear that. The answer caught him off guard. Well, at least we have something in common now. I am an orphan too. I guess so, he thought to himself. So far, your behavior and cognition seem perfectly normal. Liu Xuedong put down his pen and looked at her. Let us talk about what has actually been happening to you. Lying on the therapy chair, Yu Hongdou took a deep breath and began to recount her recent experiences. By the end of their conversation, it was already dusk. So you mean, Liu Xuedong asked while thinking about the potential cause, that the sensation of being watched has become strong enough to cause you physical discomfort? Yu Hongdou nodded firmly. Exactly. Liu Xuedong wrote the words paranoid disorder on the medical file. Yu Hongdou pressed, Dr. Liu, do you have an answer? Liu Xuedong nodded, then shook his head. My preliminary assessment is mild persecutory delusion, but this result is still tentative. From a professional standpoint, I do not recommend medication yet. I will give you a psychological consultation and a head massage shortly. That should temporarily relieve your mental stress. Given that this sensation of being watched occurs quite frequently, I suggest you come back for a follow-up every 3 to 5 days. This is a bit strange, he thought to himself. A few minutes later, Liu Xuedong returned after washing his hands in the restroom. He dried them, went to the side of the therapy chair, reclined it slowly, and stepped behind Yu Hongdou. Liu Xuedong said softly, Relax, do not be nervous. Pressing his fingertips onto the pressure points with gentle circular motions, he continued, You can try closing your eyes. If you feel that gaze, do not be afraid. It cannot cause you any real harm. Try to ignore it. Yu Hongdou obediently closed her eyes. Liu Xuedong saw her frown slightly, so he quietly increased the pressure of his hands. Her brows relaxed a little, and she smiled self-deprecatingly. Maybe if this continues much longer, I will eventually get used to it. Liu Xuedong did not reply, his gaze fixed on her slightly furrowed brows. She looks beautiful even from this angle. The massage continued for over 20 minutes. Near the end, Liu Xuedong suddenly tried looking away, staring at the wall in front of him. Almost instantly, Yu Hongdou spoke. "It is gone." "Good," Liu Xuedong replied, still looking at the wall. Finally, he had his answer. A conditional talent, he thought. He knew, but he certainly was not going to say it out loud. Though I could give her a hint. When the massage finished, Liu Xuedong walked back to his desk. Yu Hongdou opened her eyes. "Is it over?" Yes, Liu Xuedong opened the file and began to make notes. He said as he wrote, "Miss Yu, are you aware that you only feel that sensation when someone is looking at you? Or to be more precise, you only feel watched when someone focuses their gaze on you. Anyone's gaze, that is." Yu Hongdou seemed not to understand. "If I feel like I am being watched, does not that just mean someone is looking at me?" Liu Xuedong stopped writing and looked at her. "That sounds perfectly logical. But Miss Yu, humans cannot actually sense being watched." Yu Hongdou realized immediately, "You are right. How could people possibly sense a gaze? So that means I really am ill, and maybe quite seriously." "Oh no, I said too much and scared her," he thought. Liu Xuedong decided to change the subject. "Just now, when I started staring at you while massaging you, you felt the gaze. But when I tried to look away at the end, you said the feeling disappeared. This is quite interesting. If this was not a coincidence and you are not lying to me, then your sensation is real. But if it is real, then it obviously is not a delusion." That does not quite sound right either, he worried. Maintain his persona as a psychologist, he looked at Yu Hongdou with a curious expression. "Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility of a rare psychological disorder. That is why I am willing to invest more effort into researching your case, provided, of course, that you do not mind." This diagnosis clearly made Yu Hongdou uneasy. Her expression turned flustered, and with a quick "let us talk about it next time," she hurried away. Liu Xuedong stood by the second-floor window, watching her disheartened figure as she left, and could not help but think. She is not going to stop coming, is she? Liu Xuedong saw her for the second time 3 days later. When Yu Hongdou came up the stairs, seeing her pale face, Liu Xuedong was genuinely surprised. "It should not be this bad. Even if there is no improvement, your condition should have stabilized by now." Liu Xuedong knew very well what was going on with Yu Hongdou. It was true that ordinary people might panic when they first acquired a talent, but as they slowly adapted, the resistance and fear would disappear, and awakened individuals would naturally learn how to use and control their talent. But it was precisely because he knew this that Liu Xuedong felt surprised. Yu Hongdou plopped down opposite Liu Xuedong and said gloomily, "I need psychological counseling." Liu Xuedong took off his glasses. "What happened?" Yu Hongdou sniffled, as if overcome by a sudden wave of sadness. "I got fired from the police force." Liu Xuedong thought for a moment and asked, "Because of your illness?" Yu Hongdou cried as she spoke, venting her emotions. As for Liu Xuedong, this was his first time seeing a woman cry right in front of him. Looking at those tear-stained eyes across from him, his thoughts could not help but wander. "She looks so beautiful even when she cries," he thought to himself. When Yu Hongdou's emotions gradually calmed down, Liu Xuedong said, "Come into the room. I will give you a head massage and we can chat." Yu Hongdou lay down on the treatment chair, and Liu Xuedong came up behind her. This time, Liu Xuedong suddenly did not really want to talk about her illness, but rather wanted to talk about her. "Why did you want to be a police officer?" Liu Xuedong asked. Yu Hongdou stared blankly at the ceiling, seemingly reminiscing. "When I was little, it was out of admiration. I did not understand anything back then. Whenever kids fought in the orphanage, the director would pull a long face and say he would get the police to come and take the bad kids away. As a child, I was soft-spoken and physically weak, so I was always bullied by the other kids in the orphanage. Back then, I felt the police must be the most powerful people in the world, and all the bad guys were afraid of them. I thought if I could become a police officer too, no one would ever dare to bully me again." Liu Xuedong hesitated for a moment, recalling his days back in the big warehouse. "I have had that kind of experience too." "When you were in the orphanage as a kid?" Yu Hongdou asked. "Well, you could say that. Cleaner Association adopts hundreds of children every year. Why should not it be considered an orphanage?" Liu Xuedong thought, nodding silently. Yu Hongdou asked again. "The one that took me in when I was little was the Chengnan Hue male orphanage. Where were you?" Liu Xuedong's breath hitched at the question. I was in an orphanage out of town." Then he quickly added, "It was torn down a long time ago. Keep talking about yourself." "Yeah, as I grew older, I realized the police were not invincible, and that uniform was not bulletproof. They also make sacrifices, and once they take off the uniform, they are just ordinary people. But when I understood this, my admiration did not fade. It just stopped being blind and turned into heartfelt respect. So I applied to the police academy. At school, I learned professional knowledge and gained a new understanding of what it means to be a police officer. Being a police officer is not just a profession, it is more of a spirit. Liu Xuedong asked, "What kind of spirit?" Yu Hongdou looked at the ceiling, her eyes firm, her words clear. "Someone must fight through blood and fire so that there can be freedom in the world." Liu Xuedong remained silent for a moment, his gaze lingering on Yu Hongdou's face. Although she is right, honestly, that line sounds a bit overly dramatic, he thought to himself. But out loud he said, "Well summarized." "What about you?" Yu Hongdou asked in return. "What is your dream?" "Me?" Liu Xuedong smiled soundlessly. "What I am doing right now is realizing my dream." "Your dream is to be a psychiatrist." Yu Hongdou did not suspect anything else. "Then you have indeed achieved it. Congratulations." Regarding Yu Hongdou's misunderstanding, Liu Xuedong did not intend to explain, but just shook his head, not fully realized. "I have not started a family yet, and I do not have a real home." Yu Hongdou glanced at him with some confusion. "It should not be hard for you to find a partner." Liu Xuedong continued shaking his head. "You do not understand what I mean. I do not just want to date someone, I want a home." Yu Hongdou fell silent, and instead it was Liu Xuedong who asked, "You are not married either. Why is that?" Me, Yu Hongdou thought about it. "Probably because I do not have the time. Not only do I not have time to date, I do not even have time to think about it. This is also why I cannot accept being transferred. Since I was young, I have poured all my time into the police profession, but now a single transfer order is telling me that everything I have done before was in vain." After speaking, Yu Hongdou slowly closed her eyes, seemingly completely relaxed. Unknowingly, Liu Xuedong's gaze fell on her face again. Probably sensing Liu Xuedong's gaze, Yu Hongdou suddenly said with her eyes closed, "You are looking at me." It would be fine just knowing it in your heart. Why say it out loud and make everyone awkward, he thought. Liu Xuedong was silent for a moment. "It is hard for me not to look at you." "Because I am pretty." After saying this, Yu Hongdou's cheeks turned slightly red. Although it is a bit shameless to say, what she said is indeed a fact, he admitted inwardly. After a moment of silence, Liu Xuedong chose to say something contrary to his heart. "Because you are my patient." "Because I still want to save face," he thought to himself. Upon receiving this answer, Yu Hongdou did not say another word, which made Liu Xuedong regret answering like that. Next time for sure, Liu Xuedong swore silently in his heart. The afternoon passed quickly. Liu Xuedong walked Yu Hongdou to the door. "Remember to come back for your follow-up." "We will see." Yu Hongdou deliberately avoided Liu Xuedong's eyes. 3 days later, Liu Xuedong was still sitting in his usual spot waiting for her, but she did not show up as scheduled. The 4th day, she did not come. The 5th day, she still did not come. The 6th day, she still did not show up. She really not coming back? Liu Xuedong played with his phone in his hand, repeatedly unlocking and turning off the screen. He had Yu Hongdou's number saved, but he could never make up his mind to call it. Liu Xuedong felt like he was losing his mind a little. He could not even focus on the book in his hands, constantly getting distracted. The tea sitting right in front of him went cold without him ever remembering to take a sip. Liu Xuedong even began to suspect if this was another effect of Yu Hongdou's talent. Could her talent also come with a charm ability, he wondered. On the 7th day, Yu Hongdou finally came. She was still a bit gloomy, but her complexion looked much better. During their chat, Yu Hongdou told him that although the department gave her a month off, she had many things to hand over due to her transfer. Therefore, she was still extremely busy, which was exactly why she could not come to her follow-up appointment on time. Yu Hongdou also mentioned that she had reported her diagnosis results as requested by the department. As it stood, her condition was under control, and at least she no longer thought someone was following her, so the department might revoke the transfer order, though the hope remained slim. This time, Liu Xuedong barely spoke. Almost the entire time, Yu Hongdou just talked about whatever came to mind. He only occasionally chimed in or offered a word of comfort, and spent the rest of the time entirely on looking at Yu Hongdou. Is it a bit impolite to stare at her like this? But she does not seem to mind, he mused. Thank you, Dr. Liu. When leaving, Yu Hongdou said this for the first time. Liu Xuedong's expression was somewhat blank. Thank me for what? Did not I do absolutely nothing today? He wondered. By the time Yu Hongdou came for the 4th time, it was already late August. Compared to her bad mood every time before, she was much calmer this time. This calmness actually left Liu Xuedong momentarily unsure of where to begin, and Yu Hongdou did not seem inclined to chat either. The two of them maintained a tacit silence as they walked into the room. Yu Hongdou lay down, and Liu Xuedong washed his hands, as if both had already grown accustomed to it. But halfway through the massage, Yu Hongdou suddenly asked, "Dr. Liu, are you like this with all your patients?" Liu Xuedong was taken aback. Like what? Caring nervous, Yu Hongdou bit her lower lip slightly, or rather, missing them. Caught off guard, Liu Xuedong's massaging hands paused for a moment. Then he chose to kick the ball back and asked, "Why do you say that?" "When I came last time, I noticed the tea in front of you had gone cold and was barely touched, which means you were distracted." As she spoke, Yu Hongdou kept her eyes closed. "And today, when I was outside the residential area, I saw you sitting by the window looking towards the entrance the whole time. Were you waiting for me? You know, I am a police officer, so regarding these details. So you have used all your observational skills on things like this, and you just have to point it out. Was not it awkward enough last time?" he thought. Liu Xuedong fell silent. "But I swore last time. I said next time for sure," he reminded himself. Therefore, Liu Xuedong spoke up. "Because you are beautiful." Liu Xuedong could clearly feel Yu Hongdou's body stiffen a little. Just as the situation was about to become awkward, the phone in Yu Hongdou's bag rang. Yu Hongdou immediately sat up and answered the call. "Captain Su, what is up?" Liu Xuedong vaguely heard something like "transfer" from the other end of the line. "Yes," Yu Hongdou replied. After hanging up, she headed straight out, acting swiftly and decisively, seemingly in a hurry. Liu Xuedong stood by the second-floor window, watching Yu Hongdou walk away until her back disappeared around the street corner. Today is September 3rd, and it is Yu Hongdou's 5th visit to the clinic. Hearing the familiar footsteps, Liu Xuedong turned his head and was momentarily stunned the moment he saw Yu Hongdou. Yu Hongdou had clearly dressed up well today. Her makeup was exquisite, she wore a red dress, and the high heels on her feet made her calves look even more perfect. After regaining his composure, Liu Xuedong genuinely praised her. "You look beautiful today." Yu Hongdou merely nodded and walked straight into the room with a calm expression. What is this act she is putting on? Liu Xuedong wondered to himself. By the time Liu Xuedong entered the room, Yu Hongdou had already taken the initiative to lie down on the treatment chair. Liu Xuedong glanced at her and asked, "How have things been?" Well, Yu Hongdou asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" "Your work," Liu Xuedong said. "When you left last time, I heard you mention on the phone that it was about a job transfer." "Oh, that," Yu Hongdou replied absent-mindedly. "It is settled. If nothing goes wrong, I should be transferred to another department. The new department is also part of the police force, so no need to worry." Liu Xuedong nodded. "You got what you wanted. Congratulations." Yeah, Yu Hongdou kept her pretty face tense, as if her persona today was that of an aloof goddess. "By the way, my illness seems to have healed. I have not experienced those previous symptoms lately." Liu Xuedong looked stunned. For the first time, he used his innate talent on Yu Hongdou to perceive the emotions she was projecting. Nervous, uneasy. Wait, why is there shyness too? But she is definitely lying, but why would she lie to me? Liu Xuedong looked at her silently and nodded. "That is good then. I will give you your massage." "No, that is not necessary," Yu Hongdou immediately refused, a flash of panic appearing on her face. Shy, uneasy, fearful. Liu Xuedong's gaze lingered on Yu Hongdou's face for a moment. "If you have something on your mind, you can tell me." "I am fine, I will be better after a short rest," Yu Hongdou said calmly, and then lay flat on the treatment chair. The room fell silent, save for the scratching sound of Liu Xuedong's pen as he wrote. Liu Xuedong would look at Yu Hongdou on the treatment chair from time to time. He knew she was pretending to be asleep. Perhaps she thought she was acting well, but as Liu Xuedong could see, she was feeling shy, nervous, fearful, nervous, shy, nervous, fearful. Liu Xuedong finished his notes and turned to look out the window. What on earth is she up to? Women are just too impossible to figure out. Is there no way to skip the dating phase and just go straight to marriage? What would my future wife be like? She would cook a nice meal and wait for me at home. When I came back from work, I would be able to smell the food in the hallway. When I opened the door, she would come out of the kitchen to greet me, wearing an apron, holding a spatula, complaining that I was late again, while simultaneously serving up steaming hot dishes. Thinking of this, Liu Xuedong involuntarily looked at Yu Hongdou again. Is this woman really a police officer? With a face and figure like that, she could easily be a star. How could I ever get tired of looking at her? As his thoughts wandered, Liu Xuedong noticed a change in the rhythm of Yu Hongdou's breathing. "Dr. Liu," Yu Hongdou suddenly spoke, her voice short and calm. Liu Xuedong was a bit confused, as he could feel her emotions fluctuating violently at that moment. She took a deep breath as if she had made a great decision, then tried her best to maintain a calm tone, as if she were speaking of a trivial matter. "Let us get married." Liu Xuedong froze. Did my wish just come true? In the 2 seconds that Liu Xuedong spent stunned, the atmosphere in the silent room was exceptionally awkward. Next moment, Yu Hongdou sat up abruptly, not daring to meet Liu Xuedong's eyes. She could no longer maintain her forced calm, and babbled incoherently, "No, I am sorry, I was just joking." Her words trailed off abruptly. Suddenly, Yu Hongdou's shoulders slumped, and she let out a long sigh, "Sorry." After saying that, she smoothed out her dress and prepared to get up and leave. My future wife is about to fly away. As the thought flashed through his mind, Liu Xuedong finally remembered to speak. "Okay. Yu Hongdou turned around blankly and saw Liu Xuedong slowly stand up from his seat with a firm look in his eyes. "I said, okay." In the hall of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Liu Xuedong and Yu Hongdou sat side by side in the waiting area, each holding a little red booklet. They sat in completely silence. They had just stepped out after getting their marriage certificates, which still felt warm in their hands. At this moment, they were doing the exact same thing without prior agreement, staring blankly at the certificates in their hands. In the photo, Yu Hongdou was wearing a red dress, while Liu Xuedong next to her wore a brown suit jacket over a collared shirt and tie. Yu Hongdou was holding his arm, and the two were leaning close together. The only slight disharmony was that the smiles on both of their faces were somewhat unnatural. Couples were coming and going through the hall. From time to time, passing men would unconsciously glance at Yu Hongdou, unable to hide the awe in their eyes, only to have their ears pinched and their heads yanked back by the women next to them. "I know it is a bit late to ask now, but I still have to say," Liu Xuedong spoke up, breaking the silence. "Are you sure you did not ask me to marry you just to get out of paying your medical bills?" Yu Hongdou glared at him with her beautiful eyes, but as soon as she turned and saw Liu Xuedong beaming at her, she quickly looked away. "I saw you were a little tense, so I was just joking around." Yu Hongdou stroked the marriage certificate with her hand. After a long pause, she asked, "Are not you curious about why I wanted to marry you?" "Not really, actually." Liu Xuedong stared thoughtfully ahead. "If you wanted to tell me, you definitely would. And if you do not, you surely have your reasons. I respect your privacy, whether as your attending doctor or your husband." "I really do have reasons I cannot talk about." Yu Hongdou stole a glance at Liu Xuedong, and seeing no sign of displeasure on his face, she continued, "I can only tell you that it has something to do with the new department I have been transferred to." "You have to be married to join the new department. Are the requirements really that bizarre?" Liu Xuedong asked, looking puzzled. "Let us just say yes." Yu Hongdou buried her face in her hands. "I cannot go into specifics. You have probably heard that in police agencies like ours, there are always all sorts of confidential matters. I signed a non-disclosure agreement." "I understand," Liu Xuedong nodded. Yu Hongdou fell silent for a moment before saying, "I know my actions today might seem impulsive, but it really was a carefully considered decision. If you ever regret it in the future, please do not hide it from me. I will agree to a divorce." "Why would I regret it?" Liu Xuedong said with a smile. "You are so beautiful. I am definitely not getting the short end of the stick here. We have only known each other for a short time, and we have only met a handful of times." Yu Hongdou let out a long sigh. "However, since it is already done, I can promise you that I will do my best to adapt to our life together as quickly as possible. During this process, if we have any conflicts due to personality differences, since I was the one who suggested marriage, I will try to compromise and accommodate you as much as I can. And in our daily life, I will gradually get used to my new identity and fulfill my obligations as a wife." Getting to know each other is indeed a long process. Liu Xuedong frowned slightly, feeling that Yu Hongdou sounded far too formal. Married life was not supposed to be like this in his mind, so he changed the subject. "Do you know how to cook?" Yu Hongdou paused, caught off guard. "Yes, but honestly it has been years since I last cooked. I usually just eat at the cafeteria." Liu Xuedong nodded slightly. "That is okay, I do. So I guess you do not usually go grocery shopping either." Yu Hongdou felt a twinge of shame. She had just made all those big promises, only to let him down right out of the gate. She muttered softly, "I can go grocery shopping. I am just not very good at haggling." "That is okay, I am." Liu Xuedong really did not seem to mind as he continued. "What about other household chores? Do you know how to do those?" Yes, Yu Hongdou nodded eagerly. "Washing clothes, cleaning up, doing the dishes, folding the blankets, I can do all of that." Liu Xuedong blinked in surprise. "It is not like I married a maid. Why are you being so eager about it?" Yu Hongdou shrank back a little. "Then why did you ask?" "Oh, because those are all things I want to do together with you," Liu Xuedong said earnestly. Yu Hongdou froze. It turned out that sweet words spoken in complete earnestness were the most touching of all. "Let us go." Liu Xuedong stood up and dusted off his pants. "Okay," Yu Hongdou said, standing up closely behind him. Liu Xuedong walked in front, with Yu Hongdou following about a step behind him. As they reached the main doors, Liu Xuedong was just about to push them open when a hand suddenly slipped past his back and linked around his arm, followed by a soft sensation pressing against his bicep. Liu Xuedong looked down at Yu Hongdou. She lowered her head slightly as well and whispered, "Do not look at me." I told you, I am going to get used to my new identity. Liu Xuedong broke into a surprised smile. Instead of just letting her hold his arm, he actively took her hand, pushed the door open, and walked toward the parking lot. Sitting in the car, Yu Hongdou buckled her seatbelt and asked, "Where to now?" Turning his head, Liu Xuedong caught sight of her curves accentuated by the seatbelt. He thought for a moment and said, "Let us go get some groceries. We got married today, so let us go home and celebrate." "Okay," Yu Hongdou nodded. "Then drop me off at my dorm first. I will move in today. Yeah, I do not have much stuff." Liu Xuedong was taken aback. That fast? Yu Hongdou was speechless. Did we just get our lines swapped? Liu Xuedong quickly defended himself. "No, I just meant that I did not expect you to adapt so quickly." Yu Hongdou rolled her eyes dramatically, but did not dwell on his slip-up. "I have been living in the police dorms, but since I am switching departments, it is not going to be convenient to commute from there anymore." "All right, you point the way." Using Yu Hongdou's face as a free pass, Liu Xuedong drove right into the police station's compound. He offered to go up and help her move her things, but she turned him down, claiming she did not have much to carry. In reality, she just did not want to be seen by her colleagues. It would be far too difficult to explain. She really did not have much. Everything fit perfectly into a single large suitcase. Before leaving, she went back to her unit to say goodbye to her colleagues. After all, they had worked together for over a year, and it would not be right to just leave without a word. As soon as she walked into the office, Chen Jai spotted her and immediately stood up. "Zio Yu." Yu Hongdou smiled and nodded. "Sister Chen." Chen Jai walked over briskly, grabbed Yu Hongdou's arm and started winking at her playfully, leaving Yu Hongdou utterly baffled. "Sister Chen, what is with that look?" Still playing dumb, Sister Chen teased, her eyes glinting mischievously. "I saw everything from down here. Who is the guy that drove you? He is quite handsome, is not he?" That is," Yu Hongdou hesitated for a moment, but after a brief pause, her tone became firm. "That is my husband." "Husband?" Sister Chen looked absolutely shocked. "I thought you were always single. You have not even been in a relationship. Where did a husband come from?" Yu Hongdou tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and gave a slightly embarrassed, gentle laugh. "I guess it was love at first sight." When Yu Hongdou emerged from the bureau, she walked with hurried steps, threw her suitcase directly onto the back seat, then climbed into the passenger side and said quickly, "Let us go, let us go." Liu Xuedong frowned. He started the engine immediately and checked the rearview mirror to see if there were any pursuers before asking in a low voice, "What is wrong?" "If we do not leave now, they are going to come out to look at you," Yu Hongdou said, fastening her seatbelt quickly. "If you do not want to be gawked at like an animal, we need to go." Liu Xuedong realized what she meant, immediately shifted gears, and pressed down on the accelerator. The car pulled onto the main road and headed straight for the vegetable market. After getting out of the car, Liu Xuedong did not need a reminder this time. He took Yu Hongdou's hand and said as they walked, "You can learn how I haggle later. If I am busy with work in the future, you might need to buy groceries on your own." Seeing Liu Xuedong's serious expression, Yu Hongdou nodded, feeling a bit nervous. "What do you want to eat? Let us go buy some." Anything is fine. I am not a picky eater." "Very well," Liu Xuedong replied. He scanned the bustling market and led Yu Hongdou toward the meat section. At the butcher's stall, Liu Xuedong pointed at the pork ribs hanging from the iron hooks. "How much for these?" The seller was a shirtless middle-aged man with a cigarette tucked into his greasy fingers. He glanced over at Liu Xuedong's question and said, 15 a caddy. This is all that is left, about 3 caddies. You can take them for 40. Yu Hongdou clearly saw a cold glint flash across Liu Xuedong's glasses. He sneered and said, 5 per caddy, and I will take them. The man was stunned and took a long moment to squeeze out, "Young man, is your family going through a hard time?" Liu Xuedong's expression darkened, as if he were thinking, "I have met a master." Then Liu Xuedong spoke, 6 at most, no more than that. Good heavens, the man threw down his cigarette and stood up abruptly. "Are you looking for trouble, kid?" In the end, amidst Yu Hongdou's constant apologies, they ended up paying the 40 yuan for the ribs. Liu Xuedong kept a stern face the whole time, and finally said, "We overpaid." Yu Hongdou was silent for a while. "Did you always shop for groceries like this?" This time it was Liu Xuedong's turn to be silent. "Ms. Liu used to buy everything and have it delivered. But I have read books on the subject, so I have plenty of theoretical knowledge to back me up." What kind of books? Yu Hongdou wondered what kind of book would teach someone how to haggle for vegetables. 99 tips for business negotiations. Yu Hongdou thought, something feels wrong, but I cannot quite put my finger on it. As if to prove himself, Liu Xuedong added, "And I have also proven the validity of the theory through practice." What kind of practice? Yu Hongdou asked, immediately regretting it. Sure enough, Liu Xuedong said in a deep voice, "Last time on Dongtai Road, I bought a set of tableware. The seller asked for 30,000. I talked him down to 2,000, and he agreed on the spot." That is an antique street, you idiot. The whole city of Shanghai knows that is where they target foreigners. Yu Hongdou screamed silently in her heart. Under Yu Hongdou's guidance, the two of them finished their shopping without further incident and headed back to the car with bags of all sizes. Liu Xuedong insisted, haggling is an art. In some respects, it is actually much more interesting than killing people. Yu Hongdou glanced at him sideways, killing people. Liu Xuedong remained composed. I mean, haggling requires understanding people, observing their subtle expressions to judge their psychological price point. Yu Hongdou rolled her eyes in silence. Is that also from 99 Tips for Business Negotiations? Besides, the title sounds completely unreliable. And why would a psychiatrist like you be reading this kind of book? As the car reached the entrance of the residential compound, Yu Hongdou spoke up. Is there any wine at home? Since we are celebrating, it would not be right not to have some. Liu Xuedong actually did not drink alcohol because it would numb his nervous system, but he nodded anyway. You are right, I will go buy some. Liu Xuedong bought a bottle of red wine at the supermarket near the gate. He did not recognize the brand, but it only cost about 300 yuan, so he assumed it was not anything precious. Back home, Liu Xuedong pulled out a pair of pink slippers from the shoe cabinet and placed them at Yu Hongdou's feet. Looking at the slippers, Yu Hongdou asked casually, have other women been here? Liu Xuedong could not tell her he had prepared for this day long ago, so he said, besides Ms. Liu, you are the first. Staring at the tag still attached to the slippers, Yu Hongdou was 80% convinced. Liu Xuedong carried the groceries into the kitchen, and Yu Hongdou asked from outside, can I look around? Help yourself, Liu Xuedong replied from the kitchen. Yu Hongdou leaned her suitcase against the door and began exploring this home, from the living room to the bedroom, then to the study and the bathroom. There was nothing on the coffee table, so clean it was almost reflective. Cups were arranged in neat rows on the table, all facing the same direction. The bedsheets were perfectly smooth, without a single wrinkle. The vanity was spotless, with only a toothbrush and a shaver set out. Every corner of the place exuded cleanliness. It was so clean that it lacked any human warmth. If not for the complete lack of dust, Yu Hongdou would have thought that no one had ever lived here. In the kitchen, Liu Xuedong had just lit the stove, and a moment later, Yu Hongdou walked in, naturally starting to wash the vegetables for him. Half an hour later, the meal was on the table. Yu Hongdou sat across from Liu Xuedong, used a corkscrew to pull the wooden stopper from the wine, poured a glass for him first, and then filled her own. They sat in silence for a moment before Yu Hongdou raised her glass, looking quietly at Liu Xuedong. Happy wedding, Dr. Liu. Liu Xuedong was taken aback, then smiled and clinked his glass gently against hers, and to you, Ms. Yu. Throughout the meal, it seemed Yu Hongdou realized that Liu Xuedong did not drink much, as most of the bottle ended up in her stomach. After the meal, Yu Hongdou, her face flushed from the alcohol, took the initiative to clear the table and wash the dishes, as if she really had become the hostess of this home, leaving Liu Xuedong unsure of what he should be doing. As a husband, what should one do at a time like this? Liu Xuedong pondered for a moment, then turned and walked to the balcony to light a cigarette. Night quietly descended. Liu Xuedong looked out at the lights of thousands of homes flickering to life in the distance. Behind him, the sound of clinking dishes drifted from the kitchen. At this moment, Liu Xuedong felt a genuine sense of warmth. So this is what a home feels like, he murmured to himself, a smile playing on his lips. A while later, Yu Hongdou walked out, drying her hands. Liu Xuedong turned to look at her. Do you need any help? Yu Hongdou replied, you go rest, I will go unpack my things. With that, she dragged her suitcase into the master bedroom. Liu Xuedong froze for a second and hurried to follow her. In the room, Yu Hongdou was crouching on the floor, having just opened the suitcase. Liu Xuedong hesitated for a moment. I will sleep in the guest room tonight. No need, Yu Hongdou said without looking up. We are a married couple. But if you are uncomfortable with it, I can sleep in the guest room, though if I did that, there would be no point in me moving in. It would be too hurtful to say he was uncomfortable now, so Liu Xuedong had to bite the bullet and say, haha, I am not uncomfortable. Actually, in his plan, Yu Hongdou would have been the one to suggest the guest room, as their relationship was nowhere near that stage. Who knew this woman was truly so ruthless? To fully inhabit the role of a wife as quickly as possible, she was ready to share a bed with him. It was not that Liu Xuedong did not want to. It was just that he had not figured out how he would explain the various scars covering his body. The wardrobe was spacious. Even after Yu Hongdou hung all her clothes inside, it still looked somewhat empty. It seemed neither she nor Liu Xuedong was the type who liked buying clothes. After putting everything away, Yu Hongdou wiped the sweat from her forehead, stood up, and looked at Liu Xuedong, who had been standing silently to the side. I probably need to take a shower. Liu Xuedong blinked blankly. Go ahead, make yourself at home. I mean, Yu Hongdou's face grew slightly warm. I need to change my clothes first. Oh sorry, Liu Xuedong finally realized what she meant. quickly turned around to leave the room and closed the door behind him. After Liu Xuedong went out, Yu Hongdou leaned her back against the door and finally let out a long breath. Ever since they got their marriage certificate, although she seemed calm on the surface and was quickly adapting to her role, her inner nervousness and awkwardness had not diminished at all. She was just holding it together, not wanting Liu Xuedong to notice. Standing outside the door, Liu Xuedong silently stared at the door panel, as if he could see Yu Hongdou inside, separated from him by just a single door. In his view, Yu Hongdou appeared to act very normally today, but her inner emotions were actually like stock market charts, fluctuating wildly with huge swings. Women are really difficult to deal with. A woman who knows how to read people is even harder. Liu Xuedong thought silently to himself, and then his headache grew worse over how he should explain the scars on his body. Before he could think of a solution, the master bedroom door opened, and Yu Hongdou appeared before him, wearing an off-the-shoulder nightgown. Seemingly not expecting Liu Xuedong to be standing right at the door, Yu Hongdou was startled and patted her chest. "What are you doing standing here?" "Well, I am going to shower first. Remember to change your clothes, I will put them in the washing machine later." "Okay," Liu Xuedong nodded. Watching Yu Hongdou walk into the bathroom and hearing her lock the door, Liu Xuedong immediately darted into the bedroom, locked the door, quickly found a set of pajamas to change into, and then went to the study, opening a book in front of him. 20 minutes later, the sound of the bathroom door opening came from outside. Footsteps passed by the study. She first walked into the bedroom, and upon finding no one there, she came to the study door. Click, the study door opened, and Yu Hongdou walked in. "I will take the clothes." Yu Hongdou's words caught in her throat. She stared blankly at Liu Xuedong behind the desk, as if a question mark had popped up over her head. Wearing a bulky, padded winter pajama set, Liu Xuedong calmly looked up. "What is wrong?" "Why are you wearing winter pajamas?" Yu Hongdou showed an expression of sheer incomprehension. "I am cold," Liu Xuedong said calmly. Yu Hongdou subconsciously looked up at the air conditioner, which was set to 16 degrees. "Are you sure?" Liu Xuedong nodded. "Yeah, you go to sleep first. I am going to read for a bit longer." "All right then," Yu Hongdou said, speechless. "The dirty clothes are in the washing machine. Are you going out tomorrow? I will get your clothes ready for you first." "No need to go through the trouble. I will just decide tomorrow." "Okay, well, get some rest soon," Yu Hongdou said softly and closed the study door. As the night deepened, the master bedroom door opened silently. A ray of warm light sneaked out from the room and spilled onto the corridor floor. The nightlight was on at the bedside, left by Yu Hongdou for Liu Xuedong. The outline of her body could be vaguely seen under the thin blanket. Yu Hongdou was lying on her side, her long hair cascading to the side. Her breathing was long and steady, as if she had already fallen fast asleep. Liu Xuedong knew she was pretending to be asleep. After all, a sleeping person would not feel nervous, but Liu Xuedong would not expose her. Since Yu Hongdou wanted him to think she was already asleep, he was happy to pretend he did not notice a thing. Walking to the other side of the bed, Liu Xuedong lifted a corner of the blanket, took off his glasses, and carefully lay down on the bed. Then, he reached out and turned off the light. The room fell into darkness, and in the darkness, every sound became distinct. Liu Xuedong stared at the ceiling with his eyes open, Yu Hongdou's soft breathing in his ears. The two of them were lying in the same bed, yet separated by dozens of centimeters. These dozens of centimeters were like a scorching red line that neither of them took the initiative to cross. After an unknown amount of time, a sigh suddenly came from the darkness. Sigh. Liu Xuedong slightly turned his head, looking in the direction the sigh came from, but he could not see anything clearly in the dark. Liu Xuedong, her voice carried a hint of complaint. "Even though I am the one who suggested marriage, do I, as a woman, really have to take the first step for everything?" Liu Xuedong frowned slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he rolled over and pinned her down. Ah! A scream rang out in the dark. Yu Hongdou pushed against Liu Xuedong's chest in panic. "That is not what I meant." Liu Xuedong's body stiffened, and he sheepishly lay back down. Under the covers, Yu Hongdou's face was blushing bright red. I mean, we are a married couple now. It cannot just be me working hard for this relationship. You need to adapt to your new role as soon as possible too. Yu Hongdou muttered her complaint softly. "We are lying in the same bed, yet you will not even bear to come a little closer. So are you deliberately keeping your distance from me, or are you just too scared to get close? If I even have to take the initiative for normal physical contact, are not you being too?" Before she could finish her sentence, Yu Hongdou suddenly felt a hand grab her arm, and right after that, she was pulled into a firm embrace. "Go to sleep," Liu Xuedong's voice echoed next to her ear. A few minutes later. It is a bit hot. Yu Hongdou's heart was beating a little fast. She was not sure if it was because of herself or because of Liu Xuedong's padded pajamas. A brief silence followed. Liu Xuedong said, "Me too. Why do not you take off your pajamas?" Liu Xuedong silently let go and shifted to the side. Let us just sleep separately. Yu Hongdou. Yu Hongdou could not remember when she fell asleep, only knowing that when she opened her eyes again, it was already bright outside. There was no one beside her, she was the only one in the bed. Yu Hongdou sat up, only to realize that the shoulder strap of her nightgown had slipped down at some point, revealing a glimpse of cleavage and a patch of smooth, fair skin. Yu Hongdou's face flushed red as she hurriedly adjusted the strap back into place. Shuffling out in her slippers, Yu Hongdou saw Liu Xuedong in the living room, already fully dressed. Wearing his glasses, he was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper. Seeing Yu Hongdou come out, he looked up. Go wash up first, the fried dough sticks and soy milk are staying warm in the pot. After washing up, Yu Hongdou brought her breakfast to the coffee table and sat next to Liu Xuedong. Taking small sips of her soy milk, she cast her gaze toward the newspaper in Liu Xuedong's hands. Where did the newspaper come from? Subscribe from the newsstand downstairs, Liu Xuedong replied calmly without turning his head. Sometimes I go down to get it myself. Sometimes Sister Liu brings it to me. She has a habit of going out to buy groceries in the morning, so she helps me buy mine too, and brings the newspaper up on her way to drop off the groceries. Yu Hongdou paused, taken aback. Sister Liu comes over every morning. Yeah, Liu Xuedong looked down at his watch, right about this time. As soon as he finished speaking, ding-dongs, the doorbell rang. Liu Xuedong put down the newspaper to answer the door. Yu Hongdou's body stiffened. She wanted to hide in the bedroom, but it was too late. All she could do was grab the newspaper and pretend to be deeply engrossed in the news, turning a deaf ear to her surroundings. Sister Liu, the door opened, and Liu Xuedong nodded to Lu Fang. Lu Fang replied casually and headed straight for the kitchen with the groceries. But as she passed through the living room, she noticed an extra person sitting on the sofa. Miss Yu, Lu Fang called out tentatively. Yu Hongdou slowly looked up from behind the newspaper, forcing a somewhat strained smile. Morning, Sister Liu. Lu Fang glanced at the off-the-shoulder nightgown Yu Hongdou was wearing, then turned to look at Liu Xuedong's calm face. A knowing, mysterious smile appeared on her face. Morning, morning. You keep reading, I will be out of your hair as soon as I drop these things off. Sister LV left in a hurry, but not before giving Liu Xuedong an appreciative wink. Yu Hongdou still did not dare to look up, so she shifted her focus to the newspaper. A news item in the corner of the paper caught her eye. Shocking, a vampire has appeared in a small village on the outskirts of Jianan City. Over the past month, a large number of livestock and poultry in Yuan Village, Jianan City, have been found dead with their blood completely drained. The cause remains unknown. According to interviews, many villagers claim to have seen strange things. Some say they saw zombies just like those in the movies. Some claim to have seen acquaintances who had long since passed away, and others mention seeing wild beasts. There are all sorts of theories and conflicting accounts. We advise citizens to keep their doors and windows locked at night and urge everyone not to believe or spread rumors. Our publication will continue to provide follow-up reports on the incident. What kind of nonsense is this? She frowned. Why do they print just about anything in the papers these days? Tabloids are news too, just take it as entertainment. Liu Xuedong pulled the newspaper from her hand. Eat first or it will get cold. While Yu Hongdou was eating, Liu Xuedong struck up a conversation. Do you have anything on today? Yu Hongdou took a bite of her fried dough stick and nodded. I have to check in at my new department. I should not be too busy on my first day, though there is definitely plenty for me to learn. Liu Xuedong sat with his legs crossed, reading the paper. I do not have any patience today, so I can give you a ride. No need, I am not a child who needs to be dropped off and picked up. I will take the bus in a bit. Yu Hongdou shook her head. The real reason she refused was that she was working in a classified department and was not sure if she could let Liu Xuedong know the location. Liu Xuedong did not press the matter and continued, Can you drive? Yu Hongdou was taken aback. Yes, I got my license in college. Liu Xuedong pulled his car keys from his pocket and set them on the coffee table. Then take the car. It is only a short walk from home to the clinic. I do not need it. Before Yu Hongdou could refuse, he pulled another key out of the drawer. This is the house key, keep it safe. This time, Yu Hongdou had no reason to decline. She nodded and tucked both keys into her bag. After breakfast, Yu Hongdou changed her clothes and prepared to head out. Liu Xuedong got up to see her to the door. Just as she was about to close it, he suddenly placed his hand against it. Yu Hongdou looked at him in confusion, only to find him looking back at her. He seemed to have considered it for a long time before finally speaking. Thank you, Ms. Yu. Thank me for what? Yu Hongdou was even more puzzled. Thank you for making my wish come true. The car pulled up at the entrance of a food processing plant in the suburbs. Yu Hongdou checked the address in her text message one last time to confirm it was correct before driving through the gate. The two young security guards at the gate were wearing uniforms, but Yu Hongdou could spot the unique military air about them at a glance. After showing her ID, the two security guards let her pass. After taking a moment to park the car in the courtyard, Yu Hongdou walked toward the four-story office building located to the east of the large factory. Because she had called ahead, Tao Kiki was already waiting for her downstairs. "I heard you are married." On the way to Ji Wendong's office, Tao Kiki teased her. "Were not you single just a few days ago? Did you already have a partner? And was this invitation from the Ninth Bureau the push you needed to decide to get married?" Tao Kiki was 5 years older than Yu Hongdou, roughly of the same generation. Tao Kiki's current friendly demeanor was a far cry from the day they signed the non-disclosure agreements. Yu Hongdou smiled awkwardly. I suppose you could say we knew each other from before." Seeming to notice Yu Hongdou's discomfort, Tao Kiki winked at her. "Do not mind that day. It was because old Ji was there, and if we were not serious, we'd get scolded later. I'm usually like this. And that guy Jia Tinxi, do not let his decent appearance fool you. He actually does rap in his spare time. Yeah, that kind of rhythmic chanting thing. I heard he joined an underground rap group in Shanghai City last year, but he was kicked out pretty quickly because his northeast accent was too thick." Yu Hongdou thought to herself, "Are you guys really this free in the Ninth Bureau?" As they chatted, they soon arrived at the Deputy Division Chief's office. Tao Kiki immediately fell silent and knocked on the door. "Knock, knock, knocks." "Come in," Ji Wendong's voice came from inside. Led by Tao Kiki, Yu Hongdou walked into the office. Seeing Yu Hongdou, Ji Wendong stood up with a smile and came out from behind his desk. "Comrade Yu, I am very glad to see you here. I trust you have made your decision." Yu Hongdou nodded firmly. "Division Chief Ji, I choose to join the Special Management Ninth Bureau." Good, Ji Wendong said it 3 times in a row, looking genuinely happy. "Your talent will play a vital role in our future work and can even reduce unnecessary sacrifices of many comrades. Your decision today could be described as saving many lives." Yu Hongdou was overwhelmed by the praise. "Division Chief Ji, are not you exaggerating a bit? I'm afraid I do not have that much ability." "Division Chief Ji is not exaggerating," interjected Tao Kiki, who had become serious again after entering the office. "If used correctly, your talent can assist operational teams in reconnaissance and search activities, and even help us avoid enemy ambushes in advance. Whether in the city or the wilderness, your talent is extremely applicable. So saying your decision today reduces future casualties for the Ninth Bureau is no exaggeration at all. It is all right, do not put too much pressure on yourself." Ji Wendong waved his hand. "We will immediately arrange guidance and targeted training regarding the control and use of your talent. For today, just let Kiki take you around, get the things you need, and have her explain our work priorities in the Ninth Bureau." After coming out of the office, Tao Kiki immediately resumed her chatty personality. "I will let you in on a little secret. We actually knew as soon as you got your marriage certificate yesterday, and we did a background check on your husband. You know how it is, your situation is quite special, so we had to investigate, but do not worry, his record is squeaky clean." Yu Hongdou nodded. She knew Liu Xuedong's situation quite well, as they had talked a lot during their 5 therapy sessions. "Then again, your husband is impressive," Tao Kiki said with sparkling eyes. "A top student who studied abroad, finished his postgraduate studies at Stanford in the Free Federation, then went to Nagoya University in Japan for his doctorate. He opened his own psychological clinic after returning to the country. He is definitely in a high-income bracket. Plus, he knows so many rich people, government officials, and even celebrities. These people have been treated by him. That is quite a network of connections." Yu Hongdou paused. She was not aware of Liu Xuedong's academic background, though she could guess he was wealthy, as she knew he had paid for both their house and the clinic building in full. The two of them chatted as they walked into the elevator. Yu Hongdou noticed that there were only 6 buttons inside the elevator, close and open, along with floor numbers 1 to 4. Above all the buttons was a smooth, square panel. After entering the elevator, Tao Kiki took a card from her breast pocket, swiped it over the smooth panel, and pressed the button for the 2nd floor. The elevator immediately began to descend. Tao Kiki explained, "There are actually 2 underground levels hidden right beneath our feet. After scanning the elevator's verification area with this access card, pressing 1 takes you to basement level 1, and pressing 2 takes you to basement level 2. You will be issued a card like this shortly, but taking access cards out of the facility is strictly prohibited. You probably noticed that row of lockers when we passed through the 1st floor earlier, right? Those are actually personal safes. When you get off work, you have to leave your access card inside and retrieve it the next day. The safes are unlocked via iris and fingerprint scans, so you do not have to worry about theft." "So advanced," Yu Hongdou marveled. "I thought this kind of technology only existed in movies." "No need to make a fuss, you will get used to it." Just as she finished speaking, the elevator came to a halt. As the doors slowly opened, an incredibly massive space revealed itself to Yu Hongdou, accompanied by Tao Kiki's proud voice. "Welcome to Bureau 9. Entire underground area was roughly rectangular, with an estimated floor-to-ceiling height of nearly 30 meters. Although divided into upper and lower levels, a large portion in the center of the rectangle was actually completely open. Looking up from the bottom, you could clearly see the mesh steel structure and ventilation ducts at the very top. You're currently on basement level 2. Tao Kiki led Yu Hongdou into the interior space. This floor is mainly used for our regular training, such as the firearms range, physical training grounds, and talent testing areas, along with various other facilities like lounges and the armory. Tao Kiki pointed to the nearby firearms range. Yu Hongdou followed her gaze and saw 2 people conducting shooting drills inside, yet no sound could be heard. Tao Kiki continued, every training area is soundproofed with specialized glass. When necessary, the glass can also be turned opaque with a switch to block the line of sight. Tao Kiki then pointed overhead. Up there is basement level 1. As you can probably tell, it is actually built as a suspended ring along the inner perimeter of the whole area. The people operating on basement level 1 are mostly technical staff, so that is their office space, including observation rooms and research labs. The sides of these rooms facing the interior are all made of glass to facilitate their observation and study of the training grounds below. Oh right, the archives are also on basement level 1. You will just take a quick look around for now. You will get familiar with it later. Tao Kiki took Yu Hongdou on a rough tour around the facility before returning to the elevator doors. Now I will take you to the archives to get your access card and department ID, and then to the armory to collect your sidearm. By the way, our department does not have a uniform. You do not mind, do you? Just as she was speaking, the elevator doors opened, and a tall figure appeared before them. Yo, softbones, Tao Kiki looked up. Are not you on your days off? The man who appeared before them was estimated to be nearly 2 meters tall, so much so that even the 1.7 meter tall Yu Hongdou had to tilt her head up to see his face. Although tall, he was not bulky. Instead, he appeared rather lean. Softbones was not angry at being called that. He looked down at the 2 women by the elevator doors and smiled, saying, I could not sit still at home, so I figured I would come back to the bureau to train. After saying that, he shifted his gaze to Yu Hongdou and exclaimed, Is this the new awakened your team 2 recruited? I heard them mention her before, saying she was stunningly beautiful. Seeing her now, she really does look like a fairy. Yu Hongdou smiled somewhat awkwardly. Tao Kiki introduced him to Yu Hongdou. This tall guy is Han Chengxiao from Team 1. Yu Hongdou nodded at Han Chengxiao. Hello, brother Han. Do not call me brother, Han Chengxiao waved his hand. I am still young, just call me by my name. Han Chengxiao left, and Tao Kiki and Yu Hongdou entered the elevator. They pressed for basement level 1 and wandered their way over to the archives. The entire archive was divided into front and back sections. The entrance was a relatively small office, and at the very back of the office was a large iron door. Behind the iron door was the actual document storage warehouse. Knock, knock, knock. Tao Kiki symbolically knocked on the door and walked straight in. There were only 2 people in the office at the moment. Neither was very old, but both wore glasses and were currently hunched over their desks writing furiously, not even reacting when they heard the knock on the door. Tao Kiki walked over and tapped on the desk. We are here to pick up Yu Hongdou's access card and ID. Yu Hongdou, upon hearing the name, the 2 of them looked up in unison. Where is she? Only when they saw Yu Hongdou standing behind Tao Kiki did one of them stand up. He hastily wiped his hands on his clothes, then extended a hand toward Yu Hongdou with an eager face. Hello, Miss Yu. My name is Li Si. Smack, Tao Kiki slapped away Li Si's extended hand and turned to Yu Hongdou. Let me introduce you. These 2 are among the few unmarried individuals in the bureau, Zhang San and Li Si. They are both archive administrators and experiment recorders. After saying that, she turned back and glared at Li Si. Wipe your drool. She's already married. Hurry up and bring out the items. After going through the procedures, watching Yu Hongdou's departing figure, Li Si said to Zhang San in a daze, Brother San, I am heartbroken. Zhang San glanced at Li Si. Idiot. Afterward, Yu Hongdou went to the armory to collect her sidearm. Tao Kiki stretched lazily. Phew, another busy day comes to an end. We can finally get off work. A question mark popped up over Yu Hongdou's head. What exactly was busy about today? So she took out her phone and glanced at it. It was not even 12 o'clock yet. With that, Tao Kiki dragged Yu Hongdou back to the surface, not forgetting to remind her. Do not forget to put your sidearm and access card back in the safe before we leave. Oh right, I remember you drove here. How about you give me a ride? Okay, Yu Hongdou nodded. After claiming her safe and storing her items, she hesitated slightly. Sister Kiki, leaving now counts as leaving early, right? Are you sure it is okay? Relax, Tao Kiki slung an arm around Yu Hongdou's shoulders. She was quite a bit shorter than Yu Hongdou, to the point that she had to stand on her tiptoes to manage the gesture. Have not you noticed there is barely anyone in the bureau? Even though joining Bureau 9 comes with a lot of restrictions, the organization is actually very lenient with our daily lives. After all, incidents involving awakened are so rare that we might not even encounter one in half a year. Usually this place is like a senior citizen activity center. It is only leaders like Old G who diligently sit in the office every day. Us grunts, on the other hand, have it super easy. Yu Hongdou did not know whether to laugh or cry as Tao Kiki dragged her out of the office building. Section break. Currently disclosed information. Special Administration Bureau 9 Archives, top secret, grade C. Han Chengxiao, male, 30 years old, member of Team 1 of Shanghai City Special Administration Bureau 9, awakened. Talent effect: the talent possessor can temporarily cause the joints in their limbs to bypass the limitations of the human skeleton, allowing for multi-angle and multi-directional movement of up to 180 degrees. During the use of the talent, the muscles, ligaments, and joint capsules of the possessor's limbs will not suffer damage due to the abnormal joint movement. Cost: after the use of the talent ends, the damage to the muscles, ligaments, joint capsules, and other areas that should have occurred due to the abnormal joint movement will be evenly shared by all the muscles in the possessor's limbs. Depending on the severity of the damage, this may cause the possessor to experience symptoms such as numbness, loss of strength, or temporary paralysis. Condition: none. Notes: 1. This talent has extremely high practicality in close-quarters combat. 2. The possibility of this talent having an upper threshold limit cannot be ruled out. The maximum cost could result in permanent paralysis for the possessor. 3. Researcher Zhang Wansong once proposed conducting an amputation experiment on the possessor. This was politely declined by the possessor and did not proceed. Recorder Zhang San. After getting into the car, Yu Hongdou asked, "By the way, what time do we start work this afternoon? I can come pick you up if it is on my way." Sitting in the passenger seat, Tao Kiki looked composed. "I have a debate tournament this afternoon, so I will not be heading back to the office." A debate tournament? Yu Hongdou looked bewildered. "Yeah," Tao Kiki said, her tone sounding perfectly natural, as if she were not the one skipping work. "It is at Shanghai University of Science and Technology. They hold a debate tournament every year. This year's topic is it better to be the affirmative side or the negative side in a debate tournament? I am acting as an outside expert for the negative side, filling the second speaker spot. Our argument is, it is better to be the affirmative side." Yu Hongdou thought, that does not exactly sound like a serious debate tournament. "You do not really need to come in this afternoon anyway," Tao Kiki said, looking out the window. "Since your training will not officially start until tomorrow, there is nothing for you to do if you come in." Yu Hongdou bit her lip gently. "Actually, I have figured some things out on my own over the last couple of days. I can now control my gift to a certain extent. When I do not want to use it, I do not feel anything even if I close my eyes. Plus, when I do use my gift, I can vaguely sense the direction where someone's gaze is coming from." "Then you really do have talent," Tao Kiki said with surprise. "I have gained quite a bit of experience in using my own gift, so we can talk more about it." This time it was Yu Hongdou's turn to be surprised. "Kiki, you are an awakened too. What is your gift?" Tao Kiki blinked playfully. "I will keep you in suspense for now. You will find out eventually. Just a friendly tip. I have already used my gift on you." Yu Hongdou gave a helpless smile. "How about this? It is almost lunchtime. You pick a place, I will treat you to a meal, and we can have a good chat then." "Oh, that is too much," Tao Kiki laughed behind her hand. "But since you have put it that way, I guess I will have to take advantage of a rich benefactor like you." Yu Hongdou froze for a moment. "I am no rich benefactor." Before she could finish, she realized that Tao Kiki was referring to Liu Xuedong. As the wife of a wealthy man, it was no wonder Tao Kiki said that. It was only because she subconsciously kept such a clear line between herself and Liu Xuedong that she had not thought of it. The car pulled up in front of a star-rated hotel, and the valet walked over to take the keys and park the car. Looking at the grand, luxurious hotel entrance, Yu Hongdou felt a sting in her wallet. Tao Kiki cast a cautious glance at Yu Hongdou. "Trading my experience with gifts for a meal should be fair, right?" Yu Hongdou waved her hands quickly. It is fair, no worries at all." Led by the waiter, they went to the third floor to dine. A waiter soon approached with a menu on a tray. He bowed slightly and whispered, "Good afternoon, ladies. We have a minimum charge of 500 per person. Here is the menu." Yu Hongdou thought about how her monthly salary at the police force was only around 2,000, and even with all the subsidies, it was less than 3,000. When had she ever eaten such an expensive meal? But even though she thought that, she still handed the menu to Tao Kiki. Tao Kiki, unaware of Yu Hongdou's thoughts, took the menu and promptly ordered 4 dishes, finishing by asking the waiter, "That should be enough to meet the minimum, right? The two of us could not eat that much anyway." The waiter nodded and left. As the dishes arrived one by one, they ate and chatted. There were not many people in the restaurant, and every table was placed at a good distance, so they did not have to worry about others overhearing their conversation. Yu Hongdou could tell that Tao Kiki was very much in the mood to talk, so much so that the meal lasted nearly an hour. The food was nearly gone. After they were full, Yu Hongdou picked up her handbag, intending to call the waiter to pay the bill. But she was in for a surprise. Her wallet was nowhere to be found in the bag. She checked again carefully, only to remember that she had taken it out and left it on the bedside table while packing her luggage last night. Yu Hongdou felt a wave of embarrassment. She looked at Tao Kiki opposite her, who was still chattering away. She opened her mouth but felt too shy to ask her to cover the bill. After a moment of hesitation, she stood up and said, "Wait for me a moment, I need to go to the restroom." Reaching the sink, Yu Hongdou looked back to make sure no one was around, then dialed Liu Xuedong's number. The call connected and Liu Xuedong's voice came through. "Hello, what is wrong?" Dr. Liu," she said apologetically, "I forgot my wallet. I think I left it on the bedside table. I'm out for lunch with a colleague right now. Would you mind bringing it over for me?" On the other end of the line, Liu Xuedong was sitting at his desk. After hearing what Yu Hongdou said, he frowned slightly for some reason before speaking. "Call me husband." Those 3 words reached her ears, feeling like they carried a scorching heat. Standing by the sink, Yu Hongdou could clearly see her face turning beet red in the mirror. How could he take advantage of the situation like this? She had no choice but to swallow her pride. She consoled herself internally. So Yu Hongdou gritted her teeth slightly and whispered quickly, "Husband." "Where are you right now?" Liu Xuedong asked over the phone. Yu Hongdou took a deep breath. The restaurant on the 3rd floor of the Bolai Hotel. "Got it," the call ended. Yu Hongdou calmed herself down in front of the mirror, and once her complexion returned to normal, she headed back to the table. "Let us chat a bit more, Yu Hongdou said with a smile, while gritting her teeth internally. "My husband said he is coming to pick me up." "Oh wow," Tao Kiki's eyes lit up. "I only saw a photo of him once before. I did not expect to be meeting him in person so soon." Liu Xuedong did not keep Yu Hongdou waiting long. About half an hour later, his figure appeared at the restaurant entrance, and Yu Hongdou stood up to greet him. Liu Xuedong spotted Yu Hongdou in the crowd instantly. He could likely guess her current awkward predicament, so he did not walk over, but stood waiting for her to come to him. When she reached him, he took her wallet out from the inner pocket of his suit, then opened it to pull out a bank card. Yu Hongdou was certain she had not had this card before. Just as Yu Hongdou was wondering about it, Liu Xuedong's low voice came to her ears. "Sorry, it was my oversight, I forgot about this." Liu Xuedong handed her the card. "There is 5 million on this card. The password is our wedding date." Yu Hongdou's mouth hung open in shock. Just as she was about to return the card to him, Tao Kiki walked over. "What are you whispering about? Are not you going to introduce me?" Yu Hongdou turned and saw Tao Kiki wearing a knowing maternal-like smile. She said somewhat awkwardly, "This is my husband Liu Xuedong. Dr. Liu who's Xuedong. This is my colleague Tao Kiki." Liu Xuedong reached out to shake her hand. "Hello, Miss Tao. I will have to trouble you to look after Hongdou at work in the future." "My pleasure," Tao Kiki said, looking Liu Xuedong over with a mischievous gaze. "Mr. Liu is young, capable, and wealthy. You and Hongdou really are a match made in heaven. Do not worry, I will keep an eye on your Hongdou for you. I will not even let a male mosquito near her." "Male mosquitoes do not even bite," Yu Hongdou muttered in protest. Tao Kiki ignored her and started bombarding Liu Xuedong with questions. "Mr. Liu, how did you two meet? Where was your first date? Who pursued whom?" Tao Kiki's relentless desire for conversation made Liu Xuedong feel a bit overwhelmed. He quickly waved over a waiter and said, "I will go settle the bill first. You two keep chatting." Divider. Current public information. Special Management Bureau, 9th Branch Archives, Top Secret, Category B. Tao Kiki, female, 28 years old, member of the 2nd Group of the Special Management Bureau in Shanghai City, awakened. Gift effect: in a conversational setting, she can cause the target to subconsciously speak their true thoughts. Cost: as the gift is used more frequently, the possessor's desire to confide in others grows gradually, and this process is irreversible. Conditions: none. Notes: 1. This gift is highly effective in interrogations and intelligence gathering. 2. Experimental results show that if the target is aware of the gift's effect beforehand and consciously chooses to keep secrets, the gift will not be effective. 3. Experimental results show that if the target is unaware of the gift's effect and a memory has been sealed through means such as hypnosis, the gift still cannot compel the target to reveal the sealed memory. 4. Based on the 3 points above, it is recommended that the organization strictly protect the information regarding the possessor of this gift. Although, in my opinion, this chatterbox herself is the most likely person to expose the information. Recorder Lacey. When Liu Xuedong returned after paying the bill, he found that Tao Kiki had already left, saying she did not want to stay and be a third wheel. "Then let us go too," Liu Xuedong said. "Head home first." Ms. Yu Hongdou nodded silently. "How did you get here?" "I drove." Drove what car? Was not she the one who drove the car here?" Yu Hongdou's face was full of questions. Just as she was about to ask, the two of them had already reached the hotel entrance. Just as they came out, Yu Hongdou saw a taxi parked at the hotel entrance, blocking all the cars behind it. Horns honked for quite a while, but the taxi did not budge. The doorman was negotiating with the taxi driver, and both sides were arguing until they were red in the face. Seeing the two come out, the taxi driver immediately came up to greet them. Before he could speak, Liu Xuedong calmly counted out 1,000 yuan from his wallet and handed it over. This is for the fare and the traffic violation fines. Watching the driver take the money, Yu Hongdou finally could not help but say, "Wait a minute, what kind of fare is that expensive? Did you drive all the way from the capital?" Driver smiled bitterly. "Miss, you have no idea. This guy hailed the car and immediately dragged me to the passenger seat. Then he drove the car himself and sped all the way here. If it were not for the red lights stopping him, I bet he could have made this broken taxi fly. Give me the inside scoop, your man used to drive an F, right?" Yu Hongdou looked at Liu Xuedong in shock and uncertainty. Liu Xuedong ignored her and said flatly to the driver, "You should go move the car." Returning to their own car, Yu Hongdou habitually went to sit in the driver's seat, but after thinking for a moment, she tossed the keys to Liu Xuedong. "You drive instead." Liu Xuedong did not refuse and silently took the keys. The journey back was spent in silence. After arriving home, Liu Xuedong was about to duck into the study, but Yu Hongdou grabbed him and pulled him to sit on the sofa. Yu Hongdou took out that bank card from her wallet, placed it on the coffee table, and pushed it in front of Liu Xuedong. "Take this money back." As soon as she said this, Yu Hongdou clearly saw Liu Xuedong's eyebrows furrow slightly, and for some reason, she felt a bit guilty. Liu Xuedong thought for a moment before speaking, his tone somewhat serious. "This behavior of yours makes us seem very unlike a married couple. It is the same nature as when you called me Dr. Liu on the phone earlier." Yu Hongdou hesitated to speak. Liu Xuedong asked in return, "Forgot what you said yourself last night. I reflected on it today. As the male party in the marriage, I was indeed too passive before, so I will try hard to correct that. I gave you money today not because of some brainless reason like a husband's earnings should be spent by his wife, but because, as we are now a legally married couple, I cannot let you fall into this kind of awkward situation today just because of a reason like our relationship is not close enough yet, so I should not use your money. The fact that this happened also means I failed as a husband. Can you understand what I am saying?" Although these words were said with the majesty of a husband, analyzing this kind of thing so clearly and plainly actually makes you seem more like my theory class teacher. Yu Hongdou said weakly. Seeing Liu Xuedong frown again, she quickly raised her hand. "Stop, I will just keep the card, but speaking of which, how come you're so rich? Your psychological clinic has been open for less than a year, right?" "I made some money when I was in the Free Federation before," Liu Xuedong replied without blushing or skipping a beat. Yu Hongdou found it strange. "Weren't you in college at the time?" "A work study." Is work study in the Free Federation that lucrative? Yu Hongdou, who had never been abroad, was greatly surprised. Liu Xuedong himself felt this explanation was a bit flimsy, so he added, "After earning my first pot of gold through work study, I used that money to invest in a few projects on the West Coast, and then I made a profit." "So what you're playing is Pa," Yu Hongdou almost slipped up. "Then what was going on with you today? Taxi drivers are all veterans, yet your driving skills could scare even him. Did you learn drag racing in the Free Federation too?" Liu Xuedong looked up at the ceiling and thought for a moment. "You know, things are pretty chaotic over in the Free Federation. Like Los Santos, San Andreas and stuff. There's a lot of street racing, so I just got used to it over time." "No, what does the Free Federation not have traffic police or something? Does no one enforce the law?" Yu Hongdou seriously suspected Liu Xuedong was just pulling her leg. "They do, which is why I stopped at all the red lights." Liu Xuedong felt he could not keep this conversation going, so he quickly changed the subject. "Are you not going to work this afternoon?" Yu Hongdou shook her head. "Sister Kiki said there is nothing going on this afternoon, so I do not have to go." "All right then," Liu Xuedong nodded. "I am going to read some materials for a while this afternoon. I will make dinner when it is about time." With that, Liu Xuedong walked into the study, not giving Yu Hongdou a chance to ask further questions. More than 10 minutes later, the study door was gently opened, and Yu Hongdou walked in carrying a cup. She placed the cup near Liu Xuedong's hand. "Tea, freshly brewed, careful it is hot." Liu Xuedong stared intently at the computer and voiced a word of thanks. Yu Hongdou sat down opposite Liu Xuedong's desk. She looked as though she had something to say but was a bit embarrassed to speak. "I thought about it in the living room just now, and if I still call you Dr. Liu, it really is a bit too distant." Liu Xuedong raised his head and looked at Yu Hongdou, waiting for her to continue. "But I still feel calling you hubby is a bit too cheesy." Yu Hongdou subconsciously avoided making eye contact with Liu Xuedong. "So, could I change how I address you?" "You can," Liu Xuedong nodded calmly. "Take your time, I am not in a hurry. As long as you are willing to make a change, it is fine." "Then let us start with Mr. Liu." Yu Hongdou carefully glanced at Liu Xuedong. "Okay." It was only when she saw Liu Xuedong nod that Yu Hongdou finally breathed a sigh of relief. Liu Xuedong picked up the cup and blew on the tea leaves floating on the surface. "Then if you do not mind, I will just call you Hongdou from now on. It is a very nice name." Okay, Yu Hongdou nodded repeatedly. She had just been about to suggest this. If Liu Xuedong had wanted to call her wifey, she would have found it unbearable. This was already the best outcome. Glancing at the relieved expression on Yu Hongdou's face, Liu Xuedong found it a bit amusing. He spoke mildly. If you want to keep me company in here, you can find a book on the shelf to read. Rings, ring. Just as he finished speaking, ringing came from the living room. It was Yu Hongdou's phone. Yu Hongdou jogged out and answered the phone in the living room. Liu Xuedong vaguely heard her say something like coming down right away. After a short while, Yu Hongdou came back in. She looked apologetic and said to Liu Xuedong, "Sister Kiki called and said there is an impromptu meeting at the department, so I have to hurry back. Sorry, I cannot keep you company this afternoon." "It is fine, work is important." Liu Xuedong did not really mind. He took out the car keys. "Take the car." Yu Hongdou waved her hand, saying, "No need. Sister Kiki is taking a taxi and will pick me up on the way. She told me to wait downstairs." "All right, be careful on the way." In the taxi, Tao Kiki complained incessantly. "You have got to be kidding me. I was just about to go on stage and they tell me to come back for a meeting. If they lose a powerhouse like me, are not we, the opposition, doomed to lose? It is not like there is anything to be proud of, even if you win such a silly debate competition." Yu Hongdou muttered to herself inwardly. What is this meeting about anyway? Yu Hongdou steered the conversation away. Not sure, Old G did not say over the phone. Tao Kiki shook her head. But typically, emergency meetings like this mean something related to that side of things has come up. But do not worry, if it were truly urgent, the department would have sent people over directly instead of holding a meeting first. Yu Hongdou nodded, feeling slightly relieved. Taxi pulled up to the main gate. The driver read the name on the entrance over and over, rolling his eyes in silence. He had thought it was some state affair based on how mysterious they were being, but it turned out to be just a food processing plant. The two of them hurried over to the meeting room. Yu Hongdou had assumed they were late, but to her surprise, there were very few people in the room, and judging by their expressions, they had only just arrived themselves. Tao Kiki pulled Yu Hongdou to a seat on the right side of the conference table and whispered introductions. The person at the head of the right side is Liu Xuedong, our Team 2 leader. The one at the head of the left is Lin Renji, the Team 1 leader. You have met the guy next to him, Jia Tingxi. He is also from Team 1. People kept pushing the door open to enter, and once everyone had filed in, Director Ji finally appeared. Director Ji walked in with a dark face and sat down in the center seat at the head of the table. Thump, 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 Director Ji rapped sharply on the table. Team 2 leader Liu Xuedong, who had been dozing on the table, was startled awake. "Every time I call a meeting, I have to wait forever," Director Ji said, looking pained. "Especially you guys in Team 2. Liu Xuedong was still half asleep, his eyes heavy with dark circles, and he looked around in a daze. Yu Hongdou heard Tao Kiki whispering beside her. Actually, it is because Old G spends half the meeting talking nonsense, so everyone drags their feet arriving on purpose, leaving him less time to talk. HMPH, as if he had predicted Tao Kiki would badmouth him, Old G glared at her before getting straight to the point. "I will keep this brief. Here is the situation. While ago, there was a mass death of livestock in Yuan Village, Jianan City. Many villagers claimed to have seen strange things. The superstitious ones said they saw ghosts, others said wild beasts, and some were even scared into the hospital. After reports were filed, local police investigated but found nothing. During the investigation, the livestock deaths began spreading to neighboring villages. These dead animals had one thing in common. They were severely blood depleted, some even completely drained. Initially, the police suspected wild beasts due to the bite marks, but in later follow-ups, many villagers reported that they found their valuables missing the day after the incidents occurred. The local police now believe someone is taking advantage of the chaos, and the villagers panic to commit thefts. Because the livestock deaths are spreading, the local police added more personnel to patrol the surrounding villages, but during this process, something unexpected happened. Dago, 2 officers were attacked and knocked unconscious while patrolling at night in Jukyo village. They were not found until the next morning by villagers, then taken to the hospital. Medical checks showed no physical injuries, but they both claimed to have seen incredible sights before losing consciousness. One said he saw a well with a white-clad, long-haired female ghost crawling out. The other claimed he saw a giant python lunging from the river, trying to devour him in one bite. Yu Hongdou clearly saw Tao Kiki, sitting beside her, shudder. Director Ji continued. The local police realized something was wrong and reported it up the chain until it reached our 9th division. Although it sounds bizarre, there have been no actual casualties so far. Even so, we cannot let our guard down. Therefore, I have decided to send 1 person from Team 1 and 1 from Team 2 to Jianan City to assist the local police with the investigation. Director Ji swept his gaze toward Team 1 on the left. The members sitting there were either playing with their phones or looking down to avoid eye contact. This made the nearly 2-meter tall Hen Changxiao the most conspicuous one. It was no use for him to look down. Director Ji pointed at him. Han Chengxiao, you are it. Han Chengxiao nodded helplessly. As for Team 2, Director Ji shifted his gaze, finally landing on Yu Hongdou. I have already had a candidate in mind. Comrade Xiao Yu, I will have to trouble you to make the trip. Me, Yu Hongdou looked surprised. Director Ji, I just got here and have not received any systematic training yet. Director Ji waved his hand to interrupt. I heard from Tao Kiki over the phone that you can already control your innate talent to some extent. There is a reason I am sending you. This matter involves tracking, and your talent will come in handy. Plus, you come from a police background with extensive criminal investigation experience, so you will be able to work well with the local police. Even if there is real danger, we have Han Chengxiao. Do not underestimate him. He comes from a legitimate northern martial arts family. Combined with his talent, he is more than enough to be your bodyguard, so no need to refuse. No time to lose, you two should head out immediately. Since the leader had made the decision, Yu Hongdou, who was used to following orders, no longer refused. She stood up, straightened her posture, and saluted just as she had in the past. Understood, mission accepted. This action made everyone else in the meeting room turn to look at her. Director Ji's eyes were full of gratification, but when he turned to look at the others, his expression turned pained again. Look at Comrade Xiao Yu and then look at yourselves. Sigh, that is all, meeting adjourned. After the meeting, Yu Hongdou and Tao Kiki returned to their office, and shortly after, someone brought over the train tickets for Jianan City. Han Chengxiao came over from the Team 1 office next door and reminded Yu Hongdou, do not forget your service pistol and your departmental ID, and your national ID card. This business trip will probably take several days. I was originally planning to visit my hometown the day after tomorrow, but it looks like I will have to wait until I get back. Beside them, Tao Kiki jumped up and smacked Han Chengxiao on the lower back. Do not jinx us like that. If you want to die, do not drag Hongdou into it. Before departing, Yu Hongdou called Liu Xuedong. Hello, what is up? On the phone, Liu Xuedong's voice sounded as unruffled as ever. Mr. Liu, sitting in the train station waiting room, Yu Hongdou spoke with an apologetic tone. I will not be able to come home for dinner tonight. My department has arranged a last-minute business trip. Liu Xuedong fell silent for a moment on the other end of the line before asking, where are you going? For how long? Jianan City, Yu Hongdou pursed her lips. Probably a few days. It depends on when the work is finished, but I will make it as quick as possible. All right, go ahead, Liu Xuedong sighed. Remember to call me if anything comes up. Do not do what you did at the hotel today and only contact me at the very last minute. They chatted for a little while longer. Yu Hongdou could still somewhat detect a hint of dissatisfaction in Liu Xuedong's tone. She did not hang up until the station broadcast announced that her train was arriving. Sitting next to her, Han Chengxiao asked casually, boyfriend? Well, Yu Hongdou shook her head. He is my husband. Back at home, Liu Xuedong put down the phone and went into the kitchen to whip up dinner for himself. Living apart on our very first day of marriage, just what kind of department is so inhumane? They could at least show some consideration for newlyweds. Oh well, look on the bright side. At least I do not have to wear pajamas to sleep tonight. Liu Xuedong muttered to himself. Jianan City. I recall it is not too far from Shanghai. Name sounded somewhat familiar to him. Suddenly, he furrowed his brows, set down the kitchen knife, and hurried to the living room. He picked up the newspaper on the coffee table, his eyes rapidly scanning the pages before finally stopping on a small report in the corner. Liu Xuedong's gaze sharpened. It could not be that much of a coincidence, could it? Later that night, Shanghai was a city that never slept. Whenever night fell and the colorful neon lights flickered on, the city's prosperity was put on display in a bizarre, dazzling manner. On the street, a figure slowly walked over from the far end of the block. The street was packed with bars and nightclubs, and come nighttime, the roadside would be lined with luxury cars. Furthermore, people squatting by the road throwing up, crowds arguing as they walked, belligerent drunks getting tossed out, and even the heavily intoxicated collapsed on the ground waiting to be picked up by opportunistic strangers. These types of people were equally a regular part of the scenery here. A figure who appeared to be casually strolling looked completely out of place on this street. He wore a peaked cap that obscured his face, but judging by the laugh lines visible on his exposed lower half, he appeared to be a man in his 50s. The art of disguise was a dying craft, and it was also Liu Xuedong's most proficient skill during his career as a cleaner. To ensure a peaceful life in the future, he had prepared several fake identities for himself. This was just one of his many alter egos, a middle-aged man in his 50s. Liu Xuedong stopped in front of the entrance to a private club. Two burly security guards in black suits blocked his path. Liu Xuedong pulled out a card and flashed it at them, prompting the guards to let him through. This was an invitation-only high-end private club. It featured a bar, karaoke, dining, bathhouses, and all sorts of shady underground entertainment. In short, as long as the members, who could afford the annual fee of several $100,000, wanted something, the club would provide the service. Liu Xuedong was not here for leisure, however. he was here to see the boss. Perhaps even the members themselves were unaware that the true business running behind the scenes here was the buying and selling of intelligence. "I want to see your boss," Liu Xuedong said to a security guard. The guard looked down, scrutinizing Liu Xuedong, and furrowed his brows. "Mr. Zhou is not in today." "I'm talking about your actual boss." Liu Xuedong waved the card in his hand. "He gave me this card personally. You must be new, right? Seems like you were not around a year ago." Guard's expression changed. He suddenly recalled an incident from a year ago that other employees had whispered about since he started working there. Unable to help himself, he eyed Liu Xuedong up and down a couple more times before immediately adopting a much lower, respectful posture. "Please follow me." Guard led Liu Xuedong to the bar counter of the second-floor pub, then turned and quickly hurried away. Under the dim lights, Liu Xuedong and the bartender were the only two people at the counter. The bartender placed a glass down in front of Liu Xuedong and let out a long sigh. "Big boss, I am just a lowly information broker. Could you maybe not just torment me specifically? If it helps, I can give you the addresses of the other two brokers in Shanghai, and you can go bother them instead." "Juice, please, thank you." Liu Xuedong stopped the bartender's hand just as he was about to pour the liquor. "You are only half right about that. Those two might be information brokers, but you are not. You are currently the only edgewalker left in Shanghai. Perhaps there were others before, but now you are definitely the only one remaining." "I should have guessed." The bartender sighed again and dutifully poured Liu Xuedong a glass of juice. "At first, I just thought you were some powerful out-of-towner who popped up out of nowhere. I never expected you to actually be someone from the shadow world. You were right. There used to be a total of 3 edgewalkers in Shanghai, but during the strict crackdowns a few years ago, the other 2 drew too much attention to themselves and were wiped out by the 9th Bureau. Thankfully, I was quick on the uptake that year and chose to lay low early on, which is how I managed to weather the storm." Leaners like Liu Xuedong, along with the Bald Eagle Environmental Management Bureau, the Blizzard Committee, and various other individuals from official and unofficial circles alike, operated year-round in places unseen by ordinary people. Because of this, they often jokingly referred to themselves as living in the shadow world. The so-called edgewalkers were simply another class of people within this shadow world who primarily profited by buying and selling all kinds of intelligence related to it. Such people existed all over the world, with operations ranging from massive to modest. It was quite simple to determine just how big an edgewalker's business really was. You just had to find out whether or not they knew about the awakeners. Regardless of the organization, everyone adhered to an unspoken rule: keep the existence of awakeners an absolute secret from the outside world. As a result, not every edgewalker was even aware that the awakeners existed. Due to the specific circumstances of the nation, however, there were virtually no edgewalkers in Great Xia who had managed to scale up their businesses. Most were just lone wolves operating on a very small scale. Take the bartender in front of him, for example. His real name was Hu Man, though those who knew him on the streets called him Brother Fox. In the beginning, Hu Man truly had been just a regular bartender. Later on, through a bizarre twist of fate, he crossed paths with a local Shanghai edgewalker. That edgewalker took a liking to Hu Man's street smarts and took the young man under his wing. A few years after that, the edgewalker died overseas, allowing Hu Man to inherit his resources and slowly expand his own operations to their current scale. Thanks to this special status, Hu Man commanded quite a bit of respect in Shanghai's underworld. Yet even so, he did not dare put on airs in front of the man sitting across from him. To this day, the memory remained fresh in his mind. 1 year ago, this very same old man had fought his way from the ground floor all the way up to Hu Man's office, knocking out dozens of his subordinates along the way. The old man had then pressed a gun directly against his forehead, forcing him to hand over a membership card, and later coerced Hu Man into acquiring several real estate properties for him using fake identities. But what terrified Hu Man the most was the fact that, despite being a local kingpin in Shanghai, he still had not been able to dig up a single thing regarding this man's true identity to this day. "I am sure you did not just come here today to drink juice, sir." Hu Man put on a bitter face. "Whatever it is you need, just give the order. When you stay quiet like this, it makes me panic." Liu Xuedong tapped his fingers rhythmically against the tabletop. "Look into something for me. Find out exactly what has been going on recently over in Yuan Village, Jianan City." And here I was thinking it was something serious. Hu Man breathed a heavy sigh of relief. "I actually do know a little bit about that." After some conversation, Liu Xuedong frowned slightly. "So you mean the police also saw ghosts?" Hu Man chuckled mockingly. "There are no ghosts in this world. I think there are only 2 possibilities. Either those 2 officers saw things wrong because it was pitch black, or someone was deliberately playing tricks. Of course, the second one is more likely. After all, the odds of 2 people having the same hallucination are too low." Liu Xuedong nodded in silence. Having obtained the information he wanted, he took a stack of money from his pocket and placed it on the bar counter. Hu Man gave a thumbs up. "You are a man who plays by the rules, boss. Very generous." After putting down the money, Liu Xuedong was about to leave when Hu Man spoke up behind him. "Boss, can you give me a hint? Who exactly are you? You know, in our line of work, we cannot help but be curious about everything." Liu Xuedong turned his head. Do you really want to know? Hu Man raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. I wanted to know at first, but after hearing that, I understand. Some things are better left unasked. Liu Xuedong smiled slightly, not curious anymore. Hu Man shook his head. I am still curious, but there is another rule in our line of work. Curiosity is not as important as your life. Sensible, no wonder you have lived this long. Liu Xuedong waved his hand and went downstairs. After leaving the clubhouse, Liu Xuedong took a few detours to make sure no one was following him before returning home. After changing his clothes, Liu Xuedong went downstairs, got in his car, and called Yu Hongdou. The phone rang once and was hung up. A few seconds later, a text message from Yu Hongdou arrived, on a mission. Liu Xuedong replied, "Got it, carry on." Putting down his phone, Liu Xuedong started the car and headed straight for the highway. Yu Hongdou had arrived in Jianan City that afternoon. Upon leaving the train station, she and Han Chengxiao headed straight to the police station, and after showing their credentials, met the investigation team in charge of the case. While Han Chengxiao was negotiating with the team, she went to get the detailed case files and sat alone to read through them carefully. After a while, Han Chengxiao walked over. The investigation team says they have split into two groups to investigate separately. They asked which group we intend to join. Separate investigations. Yu Hongdou felt very confused. Why separate them? Han Chengxiao scratched his head. I would not know. I am no expert on detective work. They said one group is investigating the livestock deaths, while the other is handling the theft cases. What about the explanation for the two officers falling unconscious? Yu Hongdou pressed. Han Chengxiao replied, they suspect someone was taking advantage of the darkness to pose as supernatural entities, just to prevent the police from investigating. That is why they categorized it under the theft case. As far as they are concerned, the person stealing things has the strongest motive. Yu Hongdou frowned and pondered for a long time. Where are those two groups investigating now? The ones looking into the thefts are at Zhuqiao village, where the officers passed out yesterday, Han Chengxiao recalled from his talk with the team. The ones looking into the livestock deaths are at Hongyu village. Another incident happened there last night. Are these two villages far apart? Yu Hongdou's frown deepened. Not too far. Zhuqiao village is south of Yuan village and Hongyu village is southeast of Yuan. Han Chengxiao twisted his neck and his bones let out a crisp sound. What do you think? I am leaning toward joining the group looking into the livestock deaths. If they really encounter a beast at night, we can provide some support. No, Yu Hongdou interrupted him. Tonight, I want to try my luck at Yuan village first. If we do not find anything, we can talk about the next step. Why? Han Chengxiao asked, confused. Except for the first few days, there has not been any unusual activity in Yuan village. Yu Hongdou silently flipped through the files in her hands and whispered, I think the investigation team might have fallen into a trap of logic. I have a feeling this is actually just one case. How so? Han Chengxiao asked in a low voice. Yu Hongdou pursed her lips. The investigation team assumed from the start that the livestock deaths were caused by a wild animal. They believed the range of attacks expanded because the animal was migrating for prey, and they pointed to claw marks on the carcasses as proof. But look here. Yu Hongdou pointed to a photo in the file. I just cross-referenced all these photos in chronological order. I found that the first animal that died had no claw marks. There was only a single wound on the neck, clean and smooth, obviously made by a sharp weapon, and that is how it was drained of blood. It was not until after this carcass that subsequent victims started showing signs of being mauled. So what are you implying? Han Chengxiao narrowed his eyes. Yu Hongdou took a deep breath. I suspect the livestock cases are man-made, and the later claw marks were all staged. The difference between people and wild animals is that people have homes. The first carcass appeared in Yuan village, so it is highly likely the culprit lives there. Later on, to avoid being caught by the police, the culprit started committing crimes in surrounding villages. But no matter where they commit the crime, they always have to return home. That is why I want to stake out Yuan village tonight. Though for now, this is all just my own wishful thinking. Yu Hongdou glanced at the members of the investigation team in the office. They are divided into two teams and are already short-handed, so just the two of us will try our luck tonight. I will be responsible for spotting the suspect, and you will be responsible for taking them down. As long as we are careful, it should be fine. All right, I will follow your lead. After making the decision, the two of them greeted the investigation team and went straight to Yuan village. To avoid alerting the perpetrator, they did not even take a police car, they just hailed a taxi. Before entering the village, Yu Hongdou and her companion found a noodle shop by the road in the suburbs to settle their dinner, then walked into the village. Late summer nights already had a chill to them, and being in the countryside, annoying mosquitoes and bugs were inevitable. Han Chengxiao, who was beside her wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, was bitten so much that he was endlessly frustrated. Yu Hongdou could not help but feel glad she was wearing a long-sleeved shirt. Yuan village was a typical Jiangnan-style small village, built by the water, with its people living alongside it. Small river less than 10 meters wide divided the village into north and south parts. Along the river, small bridges were built at intervals to connect the two sides of the village. Along both banks, rows of gray walls with dark tiles were lined up closely together, and the stone bricks underfoot were covered in moss, all revealing the age of this place. But what was abnormal was that the country roads were completely empty, and it was dead silent all around. Logically speaking, it was only just nightfall. Even if people in the countryside had the habit of sleeping early, it should not be to the point where there was absolutely no one on the street. When I saw the news before, I still thought it was a bit absurd and funny. Yu Hongdou frowned slightly. But now that I am actually here, I realize just how unsettled the villagers are by this whole thing. No one even dares to go out at this hour. Han Chengxiao took a look around. The dark streets were lined with tightly shut doors. Occasionally, a lit window could be seen, but not many human voices came from within. I heard that quite a few people were too scared to stay at home and ran to the city to stay with their relatives. Han Chengxiao also could not help but sigh. I guess there are not many people left in the village now. But that is fine, it makes our investigation easier. Yu Hongdou looked toward the largest stone bridge in the center of the village. Standing on the bridge, one could see the entire Yuan village from front to back. If anyone is still wandering the streets under these circumstances, they will be our suspects. Let us go there, Yu Hongdou pointed at the stone bridge. It just so happens there are lights on the bridge. My talent allows me to sense gazes. We will be very conspicuous standing under the light, so as long as someone looks at me, I will be able to notice it immediately. Before setting off, the two had already familiarized themselves with each other's talents, so there was no need for further explanation. The two arrived under the streetlight in the center of the bridge, where a pair of loudspeakers were installed beneath the bulb, likely used for the village's daily broadcasts. I will close my eyes then. Yu Hongdou took a deep breath and silently activated her talent. Whenever I sense a gaze, I will point it out right away, but I cannot distinguish the owner of the gaze, so try not to look at me, and if you do look at me, speak up and tell me immediately. All right, Han Chengxiao nodded, silently looked away, and began to observe the dark streets. Things were calm and quiet for a while. At first, Yu Hongdou also occasionally sensed a few gazes, but when Han Chengxiao went to check, he found they were just glances from the riverside residents looking out their windows. After Han Chengxiao revealed his identity, he explained they were on patrol and asked the villagers to close their curtains. After that, Yu Hongdou did not sense any more gazes. As the time approached 11:30, Yu Hongdou, with her eyes still closed, felt the phone in her pants pocket start vibrating. She opened her eyes and took out the phone. The screen showed that Liu Xuedong was calling. Yu Hongdou hung up the call and then replied with a text message, "I am on a mission." A few seconds later, Liu Xuedong's text message came back. "Okay, go ahead and do your work." Is there something wrong for him to be calling at this hour? She wondered. Liu Xuedong's calm and unruffled face involuntarily surfaced in Yu Hongdou's mind. For him, even if something did happen, he would be able to handle it himself just fine, she figured. Yu Hongdou shook her head, cut off the thought, and forced herself to fully commit to her work. "What is wrong?" Han Chengxiao asked casually beside her. Yu Hongdou smiled. "It is nothing, just a call from my husband." "He really cares about you," Han Chengxiao also chuckled. "Every time I go on a mission, I report to my wife first. At the very beginning, she also worried about me, but later, as she slowly got used to it, she never contacted me during working hours again." After a few words of idle chat, Yu Hongdou closed her eyes once more. By the time Liu Xuedong got off the highway, it was already past 1 in the morning. After entering Jianan City, he found a 24-hour supermarket and parked his car by the side of the road. At the counter, Liu Xuedong opened the pack of cigarettes he just bought, casually handed one to the boss, and then asked, "Boss, let me ask for directions. How do I get to Yuan Village?" The boss took the cigarette. "Yuan Village, what are you going there for? That place has not been very peaceful lately." "I have a friend who lives there," Liu Xuedong replied politely. Boss shook his head and lit the cigarette. "Yuan Village is in the south of Jianan City. It takes about an hour by car. Just follow the road out of the city and keep an eye on the road signs and you will find it. But I would still advise you to go after a while. I heard the village is haunted lately. If you do not believe me, go ask around. The whole city knows about it now." Liu Xuedong smiled and said, "These are all superstitions. Nowadays we have to believe in science." Boss glared. "Would I lie to you? I have relatives from Yuan Village and they personally told me they saw a zombie. Do not you dare not believe it. The police even went there a few days ago. If it were really fake, would the police bother with it?" Liu Xuedong did not plan on continuing to bicker with the boss. He said his thanks and turned to leave. 3 in the morning. On the stone bridge, Yu Hongdou rubbed the center of her brows. Keeping a focused state for a long time inevitably caused some fatigue. "Are you still holding up?" Han Chengxiao sat on the railing next to her. "I heard from the investigation team today that the deaths of the livestock mostly happened in the first half of the night. It is almost the second half of the night now, and there is still not a single sound. How about we withdraw?" Yu Hongdou still kept her eyes closed, and she silently nodded. It seems my previous deduction was wrong. Perhaps it really was done by wild beasts. But then how should the wounds on the first corpse be explained? In the midst of her perplexity, Yu Hongdou was just about to open her eyes when her body suddenly stiffened. Immediately after, she quickly raised her hand and pointed toward a certain direction in the distance. Over there. Han Chengxiao's reaction was a beat slow. After a moment of stun, he violently dashed out. With a leap, he jumped straight from the railing to the bank, his figure like a swift cheetah as he sped into the gloomy night. Yu Hongdou maintained her eyes-closed posture. After a while, she once again felt the peering sensation of a gaze. She breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the gaze came from Han Chengxiao, but in the next moment, no sound came over. Yu Hongdou realized something was wrong. She abruptly opened her eyes and stared unblinkingly at the source of the gaze. There was absolute silence in the darkness, and Han Chengxiao did not appear, as if a ferocious beast waiting to devour someone was hiding there, staring back at Yu Hongdou from the shadows. Han Chengxiao, Yu Hongdou shouted loudly, but no response came back. Was he taken out without making a single sound? What happened to being the heir of a martial arts family? What happened to his combat-type talent? Yu Hongdou felt cold sweat instantly break out on her back. She quickly drew the service pistol from her lower back, then closed her eyes to sense it, but the previous peering sensation had completely disappeared. Yu Hongdou took out her phone and called the investigation team. After she briefly explained the situation, the investigation team said they would send someone over immediately. Having done all this, Yu Hongdou's expression became even more serious. Gripping the gun in her hand, she walked toward the place where Han Chengxiao had rushed out. Recalling the direction from which the peering sensation came just now, Yu Hongdou walked into a small alley. It was so dark she could not see her own fingers in front of her. She lowered her voice and called out softly, "Han Chengxiao, where are you?" Still, there was no response. She held the gun with both hands by her ear, pressed her back against the wall, and tried closing her eyes again. This time, the peering sensation struck once more. Yu Hongdou abruptly opened her eyes, turning her head to look at the other end of the alley while raising her gun to aim. "Who is there? Do not move." Almost at the exact moment she raised her gun, a flurry of footsteps quickly ran away. With no time to think, Yu Hongdou carried her gun and chased after it. Yu Hongdou was running at full speed. Fortunately, her eyes had barely adjusted to the darkness by now, allowing her to make out the outlines of surrounding objects, which kept her from tripping over obstacles. Even so, she still could not see the figure ahead and could only barely follow them by the sound of footsteps in her ears. Following the footsteps as they wound through the intricate alleys, Yu Hongdou quickly lost her sense of direction. Moreover, since this was inside the village, she could not shout to attract others for help, fearing that the criminal might threaten the safety of the villagers. Just as she was thinking this, Yu Hongdou found herself back on the main street without realizing it. When she finally reacted, she suddenly noticed that the footsteps ahead had vanished at some point. Yu Hongdou's heart sank, and she rushed to stop, but it was a moment too late. A sudden whistling sound of air being sliced erupted from behind her ear. Fortunately, Yu Hongdou's reaction was quick. The moment she heard the sound, she dove forward, feeling a hard object graze the back of her head. While diving, Yu Hongdou forced her body to twist, struggling to raise her gun to take aim behind her. Midair, having barely managed to turn around, Yu Hongdou saw a figure standing behind her. His face was covered by a scarf, making it impossible to see his features, and he was holding a chair leg he had picked up from somewhere. Yu Hongdou clearly saw a handgun tucked into his waistband. It was Han Chengxiao's service weapon. He does not want to kill. As this thought flashed through her mind, her finger hesitated for a moment on the trigger. Perhaps because his attack missed, a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. But in the moment Yu Hongdou hesitated, she suddenly saw the attacker raise his right hand and spread his 5 fingers toward her. What is he doing? Yu Hongdou felt puzzled, but immediately after, countless horrific images flooded her mind. Her pupils trembled, and the next moment, she lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Seeing Yu Hongdou faint, the attacker let out a long sigh of relief. He ignored her and walked away, rubbing his temples. He was heading toward the edge of the village, but he had not gone far before he heard footsteps echoing behind him again. The newcomer made no effort to hide their footsteps, the sound of shoes striking the stone path echoing far into the distance. The attacker whipped his head around and saw a figure standing 10 meters away. The person wore a baseball cap with the brim pulled low, making his face unrecognizable even though it was not dark. The attacker stood still, watching the person guardedly. He quickly scanned the stranger from head to toe, confirmed he was unarmed, and then turned and dove into a nearby alley. His name was Su Xiaojun, a habitual thief living in Yuan village. Since he had accidentally acquired this miraculous ability not long ago, today had been his most dangerous moment and the closest he had come to exposure. While sprinting, Su Xiaojun's mind raced with wild thoughts. There were no footsteps behind him. It seemed the person had not chased him. Su Xiaojun felt a bit puzzled. He braced his hand against a wall to turn into another alley, but just as he turned his head, everything went black. A hand covered his face. Su Xiaojun felt those 5 fingers like iron shackles, squeezing his cheekbones so hard it felt like they were about to crack. It all happened so suddenly that before he could react, his feet left the ground, his body was lifted into the air, the scenery flew past his eyes, and then his back hit the ground. Boom! Su Xiaojun was slammed hard against the ground. The pain hit him, causing him to instinctively lean back. Just as he was about to cry out, a fist buried itself deep into his abdomen, cutting his scream short and turning it into a sharp gasp of air. In Su Xiaojun's terrified eyes, he clearly saw the man raising his fist again. In the nick of time, he endured the pain, reached out his right hand toward the man, and aimed his 5 fingers at him. Fall down for me, Su Xiaojun thought viciously. In his gaze, the raised fist of the man in the baseball cap paused for a moment. But before any joy could rise in Su Xiaojun's eyes, he saw the man tilt his head as if confused, and the next moment, the fist landed. How dare you give the police a hard time? Under the night sky, a figure in a baseball cap walked along the street, dragging another unconscious figure behind him. Beneath the baseball cap was the face of a man in his 50s. It was Liu Xuedong, wearing a disguise. Because he was not familiar with the route, Liu Xuedong had misread a sign and driven too far before realizing his mistake. After driving back, he entered the village on foot and happened to witness the moment Yu Hongdou was attacked. Liu Xuedong dragged Su Xiaojun back to where Yu Hongdou was. She was still unconscious. Based on the information relayed by his talent, Liu Xuedong seemed to see a line of text floating above Yu Hongdou's head. Scared. So scary. She must be having a nightmare. Liu Xuedong thought silently. He tossed Su Xiaojun aside and crouched down next to Yu Hongdou, quietly watching her small face, which was deeply furrowed in her sleep. Crouching on the ground, Liu Xuedong poked Yu Hongdou's cheek with his finger and whispered to himself, "Tell me, how did you end up in Bureau 9? No wonder you said your work was confidential. No wonder you did not want me to drive you to work. No wonder. You were in such a hurry to get married. This is going to be a headache, hard to handle." Suddenly, rapid footsteps sounded from behind him. A tall figure pounced toward Liu Xuedong from behind. Liu Xuedong flicked his legs and vaulted away. The ambush failed, and the tall figure in midair braced his arms against the wall to stop his momentum. Without a second's delay, he twisted his waist and lunged back at Liu Xuedong. The attacker was none other than Han Chengxiao. After waking up, he realized Yu Hongdou was gone from the bridge and his service weapon was missing, so he searched all the way here. He finally saw the unconscious Yu Hongdou on the street, along with 2 other figures. One was slumped on the side of the road, and the other was crouching in front of Yu Hongdou, back turned to him, doing something unknown. If a normal person saw this, they would have screamed for help. How could someone just stay there so calmly? So Han Chengxiao pounced directly, deciding to take the guy down first, regardless of whether he was in the right or wrong. But the moment they engaged, Han Chengxiao sensed something wrong. The combination strikes he was always so proud of were blocked by the man in the baseball cap, as if the man were an impenetrable wall, and he had not even started fighting back yet. Just as shock appeared in Han Chengxiao's eyes, he felt a foot step onto his own, followed by an arm wedging between his, and a palm pressing firmly against his chest. With the force applied and his balance lost, Han Chengxiao's offensive faltered, his body involuntarily stumbling back 2 steps, nearly falling over. 8-step small link hand, Tongbei fist. The man's tone was teasing, as if he had seen something amusing. Han Chengxiao rubbed his chest and looked up, but the face beneath the baseball cap was unclear, with only the chin visible. Han Chengxiao slowly lowered into a horse stance, putting on a serious expression. Liu Xuedong smiled slightly, extended a fist, and assumed an opening stance himself. Seeing this opening stance, Han Chengxiao's gaze reflexively sharpened, and after drawing a breath, he slowly uttered 3 words. Baji fist. Hongbaekwon sounds like a fist technique, but the foundation of this martial art is actually staff and broadsword techniques. It is a hand-to-hand combat style that teaches one how to turn their limbs into weapons to kill enemies. Hongbaekwon emphasizes being cold, springy, crisp, fast, and hard, while also being heavy, long, lively, clever, and soft. Therefore, in actual combat, it manifests as a fast and flexible fighting style. Usually, a single strike sticks to the body with endless follow-through power, just like a flexible whip striking flesh, causing pain that pierces straight to the bone. Ajiquin, on the other hand, is a fist technique renowned for its fierce power. Its style is wide open and expansive, channeling strength through the entire body. In close-quarters combat, it excels at breaking through the enemy's defenses and delivering a fatal blow. These were the exact words of Liu Xuedong's instructor from a long time ago when he was learning combat. Interestingly, the Scavenger Association rarely taught common combat arts like Taekwondo and Judo. Instead, what they taught the most were the Daxia martial arts that modern people tend to scoff at. earliest origin of martial arts was on the battlefield. Back then, martial arts were not the flashy routines they are today, nor were the postures so pretty. Many moves might even look downright bizarre to onlookers, but it was all for the sake of killing enemies better and faster. After all, no one on the battlefield is going to suddenly applaud halfway through a fight and yell out, "Beautiful strike." That was why Liu Xuedong looked so surprised after seeing Han Chengxiao's kung fu. Ever since he left the Scavenger Association, it had been a long time since he last saw such authentic martial arts. The essence of Daxia martial arts was originally killing techniques. Every single one of its moves was created to end a person's life. Besides martial arts, Liu Xuedong had also learned capoeira, Krav Maga, and other equally lethal combat arts. While Liu Xuedong was still reminiscing, Han Chengxiao opposite him suddenly made a move. Pushing off with his back foot, he launched a preemptive strike and rushed forward. Liu Xuedong did not panic in the slightest. He took half a step back, leaned in to meet him, and threw a cannon punch aimed straight at Han Chengxiao's chest. Han Chengxiao's reaction was not slow. Seeing Liu Xuedong throw a punch, he reached out and rested his hands on Liu Xuedong's arms, leaping up like a gymnast vaulting over a horse. In midair, he performed a full split right in front of Liu Xuedong, thrusting his arms out like thunder as his two palms slapped toward Liu Xuedong's temples. Just as his hands were about to close together, and Han Chengxiao instinctively thought his strike had succeeded, Liu Xuedong advanced instead of retreating, actively crashing into Han Chengxiao's embrace. It was precisely the moment when Han Chengxiao's old force was spent and new force had yet to be generated. Suspended in midair with nowhere to apply his strength, he only felt continuous heavy blows to his chest. Coppery sweetness got stuck in his throat, unable to be spat out. Finally, another ferocious elbow strike sent him flying right back to where he came from. Cough, cough, cough. Lying on the ground, Han Chengxiao coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. He wanted to roll over and get up, but his vision went dark, his legs went weak in waves, and a stifling breath was trapped in his chest, unable to go up or down. By this time, Liu Xuedong had already stepped forward, his tone apologetic. "Sorry about that. I did not expect you to be so fragile. I accidentally hit a bit too hard." As soon as his voice fell, the supposedly weak Han Chengxiao suddenly unleashed a sweeping kick. Taking advantage of the moment Liu Xuedong stepped back to dodge, Han Chengxiao lunged forward again. Blood still hung at the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were incredibly vicious. He thrust out the fingers of his left hand, aiming straight for Liu Xuedong's eyes. Liu Xuedong raised his arm to block, but Han Chengxiao's left hand took the opportunity to grab his wrist. Then, his whole body twisted and flipped. In Liu Xuedong's field of vision, he saw Han Chengxiao actually spin backward 360 degrees, and then his right arm whipped over from another direction like a long whip. Liu Xuedong narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately raised his leg to kick the back of Han Chengxiao's knee. However, when his foot landed, he felt as if Han Chengxiao had no joints at all. The angle between his thigh and calf bent into an arc severe enough to snap a bone, yet Han Chengxiao acted as if nothing was wrong. His lower body stance remained firm, completely unaffected, as his right arm continued whipping toward Liu Xuedong's face. Left with no choice, Liu Xuedong pulled back and retreated, narrowly dodging the right arm, but his cheek was left burning from the scrape of Han Chengxiao's fingertips. "Good heavens, so you were holding back a trick," Liu Xuedong smiled. Han Chengxiao was not about to give Liu Xuedong time to catch his breath. After his strike missed, he flipped over and landed on all fours. Using a posture like a wild beast pouncing on its prey, he closed the distance once again, refusing to give Liu Xuedong the chance to retreat further. Right at that moment, the faint sound of police sirens came from afar. The investigation team had arrived. Han Chengxiao was overjoyed, knowing full well that at this point, all he needed to do was stall the person in front of him. But before he could finish rejoicing, he heard Liu Xuedong speak right by his ear. "Today has been quite enjoyable. Let us stop here." "What does that mean?" The question flashed through Han Chengxiao's mind. The next moment, his vision blurred, and he felt his neck being clamped by a hand. He did not even see how the man had made his move. "Sorry, but I am going to knock you out now. I will try my best to control my strength," Han Chengxiao heard the man say. Hearing this, Han Chengxiao immediately began to struggle, raining punches and kicks onto the man's body, but the man had absolutely no reaction. Han Chengxiao desperately wanted to shout, but could not make a sound because his throat was being gripped. Han Chengxiao had never met someone so unreasonable, both in personality and in martial prowess. "No, I have to do something." The terror in Han Chengxiao's eyes turned into resolve. Just as he was about to knock off the man's hat, the man struck first. Bang! Punch landed squarely on his jaw, sending Han Chengxiao flying half a meter into the air. Suspended in midair, Han Chengxiao's eyes rolled back uncontrollably, but he barely managed to retain a sliver of consciousness. He opened his mouth wide, wanting to shout and attract the investigation team's attention, but from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of. Liu Xuedong lowered his waist, supported his elbow, tilted his body slightly, and thrust his left shoulder forward. The scene before him made Han Chengxiao's pupils instantly shrink to the size of pinpricks. This posture is. Did not you say you would control your strength?" As the figure fell, Liu Xuedong bent his knees to follow closely, taking a solid step forward. Iron Mountain Lane. 2-meter-tall body flew backward like a cannonball, not stopping until it smashed into a brick wall with a loud boom. Dust and smoke rose in the darkness. Han Chengxiao sat slumped against the wall, his eyes rolled back as he stared up at the sky, having lost consciousness long ago. Chaotic footsteps echoed from the distance. Liu Xuedong pulled down the brim of his hat and walked away in the opposite direction. When Yu Hongdou woke up, she found herself sitting against a wall, facing 2 comrades in police uniforms. There were many other officers around. Some were searching the area, some were knocking on the doors of nearby villagers to ask questions, and others were calling the police headquarters. All of them were part of the investigation team. Yu Hongdou woke up instantly. She grabbed the sleeve of the officer in front of her and asked anxiously, "Where is he? Did you catch him?" The officer shook his head with a serious expression. "No, when we arrived, we only found the 3 of you unconscious here." Yu Hongdou was shocked. "Did he get away? Wait, 3 of us?" "Not right." Yu Hongdou stood up with the officer's help. "How could there be 3? There were only 2 of us." The officer was also stunned. He stepped aside and pointed to the ground not far ahead, where Su Xiaojun and Han Chengxiao were lying side by side. The officer said, "Look, they are all there." As soon as Yu Hongdou saw the scarf on Su Xiaojun's neck, she almost jumped up. "That is him. He is the one who attacked us tonight." The officer in front of her turned serious. He walked quickly into the crowd and said a few words to the others, and immediately someone took out handcuffs and put them on Su Xiaojun's wrists. At this moment, Yu Hongdou came to the side. She saw Han Chengxiao lying on the ground, and she also saw the blood at the corner of his mouth. An officer came over, paused for a moment, and said, "Your companion's condition is not very good. He was knocked unconscious by someone using violence and has multiple injuries on his body. We found him unconscious right there." The officer pointed to a wall not far away. Yu Hongdou looked where he pointed and saw that a large part of the brick wall was caved in, with disc-shaped cracks radiating outwards. Yu Hongdou could not help but gasp. She turned back to look at the unconscious Su Xiaojun, her eyes filled with disbelief and anger. Did he do this? It is hard to say for sure yet. The officer shook his head, but he also has bruises on his body, yet judging by his clothes, there are no signs of a struggle. It seems like he was subdued instantly by someone. Just then, the sound of an ambulance finally echoed in the distance. Both Han Chengxiao and Su Xiaojun were loaded into the ambulance, and Yu Hongdou went along with them. In the vehicle, Yu Hongdou dialed Section Chief Ji's number. After briefly reporting the situation, the chief said he would send people over immediately. Afterward, Yu Hongdou called the head of the investigation team, and using her authority as a Section 9 agent, directly ordered that Su Xiaojun must be detained in solitary confinement and wait for Section 9 personnel to arrive for a confidential interrogation. There was no other reason. Yu Hongdou had realized that Su Xiaojun was an awakened individual just before she lost consciousness. Arriving at the hospital, after the doctor examined Han Chengxiao, he told Yu Hongdou that although his injuries looked severe, there was no damage to his internal organs, so the situation was optimistic. Only then did Yu Hongdou heave a sigh of relief. After instructing 2 officers to guard Han Chengxiao, she went to Su Xiaojun's ward. Su Xiaojun's injuries were much lighter than Han Chengxiao's. Apart from a mild concussion, his body had no major issues, to the extent that he woke up shortly after being brought into the ward. When Su Xiaojun woke up, the first thing he saw was the white ceiling and a group of police officers standing on both sides of his bed. He was so scared he wished he could faint again. The next moment, he began to cry and shout, I confess everything. It was all me. I stole the things and I killed those chickens, ducks, and geese. Please do not slice me up. I do not want to be researched. I do not want to die yet." At this moment, Yu Hongdou walked in. She first had the officers firmly handcuff Su Xiaojun to the hospital bed, then signaled for them all to leave. Once they were alone, she pulled up a chair and sat opposite Su Xiaojun, saying nothing, just staring at him coldly. Su Xiaojun finally could not take the staring anymore. He had no idea what kind of future awaited him. He was on the verge of tears. "Leader, just give it to me straight. If you're going to kill me, at least let me know why." Yu Hongdou knew it was time. She opened the notebook on her lap and said coldly, "Name." Su Xiaojun. Yu Hongdou looked up at him. Gender. Su Xiaojun, male. Age, 25. Occupation. Su Xiaojun began to hesitate. Yu Hongdou frowned and Su Xiaojun quickly said, "Thief. I do not have a job, I am a thief." Yu Hongdou put down her pen, her gaze fixed on Su Xiaojun's face as she spoke seriously. "Tell me, what kind of good deeds have you been doing? If you make a clean breast of it, you might get leniency. But if you accidentally leave anything out and we find out later, you know the consequences. Also, you would better keep that strange ability of yours tucked away. There are at least 20 police officers standing outside right now. Even if you can deal with me, you will not escape this hospital." Su Xiaojun nodded like a woodpecker. I will confess everything. Thank you for giving me this opportunity." Enough nonsense, Yu Hongdou raised her voice, speak up. Okay, I am speaking. Su Xiaojun jumped in fright, the thing is like this. 2 weeks ago I was out for a walk at night and suddenly felt the need to pee. I ran into an alley to take care of it. Just as I was halfway through, a bat suddenly flew out and pounced on my hand. I was so scared I tried to shake it off, but the bat bit me. I did not think the wound was big, so I did not bother with it and just went home. That night I started running a fever. I was terrified, thinking maybe I had gotten rabies or something, but I lived alone and did not have money for vaccines, so I just fell asleep in a daze. When I woke up the next day, it seemed like nothing was wrong, so I did not take it to heart. Then, in the middle of the night, as usual, I went to someone's house to pick a lock and steal some money. At this point, Su Xiaojun secretly glanced at Yu Hongdou's expression. Seeing no change, he continued, I had scouted the place earlier, and the family had gone on a long trip days ago and had not come back. Just as I got what I wanted and was ready to leave, I walked into the yard and heard someone opening the door. I had nowhere to hide, so I hid in the dark corner, planning to slip away once the person went inside. But unexpectedly, the person walked straight towards me after entering. I instinctively reached out to cover my face, and guess what? That person just stared with wide eyes and fainted. And I fled quickly, but after that day I slowly discovered that something was wrong with me. It seemed that as long as I stared at the person in front of me and reached out my hand, that person would faint. Speaking of this, Su Xiaojun looked excited. It was like I had a superpower. Do you think I turned into Batman? Yu Hongdou glared. Batman would not use his powers to commit petty theft. Go on. Su Xiaojun withered immediately. Later, I discovered a side effect. That time I went to steal from a house at night, but there were 3 people inside. I had to use my power 3 times to knock them out on their beds, but after using it, I felt dizzy. At first, I thought it was because I used the power too often, but it was accompanied by a very strange feeling of hunger. I did not take it seriously at the time, just thinking I was hungry. But when I finished stealing and went outside, I saw chickens in the yard. I almost could not hold back and lunged at them, using a small knife to slit their throats and then greedily drank the blood. By the time that hunger subsided, the chickens had been sucked dry. Su Xiaojun's face turned slightly pale. One could imagine the psychological pressure he was under when he first started doing this. Doubted myself back then, wondering if I was turning into a monster. Su Xiaojun looked down at his own hands instinctively. Sometimes if I do not drink animal blood in time, I even feel like drinking human blood. I tried to suppress that feeling, but I really could not help it. I even bought spicy congealed blood curd from the wet market to eat, but that did not work at all. As long as I use my ability more than 3 times a day, I cannot control the urge to drink blood. Around that time, rumors started spreading that the place was haunted. I did not dare expose myself, not because of the theft, but because I was afraid of the truth about my condition. If I were caught, I did not know how I would be treated. Sliced up, dissected, I could not even bear to think about it. So after the first time I drank blood, I secretly used some sharp stones to make a pair of fake beast tooth molds. Every time I drank blood, I would disguise it to look like it was done by a wild animal. Yu Hongdou looked at Su Xiaojun with a strange expression. Did not you ever wonder what caused those people to faint? Su Xiaojun shook his head blankly. Never thought about it. Is not it just that they faint as soon as I reach out my hand? Yu Hongdou felt speechless. Continue. And the police arrived. I did not dare to continue committing crimes in Yuan village, so in order to lead the police away, I would occasionally slip into Zhuqiao village under the cover of night. But that night, I just arrived in Zhuqiao village and ran into patrolling police, so I knocked them out, then ran to Huangyu village overnight to drink blood. And then came tonight. I had just come back from drinking blood in Huangyu village, and from afar I saw you two standing on the bridge. Then you pointed at me, and that tall guy rushed over. In the blink of an eye, he was right in my face. I was startled, and I hurriedly reached out to him, and he just fainted. I originally wanted to just slip away, but I did not expect you, leader, to chase after me. I had to hide in the dark and watch you, waiting for you to leave. But somehow I was discovered by you again. I saw you had a gun, and I was so scared I turned and ran, and then you started chasing. Su Xiaojun peeked at Yu Hongdou again. I was scared to death, and I did not want to be caught, so I deliberately hid around a corner, trying to hit you with something to knock you out. I had already used my ability too many times today, and I was feeling incredibly dizzy. You know what happened next? I did not hit you, so I had to forcibly use my ability one more time to knock you out. But just as I was preparing to go home, your companion chased after me, and without a word, he beat me up. When I woke up, I was in the hospital. Wait, companion, Yu Hongdou frowned and asked, confused, was not he knocked unconscious by you? How did he catch up so fast? Su Xiaojun was stunned and hurriedly shook his head. Not that tall guy, it was someone else wearing a peaked cap. I could not see his face. Yu Hongdou's expression sank suddenly. He was not my companion. Tell me, who exactly is he? Seeing Yu Hongdou's expression change, Su Xiaojun panicked. He waved his hands frantically and said, Officer, I really do not know him. Besides, he was wearing a hat. Even if I did know him, I would not be able to see what he looked like. What about anything else? Yu Hongdou pressed. Did not you notice any other features? Anything else? Anything else? Let me think. Su Xiaojun stared at the ceiling, trying nervously to recall. After a long while, he pulled a bitter face and said, "Officer, I really cannot remember. I was too nervous at the time. I just remember that the guy struck incredibly fast. You could tell at a glance he was a trained martial artist." Seeing that she really could not get anything more out of Su Xiaojun, Yu Hongdou had to drop it. She closed her notebook, stood up and walked over to the hospital bed. She pulled out her Division 9 ID to show Su Xiaojun, then said in a serious tone, "I belong to a special department, and our duty is to manage and deal with people like you. Therefore, the content of our conversation today, as long as it involves your abilities, must be kept strictly confidential from the police officers outside. If you can keep this a secret, we will have a proper way to handle your case without endangering your personal safety. But if you leak it, the outcome will be very different." Understood, understood. Su Xiaojun was stunned. "Officer, so you are saying I am not the only one like this?" "You will find out later." Yu Hongdou dropped the remark coldly, then turned and walked out of the ward. Arriving in the hospital corridor, Yu Hongdou finally had time to return Liu Xuedong's call, but when she took out her phone, she found it was already almost 5 o'clock. "He must have fallen asleep a long time ago. I would better not disturb him," Yu Hongdou thought to herself. Noon the next day. In her sleep, Yu Hongdou vaguely seemed to hear Tao Kiki's voice. Just as she was wondering why she could not escape Tao Kiki's nagging even in her dreams, she woke up. Last night she had kept watch in Han Chengxiao's ward. Later, unable to fight off her sleepiness any longer, she fell asleep in the adjacent caregiver's room. Tao Kiki's mocking laughter came from next door. My, so this is the #1 disciple of Tombiquin in the current generation. No way, did someone really beat up the #1 disciple like this?" This was immediately followed by Han Chengxiao's weak voice. "You chatterbox, just wait until I get better. I am going to have old Ji transfer you to the greater Kingpin Mountains." Yu Hongdou straightened her clothes, pushed the door open, and walked into the ward. Tao Kiki perked up as soon as she saw her. "The great hero is awake." "What great hero?" Yu Hongdou was utterly confused. Tao Kiki grabbed Yu Lin's arm. "Were not you the one who caught the guy last night? When the bonus is issued, you have to treat me to a meal." "It was not me," Yu Hongdou started to say, then suddenly stared at Tao Kiki. "Chief Ji only sent you over." "And me." As soon as the words were spoken, the ward door was pushed open, and someone walked in carrying food. Yu Hongdou turned to look and saw it was Lin Renji, the leader of Team 1. "Team Leader Lin." Yu Hongdou gave him a slight nod as a greeting. Lin Renji nodded in response. Without waiting for Lin Renji to continue, Tao Kiki chimed in. Boss Lin volunteered to come over after hearing that the weakling got injured. Yu Hongdou chuckled lightly. Is Team Leader Lin that concerned about Han Chengxiao's injuries? Unexpectedly, Tao Kiki replied, "No, he could not care less if the weakling lives or dies. Boss Lin is just curious about who could beat him up like this." Yu Hongdou. Fortunately, Lin Renji came to the rescue. "My individual combat capability is stronger than Han Chengxiao's, and Kiki's ability does not lie in frontal combat, so it is safer if I accompany her. Also, we need to interrogate that awaken this time, which requires Kiki's talent. That is why Chief Ji sent the two of us over, so you can take it a bit easier too." Yu Hongdou let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, a normal reason. Lin Renji set the food on the table, then handed a boxed meal to Yu Hongdou and Tao Kiki each. Han Chengxiao on the hospital bed stared longingly. After waiting a long time, smelling only the aroma of the food but seeing no one hand him a bowl, he immediately complained, "So there is no share for me." Lin Renji pointed to the 4 drip by his bed. "Drinking glucose is enough for you. What more could you ask for?" Han Chengxiao was having none of it. He was about to speak when Lin Renji interrupted him. "The fact that you are still alive to drink glucose is all thanks to that guy not going for the kill last night. You should be secretly counting your blessings." Reminded by Lin Renji, Yu Hongdou finally remembered that she had something to ask Han Chengxiao. "By the way, was the guy you fought last night wearing a baseball cap?" "That is right, it was him," Han Chengxiao answered in a muffled voice. "He must have knocked out Su Xiaojun first before fighting me. Last night I went to catch that kid Su Xiaojun, but I fell for a trick and got scared. Got knocked out. After waking up, I immediately went looking for you. I saw you and Su Xiaojun lying on the ground by the street, and that guy was squatting in front of you at the time." "Why was he squatting in front of me?" Yu Hongdou was puzzled. "How should I know?" Han Chengxiao shrugged, but accidentally aggravated his injuries, making him grimace in pain. "Maybe he thought you were pretty and wanted to take a few more looks." Yu Hongdou glared at him fiercely. Han Chengxiao pursed his lips and continued, "Then I started fighting him. At first we were going back and forth, but then the investigation team suddenly arrived. Guess what? The guy actually said he was done playing with me, and then sent me flying with an Iron Mountain lean. Turns out he had just been playing around with me the whole time. After that, I completely blacked out." "Iron Mountain lean," Lin Renji frowned upon hearing this. "Does he practice Bajiquan?" "Looks like it," Han Chengxiao nodded. but from how he fought me, he must know other martial arts styles too. His strikes were extremely ruthless. Any other information? Lin Renji asked. Han Chengseo recalled. Even though he was wearing a hat and I could not see his full face, I noticed he had deep creases around his nose, his mouth naturally turned downward at the corners, and his voice sounded a bit hoarse. He should be around 50 years old. Lin Renji pondered for a moment. Ask your elders back home later. There are not many old men around that age who can practice Bajikun to such a powerful level. Maybe they know something. However, judging from the fact that you are still alive, the guy did not strike to kill last night, and he even helped you catch Su Xiaojun. I reckon if you had not suddenly popped out and attacked him first, he would not have beaten you up like this. Han Chengseo fell silent. He knew Lin Renji made sense. Just after finishing her meal, Yu Hongdou was feeling like she had forgotten something when the phone in her pocket rang. The screen displayed, incoming call from Liu Xuedong. Now Yu Hongdou remembered. It turned out she had forgotten to call Mr. Liu back. Yu Hongdou quickly answered the phone, speaking with a guilty conscience. Hello. Liu Xuedong's calm voice came through the phone. Are you done with your work? Yeah, Yu Hongdou nodded hurriedly, then quickly explained. I finished late last night, but I figured you must be asleep, so I did not call you back. That's fine, where are you now? Liu Xuedong's tone did not sound displeased at all, and Yu Hongdou silently breathed a sigh of relief. I'm at the hospital. A colleague of mine was injured, so I am here keeping them company. And you, are you all right? I'm fine, do not worry. Glad to hear that, Liu Xuedong replied. I'm in Jianan City. If you are free this afternoon, I will come pick you up. Oh okay, wait, what? Yu Hongdou was stunned. You came to Jianan City. Yeah, I got here this morning, Liu Xuedong said, his tone as calm as if he were talking about something trivial. There were no patient appointments recently, and since I happened to be free, I just came over. So, are you busy this afternoon? Or I am not sure yet. Just as Yu Hongdou was about to continue, Tao Kiki, who had been eavesdropping nearby, suddenly leaned into the phone and shouted, She's not busy at all, she is free this afternoon. Alright then I will come pick you up in a bit, Liu Xuedong said, not finding it the least bit strange. Which hospital are you at? Since things had reached this point, Yu Hongdou had no choice but to reply, the city first hospital, call me when you arrive. After Yu Hongdou hung up the phone, Tao Kiki patted her on the shoulder and said, Lin and I are here, so we will take Su Xiaojun back for interrogation this afternoon. You have been busy for so long last night and even caught the mastermind, so you deserve a good rest. Just go and enjoy some quality time with your Dr. Liu. If you ask me, you should just have old G grant you a leave and go on a honeymoon with him. Although you cannot go abroad right now, there are still plenty of places to visit within the country. Yu Hongdou blushed at those words and shot a glare at Tao Kiki. Oh, shut up. When she received the call and went downstairs, Yu Hongdou found Liu Xuedong was already waiting for her at the entrance. After getting into the car, Yu Hongdou felt a bit awkward and called out, Mr. Liu. Liu Xuedong nodded and drove the car out of the hospital. In the passenger seat, Yu Hongdou snuck a glance at Liu Xuedong. Did you come here specifically to see me? Liu Xuedong's answer was non-committal. I had a patient from Jianan, so I just happened to come over for a follow-up visit. I see. Yu Hongdou felt a trace of disappointment for no reason, just a tiny bit. Unexpectedly, Liu Xuedong added at the end, mainly to see you though. The follow-up visit was just a coincidence. Before Yu Hongdou could react, Liu Xuedong shifted the topic. You said a colleague was injured. Was the operation that dangerous? Yu Hongdou did not want to make Liu Xuedong worry, and she could not talk much about the specifics of her work, so she shook her head. It was not dangerous, just an accident. So where are we heading? First, I need to do the follow-up visit, Liu Xuedong replied. Since your work is done, we can go explore if we have time this afternoon. Are you familiar with Jianan City? Not really, Yu Hongdou shook her head, looking at the street view outside the window. The last time I was here was in high school, for a field trip to the museum with a friend. A friend? It was the first time Liu Xuedong heard Yu Hongdou talk about her social circle. You have never told me about that part. Yu Hongdou cracked the window open, and the wind blew in, ruffling strands of hair by her ear. Yu Hongdou tucked the stray hair behind her ear. I have never really had many friends. I do not mean just colleagues I get along with at work, but someone with a deeper bond. Liu Xuedong glanced at her, a best friend. Yu Hongdou was amused by the term, a bestie. I do not think I have ever had one, but if I really have to count, the friend from high school would count as half of one, I guess. And how do you calculate a half? Yu Hongdou chuckled helplessly. We were really close back in high school. At the time, I even thought she would be my best friend for life, but after graduation, I just could not find her anymore. What do you mean you could not find her? Liu Xuedong asked. Yu Hongdou shrugged, exactly what it sounds like. I got into the police academy, but I had no idea where she went after that. I tried to reach out later, but no one answered the phone, and eventually the number went out of service. During one of my breaks, I went to her house to look for her, only to find out she did not live there anymore. The current resident told me she had moved, but they did not know where. She left without even telling you, just like that. Yeah, Yu Hongdou fell silent for a moment. She just left without a word. Perhaps it was because only I considered her my best friend. Didn't you join the police force later? It should not be hard to find someone, Liu Xuedong reminded her. Yu Hongdou nodded first, then shook her head. It would not be hard, but there is no point anymore. Even if I found her, then what? Liu Xuedong remained silent. He was not sure how this conversation had started, or how it had grown so heavy before he knew it. Beside him, Yu Hongdou was still lost in thought, and she started to say, her name was long. We are here, Liu Xuedong interrupted her. Yu Hongdou looked out the window, and realized they were in a villa district, on the outskirts of Jianan City. Liu Xuedong provided the owner's name. The security guard let them in, and they drove all the way to a villa. At this point, a portly, middle-aged man was already waiting at the door. Seeing Liu Xuedong get out of the car, he walked over with a smile and extended his hand. Dr. Liu, thank you so much. Sorry to trouble you with this trip. Liu Xuedong shook his hand. It's nothing, it is my job. The middle-aged man then noticed Yu Hongdou, who had just stepped out of the car. His eyes brightened. Oh, and who is this? Liu Xuedong gestured to her. This is my wife, Yu Hongdou. Hongdou, this is Gao Jinyi, the CEO of Zinni Group. Yu Hongdou nodded at him with a polite smile. Hello, Mr. Gao. So this is Mrs. Liu, a pleasure to meet you. Gao Jinyi hurried to reach out and shook Yu Hongdou's hand gently. Mrs. Liu is truly radiant. May I ask what you do for a living? Are you an actress by any chance? Haha. Yu Hongdou said politely. I work in law enforcement, working on the front lines. I am nothing compared to a big name like yours, Mr. Gao. Gao Jinyi was taken aback. He glanced at Yu Hongdou's simple attire and quickly replied, Not at all, not at all. I am just a technician dealing with metal processing. It is just a small business. A small business. Liu Xuedong said at this moment, Mr. Gao, let us go inside. We should talk about your daughter's recent situation. Oh, right, Gao Jinyi quickly gestured. Please come inside and we will talk about it. After the follow-up, it was already dinner time when they were done. They declined Gao Jinyi's dinner invitation and drove away. On the way back, Liu Xuedong asked, Do you still have work in Jianan City tomorrow? No, Yu Hongdou shook her head. My colleagues returned to Shanghai today. Actually, I should have gone back with them this afternoon. All right, then we will head straight home, Liu Xuedong continued. When we get back to Shanghai, we will find somewhere to eat, and then I will buy you some things. Buy what? Yu Hongdou turned to look at him. Liu Xuedong looked in the rearview mirror and said calmly, Clothes, jewelry, bags, everything. Yu Hongdou reflexively wanted to refuse. No, do not buy anything for me. You do not have to do what other couples do by buying gifts to please me. I do not really care for such things, and with the nature of my job, I would not even be able to use them. Liu Xuedong, however, said, This is not about pleasing you. In the future, it is inevitable that you will have to attend formal occasions with me like today, so having them will come in handy. Yu Hongdou's mouth opened slightly. So you are disappointed in me? No, Liu Xuedong denied it flatly. Yu Hongdou fell silent for a moment. Did I embarrass you today? No, Liu Xuedong denied it again. Yu Hongdou looked down, twisting the hem of her shirt. Actually, I do not have to join you for occasions like this. I am really not used to them. Liu Xuedong's hands tightened on the steering wheel. He could feel his blood boiling. He took a deep breath. What did you ask just before that? Yu Hongdou tilted her head. I asked if I embarrassed you. No, the one before that. Are you disappointed in me? No, the first one. I said you do not need to try to please me, and I would not be able to use the things you buy. Liu Xuedong slowly exhaled and let his shoulders drop. That's right, I am trying to please you. Now come with me to go shopping. It was almost 11 o'clock by the time they got home. Because they had bought so many things, Liu Xuedong had to run up and down the stairs 3 whole times just to bring all the shopping bags up. The two of them busied themselves for a while, and the spacious wardrobe finally had its proper use. After the busy work, Yu Hongdou took her pajamas to the bathroom, changed, and came out, only to find that Liu Xuedong had also changed into his pajamas. The set he was wearing was clearly newly bought, still long sleeves and long pants, but at least it was not the kind worn in winter. The two got into bed one after another. As Liu Xuedong turned off the bedside nightlight, the room fell into darkness. Yu Hongdou was a little nervous again. A moment later, she suddenly heard rustling under the covers. An arm reached over, wrapped around her waist, and pulled her into a warm embrace. Go to sleep, Liu Xuedong said. Early in the morning, Yu Hongdou opened her eyes. She turned her head to look, and the space beside her was empty once again. After walking into the living room, she saw that Liu Xuedong was indeed fully dressed and sitting on the sofa. Seeing Yu Hongdou come out, he looked up and said, Breakfast is in the pot, and the car keys are for you. With that, he took out the car keys and placed them on the coffee table. Everything felt like a replay of yesterday. While Yu Hongdou was eating breakfast, Sister LV came to deliver vegetables again. This time, seeing Yu Hongdou, she was not surprised at all and greeted her with a smiling face. After finishing the meal and cleaning up, Yu Hongdou drove to the bureau. Starting today, she could finally begin the targeted training she had not had the time to start. After a long while, Yu Hongdou's life became regular again. Working, clocking in, and training during the day, going home to read a book with Liu Xuedong for a while and then sleeping at night. And it remained strictly at just sleeping. They had a tacit understanding, and neither brought up taking things a step further. And there was no training planned. Yu Hongdou would also get off work early to go grocery shopping and strolling with Liu Xuedong. The better part was that now Liu Xuedong would habitually hold her hand or wrap his arm around her waist, and occasionally, even accidentally, make more intimate contact. Yu Hongdou felt she was pretty much used to these proactive behaviors from Liu Xuedong, and no longer felt awkward. Take it easy, we will both get used to each other. It is worth mentioning that Han Chengxiao was transferred back to the medical department of Bureau 9. After a few days of recovery, thanks to his impressive physical constitution, he was soon able to get out of bed again. Then there was Su Xiaojun. He was escorted back to Bureau 9, but before the people at Bureau 9 could do anything to him, he cried out, "I accept amnesty. Please let me go, organization. I am still young, I do not want to be sliced up for research." In Director G's words, this kid had obviously watched too many movies. The person in charge of the interrogation at the time was Tao Kiki. She sat in the interrogation room and took only one afternoon to completely uncover Su Xiaojun's background. What made everyone unable to hold back their laughter was that, apart from knowing his ability could knock people out, Su Xiaojun did not know anything else. It was not until later, when researchers conducted multifaceted tests, that everyone realized what this talent actually was. However, in the end, Su Xiaojun did not join Bureau 9, which was what he called amnesty. Compared to glory, he still chose freedom. But because his talent was highly effective in actual combat, Bureau 9 gave him the status of an external member. That meant he did not enjoy the rights of Bureau 9 personnel, but he had to report whenever summoned and could not leave the country without reporting it. In exchange for this, after signing a confidentiality agreement, he could go back to his life and even receive a monthly salary. Su Xiaojun was so moved by this outcome that he almost cried. He solemnly promised never to do anything illegal again and vowed to return all the money he had previously stolen once he got his salary. During this time, Yu Hongdou also got familiar with the others in Bureau 9. It was then she learned that the first and second teams combined had only 11 members in total, while the majority were external members like Su Xiaojun. According to Tao Kiki, there were more awakened members at the Bureau 9 headquarters in the capital, and she heard there was an even higher clearance group of awakened in the capital, so high that even official internal personnel like them were not allowed to know their clearance levels. Liu Xuedong had a very comfortable time these days. He felt he had reaped the perfect life he had dreamed of. From waking up every day to closing his eyes at night, he enjoyed this hard-won peaceful life every moment. Aside from occasionally being careful not to let Yu Hongdou discover his little secrets, he was indeed very satisfied. A month later, Bureau 9 gathered its personnel for a meeting. Yu Hongdou arrived the earliest and sat in her seat, watching the other team members dawdle into the meeting room one after another. The last to enter was Jia Tingxi. Yu Hongdou watched him walk in with headphones on, bobbing his head. As he passed, she could faintly hear him humming some baffling words like Harry Potter rides his broom flying freely, but my broom can only be used to clean up the trash pile. Everyone waited for a while until Director G finally walked in. As usual, he first scolded everyone's lack of enthusiasm for meetings, and then got down to business. A while ago, the Queen's Crown sent a team over for academic exchange. Yes, regarding talents and the awakened. As you should know, relations between Great Xia and the Empire, on which the sun never sets, have been relatively good in this regard over the past few years. Tao Kiki whispered in Yu Hongdou's ear, the Queen's Crown is the official organization of the Empire on which the sun never sets. In terms of hard strength, they are just average, but because their research on talents started relatively early, they have a wealth of experience. Old G continued speaking at the front. They have already concluded their discussions in the capital, and their next stop is our Shanghai. Team 2's leader, Liu Xuedong, sporting panda eyes, weakly interjected, they could have just gone to the capital for this kind of academic exchange. Why come to Shanghai? If you did not speak, I would have thought you were asleep. Old G glared at him, then explained, because they did not come to Shanghai just for academic exchange. They brought a prisoner with them, a Class C scavenger from the Scavenger Association. His lips are tightly sealed, and the Queen's Crown has not been able to interrogate anything out of him. They heard our Shanghai is very experienced at interrogating prisoners, so they made a special trip. This is also one of their main reasons for coming to Great Xia this time. Saying this, Old G shifted his gaze to Tao Kiki. Kiki, you take charge of this matter. You can pick another person from the team to assist you with the work. Then I choose Hongdou. Tao Kiki raised her hand. No, Old G glared at her. Does little use talent help you at all? I have other tasks for her, choose again. Tao Kiki rolled her eyes. Then I will choose Panda Eyes. The Panda Eyes she referred to was the leader of Team 2, Liu Xuedong. Section Break. Currently disclosable intelligence. Special Administration, Bureau 9 Archives, top secret. Su Xiaojun, male, 25 years old, external staff member of Shanghai City's Special Administration Bureau 9, awakened. Talent effect. The talent owner can designate a target within a 10-meter radius, causing the target to instantly recall all images from their memory that once made them feel fear and terror. Price. Bloodthirst. After using the talent, the owner will develop an urge to feed on active blood. The more frequently the talent is used, the stronger the feeding urge. Conditions. None. Notes. 1. In tests, the vast majority of subjects exposed to the talent effect experience symptoms such as fainting, syncope, and hallucinations. Through research, it has been confirmed that this phenomenon occurs because the brain is instantaneously overwhelmed with memory information, compounded by intense fear. 2. Tests have shown that it is active red blood cells, rather than pure blood, that truly trigger the owner's feeding urge. 3. It has been confirmed that the owner's awakening of this talent is not related to bats. 4. Tests have shown that if the owner uses the talent frequently in a short period, they will experience dizziness. This is a normal phenomenon caused by a sudden drop in energy after using the talent, so it does not count as a price. 5. Tests have shown that when this talent is used against targets with strong willpower or greater courage, the talent's effect is significantly weakened. From this, it can be hypothesized that in extreme cases, if the target has no feeling of fear, the talent will fail to take effect. Recorder Zhang San. The meeting was still ongoing. Although our 9th Division has had closer ties with the Queen's Crown in recent years, we still cannot let our guard down, Old G said solemnly while standing in front of the conference room. According to information from the capital, the team sent by the Queen's Crown this time includes a 5-person research team, 3 official members of the Queen's Crown, and the prisoner. Old G used a remote to turn on the projector, and photos of 3 people appeared on the white screen behind him. These are the 3 official members of the Queen's Crown, Caroline Evans, Kirk Pond, and Len Brooke. The only woman among them, Caroline, is the team leader and also the only awakened one in their group. We do not know the specifics of her talent, but since she is the team leader, she must possess the corresponding strength. The image on the screen changed to a man of East Asian descent. Old G said, "This is the C-rank scavenger, Choi Yi-sung, a Korean codenamed fisherman." Based on current information, scavengers at the Scavenger Association headquarters only have codenames and no real names, so this Choi Yi-sung most likely comes from the Japan branch of the Scavenger Association. He was exposed while carrying out a mission in the British Empire and was subsequently captured by Kirk Pond. That is roughly the situation. Also, Xiaoyu, put your training plan on hold for now. I need you to guard the archives during the days the Queen's Crown is here, Old G instructed. When they arrive as hosts, we will naturally have to give them a tour, but there are some places they cannot enter, especially sensitive locations like the archives, which are full of classified documents. Yu Hongdou nodded and said, "Understood." Summarize, Old G said, bracing his hands on the table and looking around at everyone, while maintaining basic vigilance. We must complete this exchange mission in a friendly and welcoming manner, and demonstrate the professionalism and discipline of our 9th Division to the foreign organization. Is that understood? Understood, only Yu Hongdou replied in the room. But Director G was clearly prepared for this situation. He looked at Yu Hongdou with satisfaction, then nodded and said, "Meeting adjourned." After returning home, Yu Hongdou mentioned this to Liu Xuedong at the dinner table, but she said, "Some foreign friends from our department are coming over for an inspection and study in a few days. I might have to work overtime. If I cannot make it back for dinner, I will call you in advance." Working overtime, Liu Xuedong frowned as he listened. Yu Hongdou put some ribs in his bowl to soothe him, saying, "It is not necessarily overtime. It is just that I might not be able to leave work early like before during those days." Liu Xuedong picked up some bean sprouts for Yu Hongdou and asked, "What does an inspection and study have to do with a field agent like you? Do you even understand those technical issues?" Yu Hongdou smiled and rolled her eyes at him. "As long as I understand more than you do." "Suit yourself," Liu Xuedong said, burying his head in his meal. "Just remember what I said, call me if anything happens." Yeah, Yu Hongdou replied perfunctorily. 3 days later, the Queen's Crown exchange delegation arrived as scheduled. Everyone welcomed them in the conference room and held a brief meeting, during which the 9th Division and the Queen's Crown introduced themselves and set the tone for this academic exchange. During the meeting, while the Queen's Crown members were sizing up the 9th Division staff, the 9th Division members were also observing their 3 foreign colleagues. Caroline was a capable woman nearing 40, with shoulder-length short hair and thin cheeks. She habitually lifted her chin when speaking, making her seem somewhat difficult to get along with. In contrast, the 2 men, Kirk and Len, appeared much more easygoing. Kirk, who had blonde hair, was younger, handsome, and possessed the gentlemanly demeanor of a British man, always wearing a habituated smile. Len, with short brown hair, looked very honest and sturdy. He was slightly plump and very polite when talking to anyone. After the meeting, everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. The research team was handled by the 9th Division's scientific personnel. Caroline, Kirk, and Len took Choi Yi-sung to the interrogation room, where Tao Kiki and Liu Xuedong were in charge. As for Yu Hongdou, she moved her desk to the archives immediately after the meeting, sitting right across from Li Si, which made Li Si incredibly happy. During her shift in the afternoon, Yu Hongdou encountered Caroline and Kirk, who were touring the facility, led by Jia Tinxi. When Yu Hongdou asked why Mr. Len was not there, Kirk told her that Len was at the interrogation room, as one of them always had to guard Choi Yi-sung. As soon as Kirk arrived, he leaned over to Yu Hongdou's desk and said, "Miss Yu, tell me the truth, you must be of mixed heritage, right? I guarantee I have never seen such a perfect Oriental woman as you." Yu Hongdou could not handle the romantic flattery of this British man, so she smiled and shook her head. "I am not of mixed heritage." "And God must favor you greatly," Kirk said, looking at Yu Hongdou with a smile. "Otherwise, how could he have sculpted your face so meticulously?" "Haha," Yu Hongdou laughed awkwardly. "Agent Kirk, your Chinese is really good." Kirk winked at her. "Of course, I never stop learning." Li Si, sitting across from them, could not take it anymore and said coldly, "Agent Kirk, please show some respect. Miss Yu is already married." Kirk looked stunned. That is truly the worst news I have heard all year." "That is also the worst news I have heard all year," Li Si muttered under his breath. Kirk was eventually dragged away by Caroline, who grabbed him by the collar. Divider line. Publicly available information. Queen's Crown. Queen's Crown is currently the only official organization in the British Empire related to the Awakened. Its predecessor was the Ireland Wizard Academy, which accepted an olive branch from the British Empire in 1919, became an official organization, and was renamed the Queen's Crown. Queen's Crown is only under the jurisdiction of the current reigning monarch of the empire, and serves as the monarch's final shield and sword. The Queen's Crown has the authority for military operations involving the Shadow World, but no political decision-making power. Members of the Queen's Crown are composed of both awakened individuals and ordinary people selected from the military. When operating in small teams, an awakened usually serves as the team leader. The team leader selects members from the ordinary personnel based on their own talents to coordinate with their operations. The current main enemy of the Queen's Crown in the Shadow World is the Scavenger Association, but due to certain historical issues, the Queen's Crown has always been at odds with the Blizzard Committee of the Soviet Union. Although Director Ji mentioned at the meeting to stay on guard, and even asked Yu Hongdou to guard the archives, everyone actually knew in their hearts that this was just routine. Not to mention that the Queen's Crown went through formal procedures this time, and they went to the capital first before coming to Shanghai. If they really had any ulterior motives, the 9th Bureau headquarters in the capital was not to be trifled with. Since they had already arrived in Shanghai, it meant the capital had given them the green light. Before she knew it, it was time to get off work. Yu Hongdou tidied up her desk, said her goodbyes to her colleagues, and got ready to go home. While waiting for the elevator, she saw Caroline and her two companions escorting Qi Zesheng out of the interrogation room, followed by Tao Kiki and Liu Xuedong. Because Caroline and the others were escorting a prisoner, Liu Xuedong led them into the elevator first, while Yu Hongdou waited for the next one with Tao Kiki. "Did you get anything out of the interrogation?" Yu Hongdou asked casually. Tao Kiki curled her lips. "No, he just kept repeating things we already knew, like, 'My name is Qi Zesheng, codename Fisherman, and from the Japanese branch of the Scavenger Association.' To everything else he answered he did not know. That is also what I find strange. Panda Eyes and I both used our talents during the interrogation, so logically speaking, it should be impossible for him to lie. I suspect he has either been hypnotized or given psychological suggestions, or all of their scavengers have undergone some kind of anti-interrogation training." With a ding, the elevator arrived. The two walked into the elevator and continued chatting. "Then what do we do?" Yu Hongdou lowered her voice a bit. "Should we use some special methods on him?" Tao Kiki shook her head and said, "I doubt we can. After all, Qi Zesheng is not our prisoner, so we have no right to do that. Besides, do you really think Caroline and her team did not torture him after catching him? They still did not get anything out of him otherwise, why would they come to us for help?" Yu Hongdou frowned slightly. "Speaking of which, what exactly are they trying to pry out of Qi Zesheng's mouth?" "What else could it be? The liaison point set up by the Scavenger Association in the British Empire," Tao Kiki explained. "You just got here, so there are a lot of things you are not clear about yet. The Scavenger Association has set up numerous liaison points in many countries. These points can provide all kinds of assistance to scavengers carrying out missions locally, such as supplies, information, equipment, hiding places, and so on. At the same time, they continuously provide intelligence to the Scavenger Association's headquarters. If there are not many liaison points, it is not too hard to handle. At worst, we just slowly dig them out one by one. But once there are too many and they form a network, it becomes extremely troublesome. Pulling one hair moves the whole body. This is the problem the British Empire is currently facing. They finally manage to find and root out one liaison point, and the rest immediately go silent. Then, once the heat dies down, they pop right back up and use the resources at hand to quickly build new ones. Tusk, once this model forms a framework, it really is a headache. Yu Hongdou frowned. Then are there scavenger association liaison points within our Great Zia's borders too? HMPH, Tao Kiki wrinkled her nose. I am guessing there are not, and even if there are, they must be pitifully few. Just as they stepped out of the elevator, the two saw Caroline and the others standing at the entrance of the office building. Qi Zhesheng, wearing a blindfold and with his hands cuffed, was also standing nearby. As the captive of the Queen's crown, Qi Zhesheng could not leave their sight, so he would not be detained at the Ninth Bureau these few days. Instead, he would be supervised by the Queen's crown themselves. The Ninth Bureau had arranged outside accommodation for the Queen's crown team, no more than 2 kilometers from the food processing plant, so even if something happened, the Ninth Bureau could provide timely support. Yu Hongdou greeted everyone, then walked alone toward the parking lot. Just as she was about to get into her car, Kirk trotted over from behind. "Miss Yu, could I hitch a ride?" Yu Hongdou thought he was trying to get close to her again and instinctively wanted to refuse, but Kirk spoke up first. "I need to make a trip into the city, and they said you could give me a lift." With that, Kirk opened the back door directly and got in, saying in a half-joking tone, "To prove I am not here to hit on you, I would better sit in the back." Since he had put it that way, Yu Hongdou found it hard to refuse. "Let us go then." "Where do you live, Miss Yu? Let me see where I should get off." Kirk rolled down the window and waved goodbye to his companions in the distance. "I live in Jiangbei District, around Old Pinyin Road," Yu Hongdou said, then felt a bit curious. "Are you familiar with Shanghai City, Mr. Kirk?" Kirk laughed heartily. "Before I was transferred to the Queen's Crown, I came to Shanghai on business trips almost every year. Then you can drop me off at Meimao Mall. I happen to need to buy a few things." "No problem." Car drove onto the main road. Yu Hongdou and Kirk had only met that very day and really could not find any topics to talk about, so they rode in silence. It was not until they were almost at the mall that Kirk, in the backseat, suddenly asked, "Miss Yu, do you have any tissues?" Yu Hongdou blanked for a moment, her thoughts seemingly a half-beat slow for some unknown reason, before she finally took some tissues from the compartment beside her and handed them over. "Thank you," Kirk took the tissues. Yu Hongdou looked up into the rearview mirror, only to catch Kirk just as he was shifting his gaze away. Yu Hongdou did not think much of it. She dropped Kirk off on the side of the road and then drove away. However, what she did not notice was that immediately after getting out, Kirk hailed a taxi, got in, and said to the driver, "Follow that car in front." The driver instantly perked up, tailing someone, "Your Chinese is pretty good, buddy." Kirk pulled out 200 yuan and said with a cold face, "That is my girlfriend up ahead. I suspect she is cheating on me. Do not follow too closely." The driver immediately frowned, something like that. "Then just watch me, I guarantee we will not lose her." This driver was extremely polite in every sentence, and his speech had a strong northern accent. Kirk stayed silent for a moment. "Driver, you are from the capital, are not you?" The driver smiled good-naturedly. "You saw right through me." Finally, the taxi stopped by the roadside. Kirk watched as Yu Hongdou's car drove into an old residential compound. The name hung over the compound gate, Happiness Garden. "Let us go." Kirk took a deep look at the compound and lit a cigarette. "Take me back to Meimao." But the driver was not having it. "What? You are not going after her? What is the use of just watching? Who could stand being cuckolded like this?" Kirk was speechless. "If you say another word, I am not paying you." The other end. In the afternoon, Liu Xuedong did not stay at home either. Taking advantage of Yu Hongdou's work hours, he disguised himself and returned to the Flower World Private Club, Hu Man's base of operations. Security guard was the same one as last time. Upon seeing Liu Xuedong, he immediately led him to the second-floor bar. Since it was daytime, there was almost no one in the bar. Liu Xuedong sat down casually, and not long after, Hu Man hurried over. After their previous encounter, Hu Man knew that Liu Xuedong was a man who played by the rules, so he was not as tense anymore. He sat across from Liu Xuedong and asked, "Boss, what are your instructions this time?" Liu Xuedong got straight to the point. "Any news about the 9th Division recently?" "The 9th Division?" Hu Man gasped. "Sai, look here, boss, you are not planning to mess with the 9th Division, are you? I advise you not to do that. Do not even have such thoughts. That is pure suicide. It is like a long-lived man hanging himself because he feels he has lived too long. You have to see where we are. This is Daxia, the territory of the 9th Division. Even the pups from the white-headed eagle dare not come here to cause trouble, let alone you." Zhao Zudong interrupted him. "I am not looking for trouble with the 9th Division. I am just gathering information." Hu Man fell silent, staring fixedly at Liu Xuedong while tapping his fingers on the table as if trying to discern if he was lying. After a long moment, Hu Man said, "Boss, to be honest, I do not dare take this business. If anything happens and the 9th Division traces the leak back to me, I cannot bear the consequences." Liu Xuedong remained silent for a moment. "Enough talk, name your price." Straightforward, Hu Man slapped the table and gave a thumbs up. "I like straightforward people like you. Flat rate, 500,000. Liu Xuedong pulled a bank card from his inner pocket. "I had prepared 1 million, but you only asked for 500,000. It seems this information is not really that important. I will just leave the remaining 500,000 with you for now." Hu Man accepted the money and provided the information cleanly, showing no signs of fear. 8 days ago, the Queen's Crown sent a team to the capital under the guise of academic exchange. They finished their activities at the 9th Division headquarters yesterday, but instead of returning home, the Queen's Crown arrived in Shanghai this noon. "If it were just academic exchange, there would be no need to come to Shanghai," Liu Xuedong said. "They definitely have other motives." "That is the 9th Division's business. I really do not know about that," Hu Man shrugged. "But there is one more thing about the Queen's Crown recently. Consider it a free bonus." "Speak." About a month ago, the Queen's Crown captured a C-class scavenger alive in Edinburgh. That is quite rare, because it is seldom that members of the Scavenger Association are taken alive. Do you know about the Scavenger Association? Hu Man looked at Liu Xuedong. Liu Xuedong glanced at him and nodded slowly. Hu Man did not think much of it and continued. "Then you must have heard that these scavengers are not only individually capable, but also extremely cautious, and can act like madmen in life-or-death situations. So far, most attempts by factions in the underworld to capture scavengers have only had 2 outcomes. Either they escape or they are killed on the spot. That is why this live capture is so strange. But I only received this news recently myself. You can understand, since we are in Daxia, news from abroad is always a bit slow to come in." Liu Xuedong pondered for a moment. After this incident, what did the Scavenger Association say? "Nothing," Hu Man shook his head. "Maybe because it was only a C-class scavenger, the association did not find it necessary to show their face for him. Also, word is that the C-class was an Asian male. I cannot confirm if this part is true, so I will not charge you for it." Liu Xuedong nodded, "Thanks." At this point, Hu Man stole a look at Liu Xuedong and asked as if casually, "Boss, was it you who handled the matter in Yuan village last month? The police closed the case the very next day after you asked me for info. I do not believe for a second that it has nothing to do with you." Liu Xuedong lifted his head slightly, his gaze looking at Hu Man from under his hat brim. "What are you trying to say?" Hu Man smiled flatteringly. "After learning about that, I suspected you were with the 9th Division, until you came to me today. Now I am sure you are not. That makes me even more curious about your identity. You know, given the current situation in Daxia, even the Scavenger Association does not dare to easily reach in here, let alone someone like you who stays in Shanghai for so long. So who are you really with?" This was also the reason why Liu Xuedong chose to settle in Daxia. The Scavenger Association has buried countless contact points in many countries around the world, not even sparing the Free Federation. But Daxia is the one piece of fat the association has never been able to chew through. In fact, for years the association has been trying to penetrate the coastal cities of Daxia, but to no avail. Often, after years of painstaking work to bury a contact point, the moment it starts operating, it is discovered and uprooted by Daxia. Aside from Daxia's national conditions, there is another reason. Liu Xuedong once saw classified files at the association headquarters. According to their guesses, the 9th Division is suspected of having awakened ones who possess some form of observational talent. Me, Liu Xuedong, stood up. I am just an ordinary, good citizen. Click. Just as Liu Xuedong opened the door, he saw Yu Hongdou's shoes placed at the entrance. Hearing the door open, Yu Hongdou walked out from the room. "You are back." "Yeah, I went out to buy some things," Liu Xuedong said while changing his shoes. "You really should go out more. It gets stifling being home alone all day." Yu Hongdou walked over and took the plastic bag from Liu Xuedong's hand. Opening it, she saw dumpling wrappers and meat filling. "Let us make dumplings tonight." Liu Xuedong adjusted his glasses, tired from work today. Yu Hongdou walked out after putting the items in the kitchen. "Not tired. Sit down, I want to consult you about something." Liu Xuedong smiled and sat on the sofa. "What is so serious?" Yu Hongdou came over and sat beside him, placing her hand naturally on Liu Xuedong's thigh. "You are a psychologist, are not you? How much do you know about hypnosis?" Liu Xuedong pondered for a moment. "You need to clarify one thing first. Although there is such a thing as hypnotherapy and psychological treatment, psychologists and hypnotists are actually 2 different professions. I might not be particularly specialized in hypnosis, but I have some necessary understanding. So if you have any questions, feel free to share them, and I will try to help you." Yu Hongdou organized her thoughts. "It is like this. Recently, a colleague told me about a case. The suspect has been caught, but during interrogation we found that he seems to have been hypnotized. No matter how he is questioned, other than his name and address, he claims he does not know anything about the incident, and he does not seem to be lying. We suspect he may have undergone hypnosis to forget key memories of the event. From your perspective, what can be done to make him remember? Liu Xuedong looked deeply at Yu Hongdou before speaking. Actually, so-called blocking a memory with hypnosis does not mean making the subject forget. Rather, it gives them a psychological suggestion to not recall it actively. The difference is that forgetting is an active act, while not recalling is passive. Hypnosis cannot make someone forget a memory. The essence of the suggestion is to bury that memory deep into the subconscious, leaving only a key to trigger it. This key must be related to the memory, perhaps an object or a word. Only by using this key can the subject recall the memory. Or to put it another way, think of it as burying a memory in the dirt, leaving only a piece of thread above ground. To dig up the buried memory, you must find and pull that thread. What if no matter what we do, we cannot find that thread? Yu Hongdou asked. Liu Xuedong smiled. If that is the case, then you have to consider whether that memory actually exists. The next day, Yu Hongdou went to work as usual. After arriving at the bureau, she shared Liu Xuedong's views from last night with Tao Kiki, but she did not know if Tao Kiki actually took it in. Noon, Yu Hongdou and Tao Kiki had lunch in the cafeteria. While eating, Yu Hongdou asked about the interrogation again, but Tao Kiki told her that the progress was not ideal and Queen's Crown had basically decided to give up. By the end of the morning shift, Caroline and the others had already taken Qi Zesheng back to their residence for supervision. Coming back from lunch, just as Yu Hongdou walked to the office door, she suddenly heard Kirk's voice coming from inside. "Mr. Li Si, could you help me get a pen?" Kirk said. Yu Hongdou walked in, just in time to see Li Si take a pen from the drawer and hand it to Kirk. "Here you go. The last thing I am short of here is paper and pens." At that moment, Yu Hongdou's mind experienced a sudden, fleeting daze, feeling once again as if her thoughts were half a beat too slow. Kirk took the pen, turned around, and saw Yu Hongdou. He immediately smiled. "Good afternoon, Miss Yu." Yu Hongdou could not help but feel that something was off, but she could not quite put her finger on it. Looking suspicious, she quickly scanned the office and asked, "Mr. Kirk, did not you take Qi Zesheng back? Why are you still here?" Kirk answered naturally, "Our research team is still here, so I came over to see if there is anything I can help with." Saying that, he raised the pen and waved it. "Look, I am already prepared to do some experiment recording and such." After Kirk left, Li Si withdrew his gaze from the door. He looked at Yu Hongdou and said, "Mr. Kirk is actually quite nice. You should not have spoken to him in that interrogating tone just now." Yu Hongdou gave Li Si a strange look and noticed that he was staring at her with slightly reproachful eyes. She could not help but frown slightly. "You, never mind, where is Zhang San?" "He went to eat," Li Si answered honestly. "I asked him to bring me a portion too, but he has not come back yet." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang San walked in from outside. He placed the lunchbox he was carrying on Li Si's desk. "Here, eat up. The cafeteria made braised eggplant today. It tastes pretty good." Everything seemed perfectly normal. But Yu Hongdou still felt a bit unsettled, so she said to Zhang San, "You guys keep busy, I am going out for a walk." With that, she went straight after Kirk in the direction he had just left. Yu Hongdou found Kirk in a laboratory. Inside the room, the Queen's Crown research team and several researchers from Section 9 were gathered around a table, discussing things Yu Hongdou could not understand. Kirk was standing on the edge of the crowd, holding a pen and a notebook, listening intently to their discussion. Yu Hongdou stopped at the door without going in to disturb them. She could not help but doubt herself at this moment. Was she really just overthinking? "Hongdou," a voice rang out from behind. Yu Hongdou felt someone pat her shoulder, and she turned her head to see Tao Kiki. Tao Kiki grabbed Yu Hongdou's hand. "Why are you here? I just went to the archives to look for you, but Zhang San said you were not there." "Why are you looking for me instead of doing your own work?" Yu Hongdou replied casually. She noticed that Kirk seemed to have heard their conversation. He turned his head to glance over, and upon meeting Yu Hongdou's gaze, he smiled and nodded in greeting. "Hee, Tao Kiki smiled sheepishly. "The interrogation is over, so I am not busy anymore. Since I have nothing to do this afternoon, I plan to go back to the city, and I thought I could hitch a ride with you." Yu Hongdou was about to refuse when the phone in her pocket rang. She took it out and saw it was Liu Xuedong. "Hello, Mr. Liu." "Yeah," Liu Xuedong said on the other end. "Are you coming back for dinner tonight? You have seemed a bit tired from work these past 2 days, so I made you some chicken soup." Was she tired these past 2 days? Seeing that even Liu Xuedong said so, Yu Hongdou thought she might indeed be a bit too tense. She decided to let her nerves loosen up a bit and said, "Yes, I will be back in a while." Hanging up the phone, Yu Hongdou gave Tao Kiki a helpless look. "Let us go. It is all your fault, making me skip work again." Tao Kiki winked at her teasingly. "Is it really because of me? You are skipping work for your Dr. Liu." Two chatted as they walked out. As they passed by the archives, Yu Hongdou faintly heard Li Si talking with Zhang San. I will stay on duty tonight, and you can cover for me tomorrow night. I have something to do tomorrow night, let us swap. 8:00 p.m. In the guest house arranged by Section 9, Lun sat on a chair in the room, while Qi Zhesheng sat on the bed opposite him. Qi Zhesheng's hands were handcuffed to the headboard, and his legs were also shackled. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Lun went to the door, looked through the peephole, and saw Kirk standing outside. Lun opened the door to let Kirk in. You are back. Yeah, Kirk glanced around the room. Where is Caroline? Sleeping next door. She's taking the second half of the night shift, so I let her rest first, Lun replied. Kirk nodded. I am here to relieve you. Go get some rest too. I will wake Caroline up after I finish the first half of the night. Lun yawned and patted Kirk on the shoulder. I will leave it to you. Do not let your guard down. Just push through these last 2 days. The day after tomorrow, we can go home. When that time comes, I am definitely going to have a good drink and then sleep for a whole day. After Lun left, Kirk locked the door from the inside. Then, the sound of a door closing came from the room across the hall. Kirk checked through the peephole to make sure there was no one in the hallway before returning to sit on the chair. Kirk took out 2 cigarettes from his pack, placed them in his mouth, and lit them together with a lighter. He kept one in his own mouth and placed the other into Qi Zhesheng's. The room was silent for a while. Kirk lowered his head and exhaled a puff of smoke. There is no time left. I plan to make my move tonight. Qi Zhesheng took a deep drag of his cigarette, his nerves relaxing slightly under the effect of the nicotine. That is good news for me. That woman from Section 9 who interrogated me is an awakened, and so is that man who was always dozing off. Although I do not know exactly what their talents are, I kept getting drowsy in front of them, could not concentrate, and always subconsciously answered their questions. Luckily, they only asked about things related to the Scavenger Association these past 2 days. But if this drags on and they ask about other things, I do not know if I will be exposed. I'm not moving the plan up because of that. Kirk shook his head impatiently. He pulled a photo from his jacket and placed it in front of Qi Zhesheng. It is because of her, this woman named Yu Hongdou. She might already be suspicious of me. Qi Zhesheng took a serious look at the photo, his expression grave. You have been exposed. Not yet, she should just be suspicious. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Kirk's eyes. I originally thought she was just an archivist, but FXCK, who would have thought that someone guarding the archives is actually an awakened? Since she is in charge of the archives, I originally planned to control her using my talent. I did not expect her to be an awakened, which caused my plan to fall through. Kirk calmed down, but she probably has not realized yet that the sense of disorientation was caused by conflicting talents, though we really cannot afford to delay any longer. I plan to steal those files tonight. I have already gained control over another archivist in Division 9. Kirk spoke with a solemn tone. To facilitate my actions, I need you to help me draw the attention of Division 9 away. What do I need to do? Qi Zhesheng asked in a deep voice. Kirk said, late tonight, I will let you go and stage a scene where you attack me and escape. I can help you stall them for at most half an hour. After half an hour, Division 9 will send people to search the entire city for you. I will give you the address of a safe house, and you will hide there until I come to join you. I have already contacted the Eagle's Nest, and they have instructed us to wait at the pier late tonight. Someone will come to pick us up. Besides that, I also need you to go to this place before heading to the safe house. Kirk flipped the photo over, and an address was written on the back. This is her home. If anyone would suspect me first tonight, it would only be this woman. So I need you to wait at her doorstep, and as soon as you see her come out, just make her disappear. Qi Zhesheng nodded silently, understood. Approaching 10 o'clock at night, a figure climbed out of the window under the cover of darkness, moved silently downstairs, and slipped into a black sedan before driving away. Half an hour later, Lun's phone rang. The screen showed it was a call from Kirk. He answered it, but no sound came from the other end. Lun's heart tightened. He jumped out of bed, rushed out of the room, and went to the opposite door to knock. Kirk. There was no response from inside the room. Lun gritted his teeth and kicked the door open. The moment he looked up, he saw Kirk lying on the ground covered in blood. His outer jacket and pants had been stripped off, and Qi Zhesheng was already gone from the bed. Lun rushed to Kirk's side, checked him, and after finding that he still had a pulse, shouted loudly, Kirk, wake up. After a long moment, Kirk slowly regained consciousness. He opened his eyes with difficulty and said in a weak voice, Qi Zhesheng, he attacked me and escaped. My head hurts so much. At this moment, Caroline from next door heard the noise and ran over. She quickly assessed the current situation and said, I will contact Division 9. You go get the car and take Kirk for medical treatment. Naturally, they could not go to a hospital. There was only one place nearby with the most advanced medical resources, the Special Management Division 9. On the balcony, Liu Xuedong was smoking. He noticed a black sedan parked on the street across from the residential complex that had been there for quite a while. At that moment, Yu Hongdou came out of the kitchen after washing the dishes. My dishwashing glove is torn. I will go buy a new pair tomorrow. As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Hongdou's phone on the coffee table rang. Yu Hongdou picked up the phone and answered. Her expression immediately turned serious. Yes, I understand. I will be back right away. Liu Xuedong had already snuffed out his cigarette. He turned back to look at Yu Hua and asked after she hung up what happened. Yu Hongdou walked quickly to the door and replied while putting on her shoes, "There is an emergency at the office. I have to go back immediately. I will probably be working late tonight and might not make it back, so do not wait for me." "I will go down with you," Liu Xuedong said, walking over as well. "I need to go down to buy a pack of cigarettes anyway, and I can pick up the gloves while I am at it." "Then let us go quickly," Yu Hongdou said as she picked up her car keys and headed downstairs first. When they reached the ground floor, Yu Hongdou waved goodbye to Liu Xuedong and hurriedly ran toward the parking area, while Liu Xuedong walked toward the supermarket outside the complex. On the street opposite the complex, Qi Zhesheng sat in his car. Having waited for a long while, he finally saw the woman in the photo drive away, so he immediately started the engine. However, just as he was about to put it into gear to follow her, the passenger door was suddenly pulled open and someone climbed in. "You are in the wrong car," Qi Zhesheng scolded with a frown. "Get out." The man sitting in the passenger seat wore gold-rimmed round glasses. He was holding a plastic bag with a supermarket logo on it, and he was even wearing slippers on his feet. "I am in the right car." Liu Xuedong turned his head to look at Qi Zhesheng. "Tell me, you have been parked here for so long. Do you really think no traffic police will come by to give you a ticket at this hour?" Qi Zhesheng said with a grim face, "Do not make me say it twice. Get the hell out." Liu Xuedong ignored him. He pulled a pair of dishwashing gloves out of the bag and put them on in a leisurely manner. "By the way, you are that prisoner being interrogated by Division 9, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Zhesheng's whole body tensed up, and he raised his fist to strike at Liu Xuedong. Liu Xuedong was faster than him. He reached into the plastic bag, and in the next instant a flash of steel flickered. With a soft thud, the arm Qi Zhesheng swung dropped limply. Before Qi Zhesheng could react, another flash crossed his vision, and he felt a sharp pain in his other arm. Qi Zhesheng looked down in shock to see a sharp knife embedded under each of his armpits. A tag was still hanging from the end of the handles, which read, "Suggested retail price 21 yuan." Qi Zhesheng started to say, but Liu Xuedong pulled out two more knives, gripped them in both hands, and plunged them down. Thud. Two sharp knives sank deep into his thighs. Blood seeped through his clothes. Qi Zhesheng's face turned ghastly pale, and he bit his lip so hard he kept from crying out. "Can we have a proper chat now?" Liu Xuedong looked at Qi Zhesheng with a smile. "What is your name? Where are you from? And where are you going?" Qi Zhesheng gasped for air, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. My name is Qi Zhesheng, codename Fisherman. I am a C-rank cleaner from the East Island branch of the Scavenger Association." Liu Xuedong raised an eyebrow, grabbed Qi Zhesheng's jaw, and leaned in to inspect him. "No wonder Division 9 could not get anything out of you. It's because you are lying. You are not a member of the Scavenger Association at all. No matter how they interrogated you, you could only answer that you did not know, because you truly knew nothing to begin with. But why would you pretend to be a member of the Scavenger Association?" Qi Zhesheng jerked his head away and glared viciously at Liu Xuedong. "I have no idea what you are talking about." Liu Xuedong did not care. "When I say you are not, you are not. I have seen the personnel files for the East Island branch, and there is no one like you in them at all." Qi Zhesheng's pupils shrank violently. "Who the hell are you?" Yes, Liu Xuedong gave a sidelong glance, then reached out and dragged Qi Zhesheng to the back seat, taking the driver's seat himself. "Let us go somewhere else to talk. Let me see if you are as tough as the rumors say. A reminder, I did not knock you unconscious not because I am merciful, but because there was no need. So I suggest you do not have any clever ideas and just sit still and be honest." Inside a safe house, somewhere in the suburbs, Liu Xuedong was by the sink, washing away the bloodstains he had accidentally gotten on his cuffs. Behind him, Qi Zhesheng, wearing nothing but his underwear, was strapped to an iron chair. His nails and teeth had all been pulled out, and he had only one ear left. There was hardly a patch of intact skin on his entire body. Blood dripped down, forming a small puddle at his feet that was slowly spreading outward. His hair, soaked in sweat, clung limply to his forehead. By now, Qi Zhesheng was delirious, barely clinging to life with faint breaths. His head slumped against the chair, his eyes devoid of focus, as he kept muttering a phrase he had repeated countless times, "Kill me." As expected, the interrogation methods of official organizations are still too gentle, Liu Xuedong remarked mildly. "It turns out you are not that tight-lipped after all. So you and that guy named Kirk Pound are both eaglets from the Bald Eagle Global Control Bureau. Oh, what did you say his real name was again?" "Nathan Hale. I feel like I have seen that name somewhere before." "According to you, he is an awakened. 3 years ago, Bald Eagle went to great lengths to infiltrate him into the Queen's crown to continuously siphon their intelligence. But about half a year ago, Bald Eagle learned through other channels that Division 9 of the Special Management Bureau had a newly emerged awakened with an Alpha-class security clearance, codenamed Bluebird. Get their hands on this file. Bald Eagle orchestrated this whole incident. You disguised yourself as a scavenger and got caught by Agent Nathan. After a fruitless interrogation, Agent Nathan could then logically suggest to the Queen's Crown that you be brought to Shanghai under the guise of an academic exchange. But there is one thing I still do not get. Should not an Alpha-class classified document like this be kept at Division 9's headquarters in the capital? Why did you come to Shanghai? Liu Xuedong turned around and raised his question, his calm expression making it seem like a casual chat between friends. Yu Zhesheng's voice was as faint as a mosquito. The security at Division 9's headquarters is too strict. We had no chance to strike, but we also received intel that the Awaken was first discovered by the Shanghai branch of Division 9, so there must be a backup file in the Shanghai archives. That is why our original plan was to behave ourselves during those few days in the capital, so we could earn Division 9's trust when we came to Shanghai. Liu Xuedong nodded in sudden realization and pushed up his glasses. I see. Agent Nathan must have already made his move by now. If he succeeds, where are you supposed to rendezvous? There is a problem with the plan. A painful groan escaped Yu Zhesheng's throat. That woman, she is the Awakened in charge of guarding the archives. I was supposed to take her out tonight to stop her from going back, but I failed. Nathan's operation might be compromised by her. Liu Xuedong's hand froze in midair. He tilted his head slightly. Why, did not you say so earlier? The entirety of Division 9 sprang into action, running at full capacity like a massive, precise machine. Order after order was issued by Ji Wendong over the phone. The Awakened who had gradually returned to the Bureau received their commands and dispersed in batches. In addition, all police departments across the various districts of Shanghai received instructions to search the city throughout the night for the escaped C-class scavenger. Kirk, who had been sent to Division 9's medical room, had just finished being examined by the medical staff, confirming he had only suffered superficial wounds. With a bandage wrapped around his head, Kirk spoke to Lun, who was guarding his bedside. Lun, this was our failure. I brought shame to the Queen's Crown. It is enough that I am lying here. You cannot stay here keeping me company and doing nothing. Go help Caroline. Do not let her bear all this pressure alone. I will, Lun nodded, his voice deep. Get some rest. I will go find Caroline right now. After Lun left, Kirk used the excuse of needing rest to send the attending medical staff away. He waited a little longer until he heard almost no movement outside. It was night, and only the routine night shift personnel were left at Division 9. Coupled with the search for Yu Zhesheng, almost all available frontline agents had been dispatched, meaning even fewer people remained at the Bureau. Kirk quietly got out of bed. Looking through the crack of the door, he saw the corridor outside was empty. He opened the door and walked out, his expression natural, not showing the slightest hint of malicious intent. He moved quickly down the corridor and arrived at the archives office. Pushing the door open, he walked in to find Li Si sitting at the desk. Li Si looked up, saw Kirk, and immediately stood up. Mr. Kirk. Kirk nodded. Wasting no time, he said. Help me find an Alpha-class classified file codenamed Bluebird. An Alpha-class classified file. My clearance does not authorize me to handle files of this level. I need to check first. Li Si felt absolutely nothing inappropriate about his current actions. He sat down and began searching on his computer. A few minutes later, Li Si's eyes lit up. Found it. It is definitely in the archives. Quick, fetch it for me, Kirk said, a look of delight crossing his face. Give me a few minutes. Li Si stood up and walked briskly to the large iron door of the archives. He entered the password, verified his fingerprint and iris, and the iron door slowly opened. Li Si entered the archives, while Kirk remained in the office to wait. Once the car drove out of the main urban area, the traffic on the road thinned out. Yu Hongdou silently accelerated. For some reason, she could not shake the feeling that she had missed something. Many things seemed inexplicably strange. Li Si clearly never liked Kirk, so why the sudden change in his attitude today? Why did she feel a sense of daze every time she encountered Kirk? Everything had been perfectly fine before, so why did Yu Zhesheng suddenly gain the ability to escape today? Why was Kirk the exact person in charge of watching over Yu Zhesheng tonight? As these thoughts flashed through her mind one by one, the gates of the food processing plant finally appeared in the distance. A sense of unease in Yu Hongdou's heart grew heavier, causing her to unconsciously quicken her pace. After retrieving her access card from the safe, she hesitated for a moment before taking out her sidearm as well. Then, she took the elevator down to the underground base. She hurried through the corridor. Arriving at the archives, she found the door closed. Yu Hongdou remembered vaguely hearing Li Si mention when she left earlier that day that he was on the night shift, so she stepped forward, knocked twice, and pushed the door open. But as soon as she opened it, she saw that the space behind Li Si's desk was empty. At the very back of the room, the iron door to the archives, which was usually kept tightly shut, was wide open. Yu Hongdou's heart sank. Just then, the sound of wind rushed past her ear. The next moment, she felt a heavy blow to the back of her head. She cried out in pain reflexively and fell forward onto the ground. Though she did not yet know who her attacker was, Yu Hongdou reacted quickly. Without even turning her head, she reached directly for the sidearm at her lower back. But just as she raised her arm, she felt a knee press into her back, and her outstretched arm was grabbed and twisted behind her. Enduring the pain, Yu Hongdou turned her head back, only to see Kirk's indifferent face. Kirk pulled the sidearm from Yu Hongdou's waist and pressed it against her head. He sneered, "Miss Yu, you truly live up to your police background. Very sharp, but your guard is still a bit lacking. However, as an agent who has not been with Division 9 for long, it is understandable." "It really is you," Yu Hongdou gritted her teeth. "Whatever it is you want to do, I advise you to stop, because doing this will only trigger a war between Division 9 and the Queen's Crown." "That is not my goal," Kirk shrugged. "But if it really comes to that, it would just be the icing on the cake. The Queen's Crown is already prepared to go to war with Division 9. Yu Hongdou was shocked and furious, but the next second she realized something. "No, you are not from the Queen's Crown. More than that, I am curious how you managed to return to the 9th Bureau unscathed." Kirk looked at her with suspicion. "Is Qi Zhesheng really unable to handle a woman like you, or did he just happen to miss you?" Yu Hongdou understood everything the moment she heard that. "Qi Zhesheng is working with you. You said he went looking for me. So you didn't know, it seems he really did miss you." Kirk shook his head. "In that case, I have nothing left to ask." Suddenly, the phone in Yu Hongdou's pocket rang. Kirk frowned. He took out the phone and saw the name Liu Xuedong on the screen. "Who is Liu Xuedong?" Kirk asked Yu Hongdou. Yu Hongdou gritted her teeth and said, "He is the officer in charge of tonight's operation at the 9th Bureau. If I do not answer, he will definitely be suspicious." Kirk thought for a moment, and confirming that no one by that name existed in the 9th Bureau, he hung up the call and turned off the phone. "A cheap trick, it did not fool me," Kirk chuckled. Just then an out-of-place voice came from nearby. What are you two doing?" Yu Hongdou turned her head and saw Li Si coming out of the archive room holding a yellow file bag. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Li Si. Li Si had just stepped out of the archives when he saw the scene. Yu Hongdou pinned to the ground by Kirk, with Kirk holding a gun to her head. He asked instinctively, but then the confusion in his eyes began to grow. His brain kept signaling that something about this scene was wrong. He frowned, feeling that something was not quite right. "Li Si, do you know what you are doing?" Yu Hongdou screamed. Bang! Without hesitation, Kirk knocked Yu Hongdou unconscious with a punch. He frowned slightly and explained, "Miss Yu is blaming me for my dereliction of duty tonight. She lost control of her emotions, so I had to restrain her." As Yu Hongdou fell silent, the look in Li Si's eyes gradually returned to normal. He nodded blankly, understood. "So this is the document." Kirk stood up, pocketed his gun, and took the file from Li Si. He opened the bag, confirmed it was the Grade A document codenamed Bluebird, and hid it inside his jacket. He then reached out to Li Si. "Give me your access card, quickly." Li Si handed over his access card obediently, not forgetting to remind him, "You cannot take the access card out of the facility. Remember to return it to me when you are done." "Got it." Kirk straightened his clothes and pointed at the unconscious Yu Hongdou on the floor. "Let her rest here for a while. Make sure no one bothers her." "All right." After giving the instruction, Li Si walked out of the archive room and closed the door behind him. On his way to the elevator, Kirk ran into the medical staff who were out looking for him. He put on a serious and tense expression. "I have more important things to attend to with Caroline now. I am feeling fine, so do not worry." He took the elevator back to the ground floor, and before leaving the office building, he tossed the access card into a trash can. The night sky was cloudy and moonless. Because of the complication with Yu Hongdou, Kirk knew he could not hide from the 9th Bureau for long. He hurried along, trying his best to avoid areas where he might run into people. The address of the safe house Qi Zhesheng gave him was not far from the pier. As long as he could hide out there until dawn, he could meet the extraction team sent by the Eagle Nest and leave. This was an old residential area, densely packed with self-built houses. These buildings had one thing in common: they were old and crude. None of them were taller than 4 stories. They had no complex style, no extra colors, and some did not even have external brickwork, looking just like unfinished structures. Due to its proximity to the pier and government development projects, much of the surrounding land had been zoned for factory construction, causing many residents to move away. It was deep in the night, and the area was silent in the darkness. Aside from the occasional sound of insects, there was nothing else. "Just walk through this alley ahead, and I will be at the safe house." Tense and having walked for a long time, Kirk was slightly out of breath. He leaned against a wall for a few seconds, habitually looking back to check for any pursuers. After confirming no one was following him, Kirk finally took a breath of relief and stepped into the pitch-black alley. Just as he reached the middle of the alley, Kirk suddenly stopped. In the darkness ahead, a faint, flickering red ember appeared. "Who is there?" Kirk quietly reached into his pocket and gripped his gun. Tap, tap. Footsteps approached, and the flickering ember drew nearer. Kirk narrowed his eyes, barely making out that the man wore a peaked cap. By the dim glow of the cigarette in the man's mouth, he could see the lower half of a face with deep laugh lines. A middle-aged man. Not someone from the Ninth Bureau. Kirk judged this, but he did not loosen his grip on the gun. He feigned anger. You scared me. Standing here smoking in the middle of the night instead of going home to sleep. Are you sick? The middle-aged man in the cap stopped 2 meters in front of Kirk. As if he had not heard a word, he said to himself, I have a few questions for you. First, how is Yu Hongdou doing now? Before he could finish, Kirk decisively pulled the trigger inside his pocket. Bang! The bullet hit the ground at their feet, kicking up some gravel. Kirk was horrified because just as he was about to pull the trigger, the middle-aged man seemed to have anticipated his move, stepping forward to pin his wrist and preventing him from raising his arm. Before the terror could even leave Kirk's eyes, a palm covered his field of vision, fingers gripping his face tightly, and then slammed his head hard against the wall. Bang! Dazed from the impact, Kirk frantically pulled out the pistol, but before he could aim, the middle-aged man's other hand grabbed the barrel, and the next second, the parts of the gun were disassembled and scattered. QSZ-92, the standard sidearm of the Daxia police force, 9 caliber, 15-round magazine capacity, effective range 50 meters. Liu Xuedong pinned Kirk against the wall, leaned in close, and said with cold eyes, clearly this gun is not yours. Now answer my question. Liu Xuedong slowly raised his other hand. In it, he held the pistol's magazine. You should be glad there are still 14 bullets left in this magazine, otherwise you would not even have the chance to wait for my questions. Through his fingers, Kirk's terrified eyes were laid bare. She is fine. Wait, you are not from Section 9. We can talk. Liu Xuedong ignored his plea and continued asking, then why did not she answer my call? You are the guy who called, Liu Xuedong. Feeling the pressure on his cheekbone gradually increasing, Kirk quickly answered, I hung up the phone, I just knocked her out. Liu Xuedong looked into Kirk's eyes. After a moment he said, you are not lying, I feel much better now. Then let us talk. Kirk seized the opportunity and said quickly, you must not be from Section 9, otherwise you would not be unaware of Yu Hongdou's situation. Since that is the case, we have no conflict of interest, right? Correct. The response he got was a fierce kick. Liu Xuedong raised his leg and kicked the back of Kirk's knee, instantly causing his lower leg to bend inward. MMPH, Kirk's mouth was covered by Liu Xuedong, preventing his cries of pain from escaping. He could only stare wide-eyed in vain. That is the price for hanging up my call. Liu Xuedong let go, and Kirk slid down against the wall, sitting on the ground trembling all over. Liu Xuedong also crouched down, carefully examining Kirk's face. I thought this name looked familiar. Seeing your face, I finally remember. Nathan Hale, attached to Team 1 of the International Intelligence and Reconnaissance Division of the Bald Eagle Environmental Governance Bureau. I remember your personal ability assessment at Bald Eagle was only rank B, but because your talent is rather special, your clearance level reached rank S. Hearing this, Kirk snapped his head up, looking at Liu Xuedong with a terrified expression. Who exactly are you? We have not met, Liu Xuedong smiled with his eyes narrowed. But 6 years ago in New York, I saw your file on Aiden Davis's desk. I remember Mr. Davis was already the director of Bald Eagle's International Intelligence and Reconnaissance Department in New York at that time. It is a pity. If he had not died, he might be a big shot in Bald Eagle by now. But it would not make a difference. After all, no matter how much of a big shot someone is, taking a bullet to the head results in the exact same outcome. Do not you agree? Kirk's pupils suddenly contracted. You are the one from 6 years ago. Liu Xuedong nodded with a smiling face. Looks like you remember me. The Scavenger Association, Kirk muttered blankly to himself. Rank S Executor, Raven. Since you have figured it out, let us go. Liu Xuedong pointed to the safe house deep in the alley. Your old friend has been waiting for you for a long time. Meanwhile, at the food processing plant, Yu Hongdou woke up from her coma. The first thing she saw was the chandelier on the ceiling, its soft light filling the room. The moment Yu Hongdou's mind cleared up, she immediately tried to roll over and sit up, but a hand reached out from the side and pressed against her chest. Do not rush, get some rest, Tao Kiki's voice sounded from beside her. Yu Hongdou turned to look at Tao Kiki and spoke anxiously. It is Kirk. Kirk did all of this. Even Choi Yiseung is in cahoots with him. Tao Kiki's face was serious. We know. It was a researcher who found you when they went to the archives to retrieve some files, and they also noticed something wrong with Li Si. Currently, we have placed Li Si under custody. He is suspected to be under the influence of an unknown talent. In addition to that, we have also temporarily detained everyone from the Queen's Crown. We are coordinating with the police to conduct a citywide manhunt for Kirk and Choi Yiseung. No, Kirk is not from the Queen's Crown, Yu Hongdou immediately replied. He should be a spy for some other organization. We also had that suspicion, Tao Kiki nodded, because as it stands, the Queen's Crown is indeed unaware of Kirk's actions. But the facts are right in front of us. Whether they want to believe it or not, they must obediently accept Section 9's arrangements. And this matter is even more serious than you think. Tao Kiki showed none of her usual flighty demeanor. Her eyes were very solemn. We lost an extremely important awakened file with a clearance level of rank A, so the Queen's crown must tread very carefully now. After all, this incident was caused by them. The slightest misstep might really make both sides become enemies from now on. Rank A, Yu Hongdou let out a low exclamation. During her time in Section 9, she had learned quite a lot about various matters. She knew that each clearance level could only be accessed by individuals with corresponding level permissions. Her own file's clearance level was rank C, and Tao Kiki, due to the special nature of her talent, was only rank B from this. One could roughly deduce just how important the talent recorded in that lost awakened file was. So what do we do now? Yu Hongdou asked nervously. Do you need my help? I feel like I am already fine. I can join the operation at any time. Tao Kiki comforted her. You should just rest. There are already enough people participating in the search. We are not short of one person. Besides, in this kind of citywide search, your talent is not of much use. Old G has already reported the situation to the Beijing headquarters. Word is that Beijing's reply is to give our Shanghai branch only 1 day. If it cannot be resolved within a day, Beijing will send someone over to take over the incident. Actually, by the time they come over a day later, the hopes will be even slimmer. The so-called takeover mostly refers to handling the aftermath of the incident. Tao Kiki reached out and handed her something. Here, your phone. It was dropped right next to you when we found you. Seeing the phone, Yu Hongdou finally remembered that she had not answered Liu Xuedong's call again. She glanced at the time and found it was already almost 2 o'clock. She hesitated for a moment, but still decided to call him back. After all, she had not even sent a text message this time. Mr. Liu was probably worried again. Thinking of this, Yu Hongdou could not help feeling a bit guilty. She knew in her heart that Mr. Liu would worry about her because of this job. So during her usual work, she had been trying to cultivate the habit of proactively letting him know she was safe. But counting this time, it was already the second time she had made Mr. Liu worry. The phone rang twice and connected. Hello, Hongdou, Liu Xuedong asked calmly. Are you okay? I am fine. Yu Hongdou took a deep breath. Sorry to make you worry again. As long as you are fine, where are you right now? Liu Xuedong asked. Yu Hongdou glanced at the white blanket covering her. At the section, still working. Still working overtime. Liu Xuedong's voice paused for a moment. When you're done, do you want me to come pick you up? No need. I guess I will have to keep working during the day tomorrow. I will not be able to come back until I get off work in the afternoon. Probably. Yu Hongdou's tone carried an apology. Suddenly, she seemed to hear strange murmurs on the other end of the line. The sound was so soft and faint that she almost thought she misheard it. What are you doing over there? Divider line. Currently available public intelligence. Bald Eagle Environmental Governance Bureau top secret document. Clearance level, rank S. Nathan Hale, male, agent of the International Intelligence and Reconnaissance Department, 35 years old, awakened. Personal comprehensive assessment, rank B. Personal resume, at age 26, entered Bald Eagle through military selection, serving in Bald Eagle's International Intelligence and Reconnaissance Department stationed in New York. Executed routine missions as a Team 1 agent, receiving 2 Bronze Star medals during this period. At age 29, recommended by Aidan Davis, the director of the New York International Intelligence and Reconnaissance Department, who is now deceased, and was transferred to the Bald Eagle Washington headquarters at age 30. At age 32, accepted a classified mission from Bald Eagle headquarters and successfully infiltrated the Sun Never Sets Empire's Queen's Crown, where he remains to this day. Talent effect, on a cognitive level, forcibly forms an allied relationship with the target. After the owner uses the talent on the target will view the owner as a trustworthy person and will be willing to proactively assist the owner. Cost none. Condition, requesting help. The owner needs to make a request for some kind of help to the talent's target. After the target agrees to help the owner and completes the act of helping, the talent can then be used on the target. Remarks 1. Through testing, the allied relationship bound by this talent cannot exceed a maximum of 3 people. When the number of people exceeds this limit, based on chronological order, previously bound targets will automatically break free from the talent's influence. 2. This talent shows an extremely obvious effect of talent repulsion. This talent cannot produce an effect on an awakened, and when used near an awakened, it will also be detected by them. 3. The effect of this talent only forcibly adds the cognition of an ally to the target, rather than changing their original cognition. Therefore, when the ally cognition strongly conflicts with the target's original cognition, the target may break free from the talent's influence. What are you doing over there? Liu Xuedong held the phone between his ear and shoulder, one hand gripping a knife with the tip only a centimeter away from Coke's eyeball, while the other hand held a finger to his lips, signaling him to be quiet. I am having a bit of insomnia, Liu Xuedong said, keeping his expression unchanged, just watching some TV. Alright, do not worry about me, get some sleep early. Yu Hongdou's tone grew more apologetic, thinking that Liu Xuedong's insomnia was caused by her. After hanging up, Liu Xuedong put the phone into his pocket and then swung the knife down. Swish! Half of a little finger fell to the floor, and Coke, whose mouth was gagged, let out a painful whimper. As a professionally trained agent, I thought you would know when to make noise and when to keep your mouth shut, Liu Xuedong said, looking coldly at Coke, who was restrained on the bed. This was Coke's safe house, but in Liu Xuedong's view, it was a bit too rudimentary, not in terms of decor, but because it lacked many essentials, like interrogation tools. Since the living room was occupied by Qi Ziyasheng, Liu Xuedong had to bring Coke into the bedroom. Qi Ziyasheng in the living room had lost complete consciousness due to blood loss. Although he was not dead yet, he obviously would not last long. Coke's situation was better. Despite being tortured to a wretched state, he at least still had the strength to scream. Ignoring Coke on the bed, Liu Xuedong picked up the file bag he had just found under Coke's clothes. "So this is the file codenamed Blue Bird," Liu Xuedong said to himself. "The bald eagles were even willing to expose you, a plant hidden so deep for this file. It seems it truly is extraordinary." Opening the bag, Liu Xuedong pulled out the file. Management Bureau Section 9 Archive Shanghai Copy, codename, Bluebird Top Secret Class A. Bluebird. The Bluebirds are triplet sisters, Dongfeng Dali the eldest, Dongfeng Shaili the second, and Dongfeng Xiaoqing the third, 21 years old, registered personnel of the Daxia Management Bureau Section 9 headquarters, and awakened ones. Talents. The three women each possess three different talents. 1. Dongfeng Dali, extreme speed. After activating the talent, the user's running speed can reach a maximum of 180 kilometers per hour. Cost. None. Condition. With the user as the center, at least one of either Dongfeng Shaili or Dongfeng Xiaoqing must be within a spherical radius of 200 meters. Note, this talent only increases the user's running speed and does not change other aspects like action speed or reaction time. 2. Dongfeng Shaili, telepathy. After activating the talent, the user can conduct long-distance, two-way telepathic communication with Dongfeng Dali and Dongfeng Xiaoqing. Cost. None. Condition. With the user as the center, at least one of either Dongfeng Dali or Dongfeng Xiaoqing must be outside a spherical radius of 200 meters. Note, this talent allows for real-time communication over ultra-long distances with no time delay. However, it only supports two-way communication between Shaili and Dali, or Shaili and Xiaoqing. Dali and Xiaoqing cannot communicate telepathically. 3. Dongfeng Xiaoqing, ability amplification. After activation, it can significantly enhance the target female's physical functions, including strength, endurance, and agility, while also allowing the target to quickly recover stamina, heal wounds, and even repair limbs. Cost. None. Condition. At least one of either Dongfeng Dali or Dongfeng Shaili must lose consciousness. Note, 1. Experiments confirm this talent achieves reinforcement and healing by stimulating the target's physical potential, with no aftereffects on the target. 2. During experiments, it was found that the influence can last up to 27 minutes, but no upper limit for target count was found. Based on current tests, the user can amplify the abilities of 70 people simultaneously. 3. This talent can affect awakened ones, but due to talent repulsion, the effect is significantly weaker than on non-awakened targets. 4. Observation shows that when using the talent, a fixed tattoo pattern appears on the user's arm and back. Investigations suggest this is an ancient totem related to the Queen Mother of the West matriarchal worship recorded in history. Recorder Ji Wendong. After reading the file, Liu Xuedong could not help but gasp. No wonder it is Class A. Each of these three girls possesses a powerful functional talent, especially this Xiaoqing. As he spoke, Liu Xuedong looked at Coke again. But how did the bald eagles find out about this? You must still have informants in Shanghai, and now you have something else you can confess. The smile on Liu Xuedong's face seemed particularly chilling to Coke, who watched helplessly as Liu walked toward him, despairingly whimpering in confusion. You are not thinking of confessing already, are you? Liu Xuedong asked suspiciously, then shook his head. I do not believe it, so let us stretch your muscles a bit first. Do not worry, I will leave you enough breath to talk. Before dawn, Zhao Lingyan arrived at the Huahua Shiji private club once again. Since the club's main doors were tightly shut, Liu Xuedong climbed in through a third-floor window. Actually, Liu Xuedong was in a rather bad mood. He had spent 5 years breaking away from the shadow world, and another year preparing for a peaceful rest of his life. Finally, he had managed to get married, and just when everything seemed perfect, he never expected to be entangled in these matters again. This made him feel somewhat frustrated, so before seeing Hu Man, he had already taken out several security guards who tried to stop him, inevitably striking a bit too hard. Still at the second-floor bar, Hu Man looked at Liu Xuedong with a troubled expression. Boss, coming to me at a crucial moment like this. Please do not tell me tonight's operation by the 9th Bureau has something to do with you. Tonight, the Ninth Bureau and the police are searching the whole city for someone. I did not even dare open my doors. If this really involves you, please do not drag me down with you. Just go back the way you came. I really do not dare to get involved. Liu Xuedong tapped the table. I am giving you a huge gift. The person the Ninth Bureau is looking for is in my hands. Figure out a way to hand them over to the Bureau yourself. Once this is done, the Ninth Bureau will owe you a massive favor, which will bring you nothing but benefits. Hu Man's eyes lit up. There is such a good deal. Boss, can you leak a bit about what exactly happened tonight? I can pay for it. Tonight's incident is no small matter. I reckon many overseas organizations will want to know. I do not want money. Trade it for other intel. Liu Xuedong waved his hand. I want to know the latest news on the bald eagle. The bald eagle. Hu Man rolled his eyes in thought and immediately caught on. The person the Ninth Bureau is looking for tonight belongs to the bald eagle. Liu Xuedong nodded. Yes, that person is a mole planted by the bald eagle inside the Queen's crown, and this time they stole an important document from the Ninth Bureau. Besides him, there is a C-rank scavenger arrested by the Queen's crown who is actually also from the bald eagle. Brought to the Ninth Bureau this time, the two of them pulled off a diversionary tactic, just to create an opportunity for this mole to steal the document. Liu Xuedong pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. Right now, these two are at this address. I tortured them, so the scene probably is not pretty. Remember to send someone with a strong stomach. The document the Ninth Bureau wants is also there. Tell your people to keep their hands to themselves and not open it, otherwise the Ninth Bureau will make trouble for them. Secondly, the bald eagle still has informants in Shanghai. I will give you the list shortly, and you can hand it over to the Ninth Bureau as well. I do not want to deal with it anymore. You should have experience in handling this kind of thing. Liu Xuedong looked into Hu Man's eyes. You know what to say to the Ninth Bureau. Just a reminder, the Ninth Bureau seems to have talents skilled in interrogation, so you would better send someone who is not closely tied to you to handle this. Hu Man nodded repeatedly. Understood, understood. I know what to say and what not to say. I guarantee this matter will have absolutely nothing to do with you. No, wait, it is as if you do not even exist. Liu Xuedong nodded silently. Tell me, the latest news on the bald eagle. The Ninth Bureau tolerates no provocation within Daxia's borders. The bald eagle understands this, so they rarely take extreme actions in Daxia. I feel their behavior this time is more of a test, so something must have happened to give them this kind of confidence. Hu Man shrugged. I am just a lowly nobody on the fringes. I do not know the bald eagle's motives, but as far as I know, the bald eagle has been making some major moves in Dongying recently. You should know that due to Dongying's national circumstances, they do not have their own official organization in the shadow world. In handling related matters, Dongying has always relied on the branch of the Global Control Bureau set up by the bald eagle in their country. But in fact, Dongying has secretly been supporting the Ashihara Shu. It is just that this has never been brought out into the open. Since Dongying has never given the Ashihara Shu an official title, the bald eagle has always pretended not to know. On the surface, the bald eagle and the Ashihara Shu rarely clash. This is partly because there is also a Dongying branch of the Scavenger Association. If those two sides start fighting, the Scavenger Association would become the ultimate beneficiary. But lately, who knows why, the frequency of conflicts between the bald eagle and the Ashihara Shu has been getting higher and higher, like they have eaten gunpowder. What is even stranger is that the Scavenger Association has not been idle either. They are actually secretly helping the bald eagle deal with the Ashihara Shu. According to reliable sources, several heads of major Dongying families have already died from assassinations by the Scavenger Association, and without exception, these families are all supported by the Ashihara Shu. Liu Xuedong raised his eyebrows. The bald eagle and the Scavenger Association have joined forces. They want to kick the Ashihara Shu out of the game first. Hu Man threw his hands up. I do not know the inside details of that. Let us leave it at that for now. Liu Xuedong stood up. Get the job done as soon as possible. Hu Man rubbed his hands together. Boss, I still want to ask one more thing. Since you are not from the Ninth Bureau, why are you helping them with everything? Liu Xuedong glanced back at him. So the Ninth Bureau can get off work earlier. Yu Hongdou took a short nap on the hospital bed in the latter half of the night, but woke up right at dawn. Her sense of responsibility would not allow her to sleep soundly while her colleagues were busy. So after waking up, she went straight to join Tao Kiki's team to assist the police in the search. In addition to this, the police had issued a citywide wanted poster, and the morning news had reported the incident, mobilizing the citizens of the whole city to search together. However, by the afternoon, no news had come in at all. By mid-afternoon, Yu Hongdou and Tao Kiki were sitting outside a residential complex. Tao Kiki was holding a cup of coffee, her eyes bloodshot. She had not slept for a whole day. Besides the two of them, their search team had 3 other police officers, who were currently questioning people door to door inside the residential complex. Tao Kiki looked exhausted. If we do not find them today, the capital is going to send people over. Yu Hongdou's face was also filled with worry. Speaking of which, this is partly my fault. I failed in my duty by not reporting it immediately after I got suspicious of Kirk. Tao Kiki waved her hand dismissively. Do not blame yourself. Strictly speaking, you were the first person to suspect there was something wrong with Kirk. You could even say you have rendered a great service. Yu Hongdou asked again, then will Li Si be disciplined this time? He will not be, Tao Kiki sighed. He's just an ordinary person. You cannot blame him for being influenced by a talent. However, the higher-ups will definitely issue punishments this time, but the penalty will most likely fall on old G. Also, the capital side failed in their duties as well, since they did not detect the issue with Kirk. Right at that moment, Tao Kiki's phone suddenly rang. She held it to her ear and listened for a moment, and her eyes immediately lit up. Great, we will be right there. Chuoshan District Public Security Bureau. Yu Hongdou and Tao Kiki pushed the door open, flashed their Unit 9 credentials, and were led by an officer to the entrance of a conference room. The officer whispered, the person who reported the case just arrived and is currently undergoing routine questioning. Through the window on the conference room door, Yu Hongdou saw a burly, broad-shouldered man sitting inside. He was wearing a sleeveless vest, revealing 2 heavily tattooed arms, and sat stiffly on one side of the conference table, facing a row of police officers. The officer continued, we sent someone to the scene as soon as we received the report, and we expect word back soon. We conducted a brief investigation. The informant is an unemployed hoodlum. According to him, he lives in a residential area near the docks. After drinking last night, he was walking home when he smelled a strong stench of blood while passing a house. Out of curiosity, he went to check, found the door unlocked, and walked in to discover 2 bodies in a gruesome state. Bodies? Yu Hongdou raised an eyebrow. Are they Kok and Kui Zaisheng? The officer nodded and said, it has been confirmed. They are the 2 we were looking for. Tao Kiki nodded, let us go in and listen. With that, they both pushed the door open, entered the conference room, and sat down to the side. Inside the room, the tattooed man shrank his neck and said, Officer, I really have told you everything I know. I have no idea about the things you are asking me. You saw those 2 bodies too, right? They looked like they had been run over by a road roller. It scared the life out of me. Do not let these tattoos fool you. I am actually very timid. How could I possibly have anything to do with this? In the following time, more people entered the conference room one after another, all from Unit 9. Once they were inside, they remained silent, sitting off to the side and staring at the tattooed man. The tattooed man was so frightened by this setup, he almost burst into tears. He trembling said, Officer, I am just the person who reported the crime, right? Why do I feel like you are interrogating me as if I were a criminal? The captain of the police squad looked up at him and said, if you were a criminal, you would not be sitting here. You would be in an interrogation room. I will be honest with you. This matter involves national security. If you are willing to tell the truth, you will be credited for your cooperation. But if you dare to hide anything, that would be a grave mistake. We have already checked. Your neighbors told us that although you have a house there, you do not actually live there at all. Speak up, what is really going on? The tattooed man smiled bitterly. I just do not go back very often. That does not mean I never go home. Does the police even keep track of people who do not spend the night at home? Tao Kiki, who had been watching from the side, could not take it anymore. She stood up and activated her talent on the man. Why did you go to the residential area last night? The tattooed man instinctively replied, Boss Tai told me to go. As soon as the words left his mouth, he looked at Tao Kiki in shock, but then immediately looked away. Who is Boss Tai? Tao Kiki looked around, hoping someone would give her an answer. The squad captain answered, he is the owner of the Golden Coconut KTV, and this tattooed guy is one of his subordinates. Tao Kiki nodded and was about to continue questioning, but the tattooed man spoke first, looking at her. No need to ask, Officer, I will tell you everything. Before I came, Boss Tai told me not to tell the truth, but if I was broken down, I should tell you everything. Everyone watched the tattooed man silently, waiting for him to continue. Reason I went there yesterday was because Boss Tai sent me, and he told me to call the police once I confirmed there was trouble. But in fact, this was not Boss Tai's idea. It was given to him by someone called Brother Fox, and then Boss Tai passed it to me. But I really do not know who this Brother Fox is. I did not even know such a person existed. Brother Fox, Yu Hongdou whispered the name. Liu Xuedong, who was sitting next to her, yawned and whispered, if I remember correctly, he is a fringe character from Shanghai. A few years ago, during a crackdown, we arrested a couple of fringe elements and got this name out of them. But this Brother Fox is a very cautious and slick person. We have never been able to find him. Brother Fox told me to bring a message to the people who interrogated me. The man continued, looking at Tao Kiki. He said he found these 2 for Unit 9, but their deaths have nothing to do with him. They were already in that state when he found them. Even though he runs shady businesses, he is still a citizen of Daxia at heart, so no one has touched the documents found on the bodies. Please rest assured, comrades from Unit 9. People from Unit 9 looked at Tao Kiki in unison. She used her talent to interrogate him one more time, but the answers remained the same. Only then did she nod. Just then, an officer walked in with a document and handed it to the captain. It is the report just received from the scene, the captain said, looking at the photos in the report. His brows furrowed tightly. Both bodies show signs of intensive torture. They must have been interrogated while alive, and the executioner's methods were extremely cruel. He also found a handwritten note at the scene, likely extracted during the interrogation. Only you should be able to understand what is written there. The captain handed the documents to the Unit 9 agents, and it passed down until it reached Lin Renji, the team leader of Group 1. Lin Renji looked at the file, his expression turning serious. It is the real dossier on Kok and Qi Zaisheng, so they were spies for the Eagle, this handwriting. It does not look like it was written with the dominant hand. The executioner is very cautious. Wait, what is this, a list? The Eagle's informants in Shanghai. All the Unit 9 agents stood up. Notify Old G. Lin Renji scanned the room. Let us make the arrests. Unit 9 and the police sprang into action. The tattooed man was released. After all, he was just the informant, and this brother Fox had actually provided a major service in this matter, so even if Unit 9 did not like it, they had to owe him this favor. On the way back to Unit 9, Tao Kiki laned toward Yu Hongdou and said, "What do you call this? Real-life superheroes, doing good deeds without leaving a name." Yu Hongdou remembered the grisly state of the bodies in the photos, and could not help but frown. More like supervillains. I heard that many of the officers who arrived at the scene ended up throwing up. But it is still a good thing for us. Even though we did not catch any live ones, at least we found the documents and the people. Yu Hongdou sighed in relief to ease the tension in her chest. Plus, we managed to pull out a bunch of spies the Eagle had embedded in Shanghai. Tao Kiki stretched, time to clock out. Making the arrests is Group 1's and the police's business. We can just sign in when we get back and then head off. I feel like I could fall asleep the moment my head hits the pillow. Yu Hongdou was just thinking about whether there was anything she could help with back at the office, but she had not expected to have to give Tao Kiki a ride again. Then again, she had not seen Mr. Liu for nearly 2 days, and she could not stay out tonight, so she just accepted Tao Kiki's plan.